Hey, it feels good to have you here tonight. I'm Nick, and whether this is your first time or your 100th time listening, you feel like an old friend to me now. There is something special about sharing these quiet night hours together, isn't there? Let these eerie tales become the bridge between your waking worries and your sleeping peace tonight. Let them carry you gently from one world into another. Just a few ads in the first 10 minutes only, then ad-free for hours so your journey stays smooth. If you want to keep this friendship alive, I would be honored if you subscribed and left a like. Drop a comment and tell me where my old friend is listening from tonight. You make this space what it is. Now let us begin together. Hammond's pen had frozen to the notebook page. He had been writing in the helicopter for 40 minutes without noticing the cold. Now, trying to close the cover, the nib pulled a thread of ice across the paper, tearing the word catatonia in half. His fingers would not bend properly. He forced the book shut and pressed his hands between his knees. The pilot's voice came through the headset, naming the destination. Hammond looked up. Below, the Grampians resolved out of the white, not gradually, but all at once, the way a carcass appears through fog. Ridges of exposed granite, black against the snowfields. Forests reduced to matchstick density along the lower slopes. The estate appeared as a configuration of roof lines and chimney smoke, perhaps 3 miles to the northwest, or 5, or 7. Distance was a coward in this light. The house was Georgian, he thought, or imitation Georgian, gray stone, symmetrical, built for a century that valued order. It sat alone in a basin of open ground. Tree line 200 yards distant on 3 sides, cliffs rising sheer to the north. The wilderness that had swallowed Nora for 3 weeks in October pressed against the clearing like a living thing held barely at bay. The helicopter descended in a wide spiral. Hammond's medical bag shifted against his shin. Inside, stethoscope, ophthalmoscope, reflex hammer, penlight, the damaged notebook. The tools of observation. Duncan's letter had been clinical in its desperation. My wife exhibits behaviors I cannot account for through medical knowledge available to me, and I require a specialist of absolute discretion. But the follow-up telephone call 3 days ago had been something else. Duncan's voice on the crackling line from Braemar, tight, airless, a man who had forgotten how to breathe properly. He had said the word skinwalker once, then fallen silent for so long, Hammond thought the connection had dropped. The skids touched snow. The pilot killed the engine, and the rotor noise began its slow descent through audible frequencies into felt vibration, then into nothing. The silence that replaced it was not peaceful. It was the silence of a landscape waiting for something to move so it could see where to bite. Hammond unstrapped and pushed the door open. Cold came in like a fist. Not the bracing cold of Edinburgh in December, but something older, something that had been refining itself against these mountains since the ice sheets retreated. He stepped down into snow that came mid-calf and immediately felt moisture seep through the leather of his boots. The pilot was already moving toward the rear compartment, unhurried, extracting Hammond's overnight case and the medical bag with the same efficient silence he had maintained for the entire flight. The estate's front door opened. A man emerged. Tall, perhaps 50, moving with the deliberate care of someone who had been holding himself motionless for so long that motion had become unfamiliar. He wore a thick wool cardigan over a shirt and tie, as though he had dressed for formality that morning and then forgotten to remove the cardigan when the house grew cold. His face was narrow, clean-shaven, the kind of face that photographs well because there was nothing in it that demanded interpretation. But his eyes were wrong. Hammond had seen eyes like that twice before. Once in a woman whose daughter had drowned in the Forth, once in a man who had killed his brother and not yet been charged. eyes that had stopped expecting the world to make sense. Duncan stopped 10 feet from the helicopter and waited. Hammond crossed the distance between them, boots crunching in the snow, and extended his hand. Duncan's hand was cold even through the glove. He thanked Hammond for coming, said most wouldn't have. His voice was steady, the voice of a man who had practiced steadiness until it became a mask he could wear in public. But there was something beneath it, a vibration Hammond felt more than heard, the way a piano string hums when another string is struck nearby. The pilot brought the bags to the front steps without a word, nodded once to Duncan, and returned to the helicopter. The engine coughed, caught, rose to its full scream. Hammond and Duncan stood in the rotor wash and watched the machine lift, bank south, and disappear into the gray. The sound faded. The silence returned heavier this time. Duncan picked up the overnight case and told Hammond he would want to settle in first, then they should talk. Hammond followed him into the house. The entry hall was what he had expected. Stone floors, dark wood paneling, a staircase rising to a gallery landing, oil paintings of men in hunting tweeds staring down with the permanent dissatisfaction of the landed dead. A fire burned in a hearth large enough to stand in. The warmth should have been welcoming. It was not. The house felt like a mouth that had just stopped chewing. Duncan led him upstairs to a guest room. Clean, spare, a 4-poster bed with heavy curtains, a writing desk beneath a window that looked north toward the cliffs. Hammond set his bag on the bed and turned. Duncan stood in the doorway, not entering. He said Nora was downstairs in the east drawing room, that she spent most of her time there now. Hammond asked if her behavior had changed since the telephone call. Duncan said no, that it was worse at night, the standing and the sounds she made, but during the day it was the same. She would not eat unless he prepared the food in front of her. She would not speak. She had not spoken a full sentence since she came back. Hammond asked about her behavior before she was lost. Duncan's voice cracked. He stopped, visibly reset himself, and said they had been married 16 years. Then he looked at Hammond with those ruined eyes and said what he had come 800 miles to say. I know my wife. What's downstairs is not my wife. Hammond had heard versions of this before. The stroke victim's husband, who could not accept that his wife's personality had been rewritten by a blood clot. The mother who insisted her schizophrenic son had been replaced in his sleep. Grief wore many disguises, but Duncan did not sound like a man in denial. He sounded like a man reporting an observable fact. Hammond told him he would need to conduct a full neurological assessment, that it might take several sessions. Duncan said to take whatever time was needed, then stepped back from the doorway and told Hammond to come down when he was ready. He would be in the study. He left. His footsteps receded down the hall, slow and careful. The footsteps of a man walking on ice. Hammond stood at the window and looked north. The cliffs were basalt, black and sheer, streaked with ice where snow melt had frozen mid-drip. Somewhere beyond that ridge, Nora had survived 3 weeks alone in October. The search teams had found nothing. No shelter, no fire pits, no explanation for how a woman with no wilderness training had endured temperatures that dropped below freezing every night. She had walked out of the forest on the 22nd day, 15 miles from where she had disappeared, and knocked on a shepherd's door at dawn. The shepherd had driven her home. Duncan's letter had not described her condition when she returned, only that it had been medically assessed as survivable. Hammond turned from the window, opened his medical bag, and checked the contents. Everything in its place. He closed the bag, left the room, and descended the stairs. The east drawing room was at the end of a long corridor paneled in oak. The door stood open. Hammond paused at the threshold. Nora stood in the far corner, facing the wall. She was motionless in a way that living things are not motionless. No weight shift, no postural adjustment, no tremor of muscle fatigue. She wore a gray dress that might once have been elegant, but now hung on her frame like fabric draped over a mannequin. Her hair was dark, cut short in a style that suggested someone else had done the cutting without asking her preference. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers slightly curled, not quite making fists. Hammond waited. 30 seconds. A minute. She did not move. He stepped into the room. Her head turned. Not her body, not her shoulders, just her head, smooth and continuous, until she was looking at him over her left shoulder. Her face was pale, angular, features symmetrical in the way that unsettles rather than attracts. But it was her eyes that stopped Hammond's breath. They reflected the light, not metaphorically, not the way eyes catch lamplight and seem to glow. Her eyes reflected light the way an animal's eyes do in headlights. A flat, silver shine, depthless, like coins pressed into clay. Hammond's hand found the doorframe. He held it and did not let himself step back. Nora's head completed its rotation until she faced forward again. She resumed staring at the wall. She did not blink. Hammond counted his own heartbeats until they steadied, then crossed the room and stood 5 feet to her left, giving her space, not crowding. Up close, he could see her chest rising and falling, slow, rhythmic, the breathing of deep sleep. But her eyes were open. He spoke her name quietly, identified himself, asked if she could hear him. She did not respond. Hammond waited, then tried again, asking the question more simply. Her lips parted. For a moment, Hammond thought she would speak. Instead, she exhaled, a long, slow breath that misted faintly in the cold air of the drawing room. Then nothing. Hammond stood with her in the silence and understood that Duncan's fear was not madness. There was something wrong here that his training had not prepared him to name. Hammond spent the rest of the morning in the drawing room. He did not attempt conversation again. Nora had made it clear, in her silence, that language was not a door she would open. Instead, he observed. He took notes. Pulse rate estimated at 42 beats per minute from the visible carotid artery. Respiratory rate 8 breaths per minute, both well below normal resting values, but not incompatible with life. Her posture did not change for 3 hours. At one point, a log shifted in the fireplace with a crack like a gunshot, and Nora did not flinch. Hammond tested her peripheral vision by moving slowly into her visual field from the right. No tracking, no acknowledgement. He moved a chair, deliberately scraping it against the floor. Nothing. He opened his medical bag and removed the reflex hammer, setting it on the side table with a distinct metallic tap. Nora continued staring at the wall. He sat back in his chair and muttered to himself, a habit from his teaching days at Edinburgh. Thinking aloud helped him organize observations. Catatonic presentation with preserved autonomic function, he said quietly. More to his notebook than to the room. Selective response suppression. Nora's head turned slightly. Not toward him. Just a few degrees, as though adjusting to hear better. Hammond stopped mid-sentence. Watched her. She remained facing the wall, but something about her posture had changed, an alertness that had not been there before. He waited 30 seconds, then returned to his notes in silence. At 12:30, Duncan appeared in the doorway with a tray. Soup, bread, tea. He set it on the table near Hammond and left without speaking. Hammond ate absently, watching Nora. She did not turn toward the smell of food. By 2 o'clock, Hammond's back ached from sitting in the chair Duncan had provided. He stood, stretched, and crossed to the window. Outside, snow had begun falling again. Not the heavy, wet snow of the lowlands, but fine, granular crystals that hissed against the glass. The forest was a gray smudge in the middle distance. Somewhere in that direction, Nora had wandered for 3 weeks, and the wilderness had not killed her. That fact alone was wrong. October in the Grampians, freezing nights, no game this high up, water sources scarce. A woman with no survival training should have died in 72 hours. Hammond turned back to Nora. She had moved. Not far. Perhaps 2 feet to the left, still facing the wall. But her position had changed, and Hammond had not seen or heard the movement. He had been looking out the window for perhaps 90 seconds. In that time, she had relocated in absolute silence. His mouth went dry. He crossed the room slowly, watching her for any sign of reaction. When he was 3 feet away, he stopped and spoke her name. No response. He circled her carefully, observing. Her feet were bare. He had not noticed that before. The soles were heavily calloused, discolored, the nails cracked and yellowed. Frostbite damage, certainly. But she stood without apparent discomfort on the cold floor. Hammond knelt and touched the floor near her feet. The stone was cold enough to hurt his palm. He looked up at her face. Her expression had not changed. Slack, empty. The eyes open but focused on nothing. He stood, made a note in his book, and decided to test a hypothesis. He left the drawing room and walked to the far end of the corridor, waited 30 seconds. Then he stepped into a doorway alcove, out of sight of the drawing room entrance, and remained motionless. 5 minutes passed. Then he heard it. A faint sound like fabric brushing against stone. He waited. The sound came again, closer. Then silence. Hammond counted to 10 and stepped out of the alcove. Nora stood 15 feet away in the corridor, facing his direction. Her eyes reflected the lamplight, that same flat silver shine, depthless and wrong. She had followed him, silently, tracking him through the house with an unerring certainty that suggested she knew exactly where he was at all times. Hammond did not move. Neither did Nora. They stood in the corridor in a silence that stretched until Hammond's own pulse was audible in his ears. Then Nora's head tilted slowly, perhaps 15 degrees to the right. A movement that mimicked curiosity, but contained no curiosity. She was looking at him the way a specimen is examined under glass. Hammond forced himself to breathe normally and spoke in the same quiet tone he had used before, saying he was going back to the drawing room now, that she should come with him if she wished. Nora's head returned to vertical. Hammond turned and walked back down the corridor, not looking behind him. He heard nothing. When he reached the drawing room and turned, Nora was standing in the doorway watching him. Then she walked past him to her corner and resumed her position, facing the wall as though nothing had happened. Hammond sat down and wrote 3 words in his notebook. Tracking. Silent ambulation. Purpose unknown. The daylight began to fail at 4. Duncan had not reappeared. Hammond considered finding him, asking about lighting the lamps, but decided to wait. He wanted to observe Nora's behavior as the room darkened. By 4:30, the drawing room was filled with gray twilight. Nora remained in her corner, a darker shadow against the wall. Hammond could still see her outline, the faint movement of her breathing. By 5, full dark had settled. The fire had burned down to coals. Hammond could see almost nothing. Then Nora's eyes opened. He had not realized they had been closed. But now they were open, and they shone in the darkness, like polished coins catching the last ember light from the hearth. 2 points of silver, unblinking, reflecting a light source that should not have been sufficient to create that effect. Hammond's hands gripped the arms of his chair. The eyes moved, not her head, just the eyes, tracking left and right, scanning the room. Then they fixed on Hammond. He could not see her face, could not see her body. Only the eyes, luminous and flat, staring at him across 12 feet of darkness. Hammond did not reach for matches, did not call out. He sat perfectly still and met that inhuman gaze. Every rational part of his mind told him to move, to light the lamps, to call for Duncan. His body refused. The eyes blinked once, slowly. Then Nora turned and walked out of the room. Hammond heard her footsteps recede into the house. Slow, deliberate, confident in the total darkness. He sat alone in the drawing room. His hands found the chair arms and held on. Hammond found Duncan in the study at 6:30, sitting in a leather chair that faced the fire. The man did not turn when Hammond entered. A decanter of whiskey sat on the table beside him, a glass half full in his hand. The room smelled of peat smoke and old books. Hammond closed the door and crossed to the second chair. Duncan still did not look at him. Hammond summarized what he had observed: the catatonic rigidity, the absence of verbal response, the eye shine, the tracking behavior. He kept his voice clinical, factual, draining the observations of the dread they had created in him. Duncan listened without interruption. When Hammond finished, Duncan took a long drink and asked what it meant. Hammond said he was building a working hypothesis. Severe psychological trauma could produce catatonic states. The tracking behavior suggested some cognitive function remained intact despite the lack of verbal communication. The eye shine was more difficult to explain through conventional neurology, but he had seen similar phenomena in patients with certain degenerative conditions affecting the retina. Duncan turned to look at him for the first time. His face was gaunt in the firelight. He asked if Hammond believed Nora was still human. Hammond met his gaze and said yes, that everything he had observed so far was consistent with profound trauma, not supernatural replacement. The wilderness survival was extraordinary, certainly, but not impossible. The human body, under extreme duress, was capable of adaptations that seemed inhuman. Duncan returned his attention to the fire. He said Hammond had not seen her at night, had not seen what she did in the hours between midnight and dawn. Hammond asked what happened at night. Duncan was quiet for a long time. Then he described how Nora would stand in their bedroom doorway for hours, motionless, watching him. How she made sounds, not words, but vocalizations that mimicked the rhythm of speech without forming language. How once, when he had tried to approach her with a blanket because she was barefoot, and he thought she must be cold, she had moved with a speed that should not have been possible, crossing 6 feet in less than a second. And when she stopped, she was standing so close he could feel her breath on his face. She had not touched him, had only stood there staring until he backed away. Hammond made notes and asked about appetite, about elimination, about any self-injurious behavior. Duncan answered flatly. She ate when he prepared food and brought it to her, but only certain things: raw vegetables, bread, water. She refused cooked meat. She used the lavatory, but only when he was not in the house. He had never seen her sleep. They spoke for another 20 minutes, Hammond extracting the clinical details he needed to refine his assessment. When he had enough, he told Duncan he would continue observation tomorrow. He needed to see Nora's pain response, test her reflexes directly, attempt a more thorough neurological examination. Duncan said he could try, but that Nora would not cooperate. She had not let anyone touch her since she returned. Hammond thanked him and rose to leave. Duncan remained in his chair, staring at the fire, the whiskey glass empty now in his hand. Hammond climbed the stairs to his room, closed the door, and stood at the window. The snow had stopped. The forest was a black mass against the slightly less black sky. No lights anywhere except the estate. No sound but the wind working at the eaves. He turned from the window and opened his notebook, reviewing the observations. The clinical picture was taking shape. severe catatonia, selective mutism, possible retinal damage, hyperacusis, or selective auditory processing disorder, temperature insensitivity consistent with peripheral neuropathy, all explainable, all within the boundaries of known pathology. But the tracking, the way she had appeared in the corridor, the eyes in the darkness. Hammond closed the notebook and rubbed his face. He was tired. 2 days of travel, the altitude, the cold. Fatigue bred misperception. Tomorrow he would conduct a proper examination, and the strangeness would resolve into diagnosis. He slept poorly. The wind kept him half awake, and twice he thought he heard footsteps in the corridor outside his room. But when he rose and opened the door, the hall was empty. Morning came gray and cold. Hammond dressed, went downstairs, and found Duncan in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Duncan gestured toward the stove where a kettle was heating. Hammond poured tea and asked where Nora was. Duncan said she would be in the drawing room, where she always was. Hammond carried his tea down the corridor. The drawing room door stood open. Nora was not at her usual position by the wall. She stood instead near the fireplace, one hand extended toward the iron grate. Hammond entered and spoke her name. She did not turn. He crossed the room slowly. As he approached, he saw that her hand was not near the grate. It was on the grate, palm flat against the iron bars that glowed dull red from the fire burning behind them. Hammond's teacup hit the floor. He moved without thinking, crossing the last 6 feet in 2 strides and pulling her hand away from the metal. Her skin came away from the iron with a sound like tearing fabric. The palm was burned black, the flesh charred in the exact pattern of the grate bars. The smell of cooked meat filled the room. Nora turned her head and looked at him. Her face showed no pain, no distress, no reaction at all. Hammond stared at the ruined hand he was holding. The tissue damage was 3rd degree at minimum, the kind of burn that should be producing screaming agony. Nora's pulse, visible at her wrist beneath his fingers, remained slow and steady. She pulled her hand from his grip with gentle insistence and let it hang at her side. The burned flesh wept clear fluid. She turned back toward the wall and walked to her corner, leaving small drops of blood and plasma on the floor behind her. Hammond stood by the fireplace, his own hands shaking, and understood that something was profoundly wrong in a way his medical training had not prepared him to address. The frostbite hypothesis crystallized. If her peripheral nervous system had been catastrophically damaged during her weeks in the wilderness, nerve death from sustained cold, from tissue necrosis, from prolonged exposure, she might have lost all sensation in her extremities. The eye shine could be retinal damage from snow blindness or freezing. The rigidity could be neurological injury compounded by psychological collapse. It fit. All of it fit. But it did not explain the tracking. The intelligence behind the blank face. The sense, growing stronger each hour he spent in this house, that something was watching him through Nora's eyes. Hammond left the drawing room and went to find Duncan. Duncan found Hammond in the entry hall, standing over Nora's hand with a medical kit open on the floor. The burn needed debridement, antibiotics, sterile dressing. Hammond had brought her here because the light was better and because he needed Duncan to hold her still. But Nora was already still. She stood with her arm extended, palm up, while Hammond cleaned the charred tissue. She did not flinch, did not pull away. Her breathing never changed. Duncan watched from the doorway, his face the color of ash. Hammond worked in deliberate silence, removing the dead tissue, applying silver sulfatazine, wrapping the hand in gauze. The burn was severe enough that she would lose function in at least 2 fingers if it were not properly treated. He explained this to Duncan, described the risk of infection, the need for daily dressing changes. Duncan nodded but did not speak. When Hammond finished, Nora lowered her arm and walked back toward the drawing room without a word. Duncan and Hammond stood in the entry hall among the medical supplies and the smell of antiseptic. Hammond told him the working theory: catastrophic peripheral neuropathy from sustained frostbite exposure during the weeks in the wilderness. Nerve death in the extremities, possibly extending into the limbs, combined with severe psychological trauma and what appeared to be a dissociative state. The eye shine was likely retinal damage from snow blindness or freezing of the corneal surface. The rigidity was catatonia. The tracking behavior was harder to explain, but patients with severe dissociation sometimes exhibited hypervigilance and altered perception of their environment. Duncan listened, and when Hammond finished, he asked a single question. Could nerve death explain the speed? Hammond did not understand. Duncan repeated what he had said the night before, that Nora could move faster than should be possible, that when she chose to move rather than stand rigid, she crossed distances in fractions of a second. Hammond had not witnessed this. He asked Duncan to describe it in detail. Duncan did. And as he spoke, his voice grew tighter, the careful steadiness beginning to crack. He described how 3 nights ago Nora had been standing in the corridor outside their bedroom, and he had tried to walk past her to go downstairs, and she had been in front of him before he registered movement blocking his path. How last week he had been in the kitchen preparing her food, and she had been in the drawing room, and he had turned to find her standing directly behind him, though he had heard nothing. Hammond suggested that Duncan was exhausted, that perception under stress was unreliable. Duncan's jaw clenched. He said he knew what he had seen. They argued quietly for several minutes, Hammond maintaining that the observations had rational explanations, Duncan insisting that Hammond had not spent enough time with Nora to understand what she had become. Finally, Duncan turned and walked away, his shoulders rigid with something that might have been anger or despair or both. Hammond gathered the medical supplies and returned to the drawing room. Nora stood in her corner, the bandaged hand hanging at her side. Hammond pulled a chair near her, not too close, respecting the boundaries she seemed to require, and sat. He needed to attempt verbal engagement. The mutism could not be absolute. Even profoundly traumatized patients sometimes responded to careful, patient prompting. He began speaking to her in a low, steady voice. He told her his name again, explained why he was here, said that he understood she had been through something terrible, that it was all right if she could not talk about it yet, but that he was here to help if she would let him. Nora did not turn. Hammond continued. He asked simple questions. Could she hear him? Did she remember coming home? Did she know where she was now? Nothing. He shifted approach. He described the house, the weather, the date, grounding information, things to anchor her if she was experiencing dissociative fugue. Nora's head tilted, perhaps 2 degrees. Hammond stopped, waited, spoke again, repeating the date. Nora's lips moved. Hammond leaned forward, careful not to crowd her, and asked her to repeat what she had said. Her mouth opened. The sound that emerged was not her voice. It was not Duncan's voice either. It was Hammond's voice, his exact Edinburgh accent, his teaching voice cadence, speaking the words he had muttered to himself the night before while he thought he was alone. Catatonic presentation with preserved autonomic function. The words were flat, effectless, delivered in perfect mimicry of his own speech patterns. They came from Nora's mouth. Hammond watched her lips form the sounds and felt something cold settle into his chest. He had been alone in his bedroom last night when he reviewed his notes. The door had been closed. He had been on the 2nd floor. She could not have heard him, but she had. Nora turned her head and looked at him. Her face was blank. She opened her mouth again. The 14th of December, 1985. Duncan's voice this time. Then her mouth opened again. "Come down when you're ready. I'll be in the study." Still Duncan's voice. Duncan's exact phrasing from yesterday. "She won't speak," she said, still in Duncan's voice. "She hasn't spoken a full sentence since she came back." Hammond stood. His chair scraped against the floor. Nora tracked him with her eyes, that silver shine catching the window light. Then her mouth opened once more, and his own voice came out. The private words he had spoken to himself in the corridor before breakfast. "Everything has a rational explanation." Hammond backed toward the door. She had been listening to everything, in every room, through walls, through floors, through closed doors. His throat closed. He turned and left the room. He found Duncan in the study, poured himself 3 fingers of whiskey without asking, and drank half of it before he could speak. Then he told Duncan what had happened. Duncan closed his eyes. He said he knew that Nora did this, that she had been doing it for weeks, repeating things Duncan had said, sometimes hours later, sometimes days later, always in his voice, never in her own. Hammond set the glass down and pressed his palms against his eyes. Echolalia. Delayed echolalia was a documented phenomenon in certain psychiatric conditions, in autism spectrum presentations, in some forms of brain injury. But voice mimicry of this precision, capturing not just words but accent, timbre, pitch, the micro variations that made a voice recognizable. That was not standard echolalia. That was something else. Unless the damage was not just psychological, unless there was neurological injury to the language centers, to Broca's area or Wernicke's area, creating some form of aphasia where she could only reproduce speech she had heard rather than generate her own. It was possible. It fit the pattern of catastrophic trauma. But it did not explain why Duncan's voice coming from Nora's mouth made Hammond's skin crawl in a way no medical phenomenon should. He looked at Duncan and saw his own dread reflected there. Something was wrong with Nora, something profound and terrible. And Hammond's training was beginning to feel less like a tool for understanding and more like a set of excuses he was constructing to avoid admitting that he did not understand at all. Hammond spent the next 36 hours assembling his diagnosis. He examined Nora as thoroughly as she would permit, which was more than he expected and less than he needed. She allowed him to test her reflexes. All absent below the knee, diminished in the upper extremities. He checked pupillary response with his pen light. The pupils contracted, but slowly, asymmetrically. He palpated the lymph nodes in her neck and found them normal. Her core temperature registered at 35.2 Celsius, hypothermic but not incompatible with life. He could not perform a full cranial nerve assessment because she would not follow instructions. But he observed her tracking his movements, noted the smooth pursuit of her eyes when he walked across the room, the way her head turned to follow sound she should not have been able to hear from 2 rooms away. The clinical picture assembled itself, and Hammond clung to each term with the deliberate precision of a man building a wall between himself and something he did not want to see. Severe hypothermia exposure causing peripheral neuropathy, and probable frostbite injury to the extremities. Retinal damage from sustained snow blindness or corneal freezing, creating the tapetum lucidum-like reflection. Profound psychological trauma manifesting as catatonia, selective mutism, and dissociative hypervigilance. Neurological injury to the language centers producing echolalia with preserved phonological processing. The ability to reproduce sounds without generating original speech. It fit. Every symptom had a medical correlate. The survival itself was the only true anomaly, but even that was not impossible. Humans had survived extraordinary cold before. The body under extreme duress could enter states that mimicked death, slowing metabolism, preserving core function at the expense of peripheral tissue. Nora had survived 3 weeks in the wilderness by becoming, temporarily, something less than fully human. Her consciousness had narrowed to a point. Everything non-essential had been shed. What remained was a nervous system, running on the barest minimum of energy, responding to stimuli with animal directness, no higher cognition to interfere. She had not been replaced. She had been reduced. And what Duncan feared as inhuman was simply the stripped-down chassis of a human being with everything decorative removed. Hammond wrote this across 4 pages of careful documentation, building the case methodically, symptom by symptom, ruling out alternatives, arriving at the only conclusion supported by evidence. The Latin terminology felt like armor. The diagnostic framework felt like solid ground. But at night, lying awake in his room, he could not stop thinking about her eyes in the darkness. The way they had tracked him. The way his own voice had come from her mouth, speaking words she should never have heard. On the evening of the 2nd day, he told Duncan he was ready to deliver his assessment. They would meet in the study after dinner. Hammond would explain what was wrong with Nora, what could be done, how quickly she needed to be transferred to a facility with proper resources. Duncan agreed. His face showed no relief, only exhaustion. Hammond returned to his room and reviewed his notes one final time. The diagnosis was sound. Tragic, certainly. Nora would require years of treatment, might never fully recover speech or sensation, would carry the psychological scars for life. But she was alive. She was human. And she was not lost. He closed the notebook and allowed himself to feel the weight of professional satisfaction. He had been brought here to answer an impossible question, and he had answered it. The supernatural was simply the medical dressed in unfamiliar clothing. Outside, snow began to fall again, heavy and soundless. The morning of the consultation, Hammond woke before dawn. He had slept deeply for the first time since arriving. The satisfaction of having solved the puzzle, granting him a rest he had not expected. He dressed, gathered his notes, and descended to the kitchen. Duncan was already there, standing at the window that looked north toward the cliffs. He did not turn when Hammond entered. The posture was familiar. The careful stillness, the sense of a man holding himself together through a force of will alone. Hammond poured tea and asked if Duncan had slept. Duncan said he had not slept properly in 2 months, not since Nora returned. Hammond crossed to stand beside him at the window. The dawn light was gray and thin, revealing the landscape in stages. First the formal gardens, then the tree line, finally the cliffs themselves, black and sheer against the paling sky. Beautiful in its way. Brutal, certainly. Hammond told Duncan the consultation would provide clarity, that what he had to say would not erase the horror of what Nora had endured, but would at least give Duncan a framework for understanding it. Duncan needed to know that his wife was still his wife, that the woman in the drawing room was not a replacement, but a survivor bearing the visible scars of survival. Duncan was quiet for a long time. Then he asked Hammond if he had ever killed anyone. The question arrived without preamble, without context. Hammond set his tea down and said that no, he had not. Duncan nodded slowly. He said he had been thinking about it, about what it would take, how one would go about it if one had to, if there were no other option. Hammond's hands went cold. He asked Duncan what he meant. Duncan turned from the window and looked at him with those ruined eyes and said that if Nora were not Nora, if she were truly something wearing Nora's face, then letting her continue would be a cruelty. That mercy in such circumstances would look like violence. Hammond kept his voice level and said that Nora was human, that the consultation today would confirm this, that Duncan must not let his exhaustion and fear drive him towards something he could never undo. Duncan held his gaze for a moment longer, then turned back to the window and said nothing. Hammond left the kitchen with his tea untouched and his notes gripped too tightly in his hand. He found Nora in the drawing room, standing in a different corner than usual. Near the window now, not the wall. Her bandaged hand hung at her side. The dressing needed changing. Hammond would see to it after the consultation. He approached slowly and spoke her name. She did not turn. He told her that he would be speaking with Duncan soon, that he wanted to help her, that she was safe here, even if it did not feel safe. Nora's head tilted. It was the same motion he had seen before. The 2-degree curiosity that contained no curiosity. But this time her eyes shifted to look at him without her head completing the turn. Just the eyes tracking sideways in their sockets, the silver shine catching the weak daylight. Hammond felt his breath catch. The movement was wrong, not medically impossible. Eyes could move independently of the head, but wrong in its exactness, its deliberateness, its complete absence of the micro-movements that accompanied normal ocular tracking. She was watching him the way something watches prey from cover. He stepped back. Nora's eyes followed. Her head remained tilted at its unnatural angle. Hammond excused himself, his voice steadier than he felt, and left the drawing room. He stood in the corridor and pressed his palm against the wall, feeling the cold stone through his skin. Duncan's question echoed, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Not a hypothetical, not idle speculation. A question weighted with intention, with the shape of a decision still being formed. Hammond had dismissed it as exhaustion, as the derangement of fear. But standing here now, with Nora's eyes still imprinted on his mind, that predatory sideways tracking, that inhuman stillness, he wondered if Duncan's fear was not exhaustion at all. Perhaps Duncan had seen something Hammond had not yet let himself see. Perhaps the man was not mad. Perhaps he was simply honest. Hammond pushed away from the wall and walked to the study. He sat at Duncan's desk and reviewed his notes one final time. Everything was in order. Everything was explained. And yet his hands were shaking. By mid-afternoon, Hammond had the consultation as organized as it would ever be. Duncan appeared at the study door just after 2 o'clock. He had built the fire high, and the room was warm enough that Hammond removed his jacket and draped it over the chair back. He spread his notes on the desk between them and began. He told Duncan that Nora was suffering from a constellation of injuries, all consistent with prolonged exposure to extreme cold and the psychological trauma of wilderness survival. He walked Duncan through each symptom point by point, building the case piece by piece the way he would present to a medical board. The eye shine first. Duncan leaned forward when Hammond raised it, his hands flat on the desk. Hammond explained that the human eye did not naturally reflect light the way animal eyes did. Animals possessed a structure called the tapetum lucidum, a reflective layer behind the retina that enhanced night vision. Humans lacked this, but under certain conditions, damaged eyes could create a similar effect. He described how severe cold could cause the vitreous fluid in the eye to partially freeze, creating microscopic ice crystals that remained even after thawing. These crystals acted as reflective surfaces, scattering light back toward its source. Combined with retinal detachment, a tearing of the retina from the back of the eye, common in trauma and extreme temperature exposure, the light reflection became amplified. What Duncan saw as inhuman eye shine was actually tissue damage made visible. Duncan asked if Hammond had seen this before. Hammond admitted he had not personally observed this specific combination, but that the literature documented cold-induced ocular trauma extensively. Arctic explorers, high-altitude mountaineers, survivors of hypothermic exposure, all showed variants of this pathology. Nora's case was severe, certainly, but not unprecedented. Duncan's jaw tightened. but he nodded for Hammond to continue. Hammond moved to the pain insensitivity. He explained peripheral neuropathy, the death of nerve endings due to frostbite. Nora's extremities had been exposed to sustained freezing temperatures for weeks. The tissue had frozen, thawed, refrozen, each cycle destroying more nerve fibers. By the time she returned, the damage was extensive. Her hands and feet contained dead nerves that could no longer transmit pain signals to her brain. The burn on the stove had not hurt her because she could not feel it, not because she was inhuman, but because the wilderness had destroyed her capacity for sensation in her extremities. Duncan absorbed this. He asked about her feet, how she could walk on frozen stone without discomfort, how her footsteps made no sound. Hammond said the callousing was protective adaptation. The feet had toughened during her wilderness survival, building layers of dead tissue that insulated the remaining nerves. The soundless movement was simply a matter of weight distribution and gait alteration, unconscious compensations for damaged sensation. People with severe neuropathy often walked differently, more carefully, placing their feet with a deliberation that minimized impact. Duncan looked at Hammond with those exhausted eyes and said it did not sound like Nora. It sounded like something that had learned to walk in Nora's body. Hammond held his gaze and said that was trauma speaking, not observation. That Duncan was seeing strangeness where there was only injury. That the human mind under extreme stress reshaped itself in ways that felt alien even to those who loved the person most. Nora had not been replaced. She had been changed. There was a difference. Duncan sat back in his chair. The fire cracked in the hearth to Hammond's left, a log shifting. Duncan asked about the voice. The way she spoke in his voice, repeated his words days later with perfect accuracy. Hammond had anticipated this question. He explained echolalia, the automatic repetition of speech. It appeared in autism spectrum conditions, in certain brain injuries, in profound psychological trauma. Normally, echolalia was immediate, parroting words back in the moment. But delayed echolalia was documented, especially in cases involving damage to the brain's language centers. He described Broca's area and Wernicke's area, the regions that produced and comprehended speech. Damage to these areas from hypothermia, from oxygen deprivation, from the neurological stress of near-death survival, could create a condition where the patient could no longer generate original language. But the neural pathways for phonological memory, the ability to store and reproduce sounds, might remain intact. Nora was not speaking. She was playing back recordings her brain had stored, reproducing Duncan's voice because those were the sounds most frequently present in her environment since her return. The accuracy of the mimicry was unusual, certainly, but not impossible. The auditory cortex could encode remarkable detail. Duncan listened to all of this without interruption. When Hammond finished, Duncan poured himself whiskey from the decanter and drank half of it. Then he set the glass down and said he understood what Hammond was telling him, that there were medical explanations for everything, that his wife was still his wife. But he also said that Hammond had not lived with Nora for 2 months, had not watched her stand motionless in doorways for hours, had not heard the sounds she made at night, sounds that mimicked speech but formed no words, only the rhythm and cadence of language, spoken in voices she should not have been able to reproduce. Voices of people Duncan had spoken to on the telephone, voices she had never heard directly. Hammond started to respond, but Duncan raised a hand. He said he would listen to the rest of Hammond's diagnosis. He would consider what Hammond recommended. But he wanted Hammond to understand that there were things Nora did that Hammond had not witnessed, behaviors that did not fit the medical framework Hammond was constructing. Hammond said that was why Nora needed institutional care, comprehensive neurological assessment, psychiatric evaluation. That this house was not equipped to provide the treatment she required. That every day she remained here without proper care was a day of potential deterioration. Duncan nodded slowly. He asked Hammond to continue, to explain the rest. Hammond turned to the next page of his notes and began describing the catatonia, the dissociative hypervigilance, the survival mechanisms that had allowed Nora to endure what should have killed her. Outside, the afternoon light was already failing. The firelight cast Hammond's shadow long against the study wall behind him, sharp and clear against the dark paneling. Hammond glanced at it, a habitual check of the room's geometry while speaking, and his voice failed mid-sentence. His own shadow stretched behind him, crisp-edged. Duncan sat 3 feet from the fire, firelight falling directly across his chair and the desk, and Duncan cast no shadow at all. Hammond's pen stopped moving. For perhaps 3 seconds, his mind refused to process what his eyes were showing him. Then the recognition arrived, not as thought, not as analysis, but as immediate and undeniable as frostbite. Duncan leaned forward slightly, asked if something was wrong. Hammond's hand was shaking. He forced it still and told Duncan no, that he had simply lost his place in his notes. He looked down at the page. His handwriting was illegible from the tremor. He did not understand what Duncan was. He did not understand how or why or what it wanted. But he understood 3 things with absolute certainty. The thing across from him was not human. Nora was, and he had perhaps minutes before the thing realized he knew. Hammond kept his eyes on his notes and forced his voice steady. He turned to a fresh page and told Duncan he needed to complete one final assessment. Duncan leaned back and waited. Hammond's hand moved across the page. To Duncan, it would look like he was writing clinical observations, but the words forming under his pen were not a diagnosis. Duncan, no shadow, not human. Nora is. He kept writing, adding detail to make the motion look natural, but the only words that mattered were those first 10. His hand was shaking. He pressed harder to steady the letters. Duncan asked if Hammond was ready to continue. Hammond said yes, that he had one final question for Duncan before delivering his conclusion. He asked Duncan to describe the moment Nora returned from the wilderness, what she looked like, what she said. Duncan described it in careful detail. Her appearance at the shepherd's door at dawn, her silence, her refusal to speak even when asked where she had been. Hammond listened and understood what he was hearing. The creature reciting facts it had learned, not memories it possessed. This thing had not been there when Nora returned. It was working from second-hand information. The real Duncan was gone, had been gone for months. Hammond told Duncan he was ready to deliver his assessment. He closed his notebook. The scrawled warning hidden among pages of legitimate observations, and met Duncan's eyes. He said that Nora exhibited profound trauma response consistent with wilderness survival, that every symptom was explicable through known medical frameworks, that she was human. Catastrophically damaged, but human. Duncan sat very still, asked what Hammond recommended. Hammond told him immediate transfer to a neurological facility in Edinburgh, that Nora needed institutional care Duncan could not provide here, that the isolation was making her condition worse. Duncan absorbed this. Then he asked the question directly. She was not a threat? Hammond said no, that Nora was a victim of trauma, nothing more. That Duncan could stop being afraid of her. Something shifted in Duncan's face. Not relief, but a kind of settling. A decision reached. He stood and said he would go see her now that he understood what she was. Hammond stood too. Said he should come along, that he wanted to explain the transfer arrangements to Nora, prepare her for what came next. They walked down the corridor together. Duncan opened the drawing room door. Nora stood in her corner facing the wall. She did not turn. Duncan stepped into the room. Hammond remained in the doorway, his notebook gripped in one hand. Duncan crossed toward Nora slowly, said her name. Nora's head tilted. She turned to face him. Duncan stopped 3 feet from her. He said he understood now, that she was still Nora, that he had been wrong to be afraid. Hammond's hand tightened on the notebook. Duncan reached toward Nora's face. Hammond moved, crossed the room in 3 strides and shoved the notebook into Nora's hands, told her in a voice raw with urgency to read the top page, to look at Duncan's feet, to run. Nora's eyes dropped to the notebook. Her lips moved, sounding out the words. Duncan turned toward Hammond. His face was changing, not all at once, but in small wrongnesses accumulating. The jaw too loose, the eyes reflecting light they should not reflect. Hammond grabbed the oil lamp from the side table and hurled it at the fireplace. The glass shattered. Oil sprayed across the hearth and ignited in a wall of flame that roared up the chimney and spilled across the floor. Duncan stumbled back. The fire was between them now. Hammond turned to Nora and screamed one word, "Run!" She ran. Nora did not look at Duncan, did not look at the fire. She clutched the notebook to her chest and ran through the doorway into the corridor toward the front of the house. Hammond heard her footsteps recede, heard a door crash open, heard silence. Duncan moved through the flames, not around them, through them. The fire caught on his clothing, his hair, but he did not react, did not flinch. He walked through the burning oil with the same deliberate care he had shown when greeting Hammond at the helicopter, and when he emerged on Hammond's side of the fire, his face was no longer Duncan's face. It was something that had worn Duncan's face for so long it had forgotten how to maintain the illusion when no longer necessary. Hammond backed toward the door. The thing followed. Hammond's hand found the iron poker where Duncan had set it down. He swung with everything he had. The creature caught his wrist mid-strike. The grip was absolute. Hammond tried to pull away. The fingers did not move, did not bruise his skin, did not leave marks, just held him with the same gentle, terrible deliberation a naturalist uses to pin an insect. The creature's other hand came up and took the poker from Hammond's grip. It set the weapon aside carefully, almost tenderly, as though Hammond were a child who had tried to harm himself and needed to be protected from his own poor judgment. Then its hand closed around Hammond's throat. The pressure was immediate and exact, not choking, not crushing, just collapsing the trachea with anatomical knowledge that suggested the creature understood human anatomy better than Hammond did. Hammond could not breathe, could not speak. His vision began to gray at the edges. The thing leaned close. Its breath on his face was cold and dry and smelled of absolutely nothing. Not decay, not wrongness, just absence. It spoke in Hammond's own voice, but wrong at first. The pitch catching on the first syllable, adjusting mid-word like a radio finding its frequency. The human mind under extreme stress reshapes itself. The voice smoothed out, locked into perfect Edinburgh accent, perfect cadence, but underneath Hammond could hear his own breathing pattern being mimicked without any air behind it. A recording played through a throat that did not need to breathe, reshapes itself in ways that feel alien, even to those who love the person most. Hammond's own words, his own diagnosis, played back with mechanical precision, while the thing watched his face with the careful attention of something learning exactly what expression a dying human made. The pressure increased. Hammond's last thought was not of the diagnosis, not of his notebook, not of whether Nora would survive. His last thought was simpler. He had been right about Nora. Every symptom, every mechanism. The medical model had held. That would have to be enough. The gray became black. Nora ran. The snow was deep, and the night was black, and her feet were bare and destroyed from frostbite. She could not feel the cold, could not feel the stones cutting her soles. But she could feel her legs shaking with exhaustion, her lungs burning, her body failing in ways the nerve damage could not hide. She ran with the same desperate silence that had kept her alive for 3 weeks. Behind her, somewhere in the darkness, the house burned. She did not know if the fire had spread, did not know if the creature was still inside, did not look back. The notebook was clutched against her chest, pressed between her bandaged hand and her coat. She did not stop to read it, could not risk the time, could not risk the light. The tree line appeared ahead. She reached it and plunged into the forest. The wilderness swallowed her immediately. No moon, no stars. Just branches catching at her hair and roots trying to trip her, and the cold working its way through her ruined feet into her bones. She knew this place, had survived here for 3 weeks, knew which direction led south toward the shepherd's house 15 miles away, knew that the shepherd had a telephone, that people would come if she could reach him, if she could reach him. Nora's lungs burned. Her legs were shaking. The panic that had driven her from the house was fading, leaving exhaustion in its wake. She stopped beneath a stand of pines, listening. The forest was silent. No wind, no movement. Just the faint creak of branches settling under snow. And then, very faint, very distant, movement. Not footsteps. Something else. Snow sliding from branches overhead. Pine needles shifting. The sound of the forest reacting to something passing through it. But no impact, no weight, no crunch of boots on frozen ground beneath the disturbance. The thing made no sound of its own. Only the trees marked its passage. It was already ahead of her, already between her and the shepherd's house. Nora pressed herself against the trunk of the nearest pine and forced her breathing to slow, forced her body to stillness. The sound stopped, as though the thing had reached its position and was now waiting. When the sound stopped, Nora changed direction, moved north instead toward the cliffs, toward the sheer basalt face that rose black and impassable behind the estate, toward terrain too steep for easy pursuit, toward nowhere. She moved through the darkness for another hour, not running now, but walking with careful silence, listening for any sign of pursuit. Her legs were shaking. Her vision was starting to gray at the edges. When she could not take another step, she collapsed in a hollow beneath a fallen log, her breath misting white in the darkness, her whole body shaking. She needed to know what the doctor had written, needed to understand what he had died to give her. But the forest was utterly black. No moon, no stars visible through the canopy. She could not see her own hands in front of her face. Nora pressed the notebook against her chest and waited, forced herself to breathe slowly, to listen, to stay alive until dawn, when the first gray light began filtering through the trees, perhaps an hour before true sunrise. She opened the notebook with shaking hands. Most of the pages were medical observations, symptoms, measurements, words she did not fully understand. But on one page, the page where ice had torn through the middle of a printed word, splitting catatonia cleanly in half, 10 words were written in handwriting shakier than the rest, scrawled directly across the ruined diagnosis. Duncan, no shadow, not human. Nora is. Nora read the words 3 times in the growing dawn light. The doctor had known, had seen what Duncan was, had understood that everything wrong with her was human wrongness, and everything wrong with Duncan was something else. He had given her this, not a map, not a plan, not safety, just confirmation that she was not insane. That the thing in her house wearing her husband's face was real, and he had died giving it to her. Nora pressed the notebook against her chest and closed her eyes. She did not know if she would survive the day, did not know if the creature was still hunting her, or if it had given up and returned to the house to wait for easier prey, did not know if the shepherd would believe her when she arrived at his door, barefoot and bleeding, carrying a dead man's notebook with a single impossible sentence scrawled across the page. All she knew was that she was human, broken and traumatized, and stripped of everything but survival, but human. And the thing hunting her was not. It would have to be enough. Nora opened her eyes and looked up through the branches at the gray sky lightening above. Then she stood, tucked the notebook into her coat, and started moving east again, into the wilderness, into the cold, into whatever came next. Emma woke to find Howard's side of the bed empty and cold. She lay there for a moment in the dark, listening to the house creak around her, trying to remember if she'd heard him get up. Nothing. Just the wind pressing against the glass and that smell she'd been noticing for weeks now. Damp earth, wet concrete, something organic underneath it all. The smell had started 3 weeks after she'd moved in, faint at first, easy to dismiss as foundation moisture or the forest pressing too close to the house. But it had gotten stronger over the past month, thick enough now that Emma sometimes woke in the night gagging, convinced something had died in the walls. Howard said he didn't notice it, said it was her imagination, said the house was new and concrete always smelled like that for the first few years. But Emma had lived in new construction before, had helped her father build a house in Petoskey when she was a teenager, and concrete didn't smell like this. Concrete didn't smell like rot, like something sealed away that was now working its way back to the surface. She pulled on her robe and went downstairs, her hand trailing along the wall to keep her balance in the darkness. The living room was lit by a single lamp, and Howard was standing at the window with his forehead almost touching the glass, one hand raised to point at something in the trees she couldn't see. Emma stopped at the bottom of the stairs and watched him for a moment. He was wearing the same clothes he'd worn yesterday. Jeans, gray t-shirt, bare feet despite the cold. His posture had the rigid quality of someone who'd been standing in the same position for hours, muscles locked, body forgetting how to move. His raised hand trembled slightly, not from exhaustion, but from tension, from the effort of holding it steady while he pointed at something only he could see. It was the third night in a row she'd found him like this, and if you'd asked her, then what frightened her more? The idea that Howard was seeing something real in that dark line of pines, or the idea that he wasn't, she wouldn't have been able to answer. What she knew was that the house had begun to feel wrong in a way she couldn't name. The kind of wrong that makes you stop in doorways and listen to the silence, trying to understand what's changed. The house was Howard's design, built 2 years before Emma met him. All glass and steel and concrete, perched on a rise in the forest 40 miles north of Glen Lake, where the pines grew so dense the snow never reached the ground between them. Howard had told her once that he'd wanted a house where he could see everything coming, where nothing could approach without his knowing. She'd thought it was romantic in a paranoid sort of way, the kind of thing a man says when he's been doing security work too long and forgotten how to be still. Now she understood it differently. She crossed the room and stood beside him, close enough to smell the coffee gone cold in the mug he'd set on the windowsill. And something else underneath it, faint but persistent. A smell like damp earth after heavy rain, or concrete that had been wet and never fully dried. She'd noticed it before in this room, always near the windows, always in the evening. Howard said it was the foundation settling, that new construction sometimes held moisture for years. The glass was so clean it might not have been there at all, and beyond it the forest stretched away into darkness. The pines black against the snow and the sky above them, that particular shade of blue-gray you only see in northern Michigan in winter, when the sun sets at 4:30 and the temperature drops 20 degrees in an hour. The cold near the window was worse than it should be, worse than the heating system could account for. Emma had stopped standing here for more than a few minutes because of how quickly her fingers went numb. Howard's hand was still raised, finger extended towards the tree line. Emma followed the line of his arm and saw nothing but the same trees she'd been looking at for 3 months. The same snow, the same darkness gathering between the trunks. She waited for him to lower his hand. He didn't. She asked him what he was looking at. Howard didn't turn his head, didn't drop his hand. His breath fogged the glass in front of his face, and when he spoke, his voice had the flatness of someone who's said the same thing too many times and stopped expecting to be believed. There, at the pine. Emma looked. The pine in question. If she was reading his gesture right, was one of maybe 300 pines visible from where they stood. She saw snow. She saw bark. She saw the long shadows the trees threw across each other in the failing light. She didn't see whatever Howard was pointing at, and after 30 seconds of squinting into the dusk, she stopped trying. What worried her wasn't that Howard claimed to see something she couldn't. What worried her was the way he stood there, absolutely still, his whole body angled toward that spot in the trees the way a hunting dog freezes when it catches a scent. She'd watched him do security assessments at the consulting firm where they'd met, watched him walk perimeters and check sight lines and identify vulnerabilities with the same focused intensity. But this was different. This had the feeling of something personal. She reached out and touched his shoulder, and the contact seemed to break whatever held him. He lowered his hand and turned to look at her. And for a moment, his face had the expression of a man servicing from deep water, disoriented and gasping. Then he blinked and it was gone, replaced by something she recognized as an attempt at normalcy. He asked her if she'd seen it. Emma said she hadn't seen anything. She said maybe they should close the blinds. Howard looked back at the window and she watched his jaw tighten. The blinds were heavy blackout panels Howard had insisted on installing when they'd moved in together, the kind you see in hotels controlled by a switch near the door. Emma had thought they were ugly and excessive, but Howard had been adamant. He'd said he wanted the option of total darkness, total privacy. She'd given in because it hadn't seemed worth fighting about. Now Howard reached past her and hit the switch, and the panels descended from their housing above the window with a motorized hum that sounded too loud in the silence. The view disappeared section by section as the fabric unrolled. Trees, snow, sky, all of it erased, until the room was sealed and the only light came from the lamp on the side table and the dim glow of the kitchen behind them. Howard stood looking at the closed blinds for a long time, and Emma realized she'd been holding her breath. She asked him what he'd seen out there. Howard turned and walked past her toward the kitchen, and she heard him refilling his coffee mug from the pot on the counter. When he came back, his face had settled into something calmer, something that looked almost like the man she'd married 6 months ago, before they'd moved up here full-time, before the isolation and the snow and whatever was happening now. He told her it was Allison. The name meant nothing to Emma for a moment, and then it clicked into place. The whistleblower case. The one Howard had worked on years ago when he was still doing private security contracts. He'd mentioned it once or twice in passing, always in the same flat tone he used when talking about work he'd rather forget. A woman named Allison, who'd been about to testify against a tech company doing illegal data harvesting. Howard had been hired to keep her safe in a transition house while the prosecutors built their case. Then Allison had disappeared 3 days before the hearing, and the whole thing had fallen apart. The official story was that she'd taken a payout and fled the country. Howard had said it was probably true. He'd said people like that, people who turned on their employers. They didn't have principles, they had prices. Emma asked him what he meant, that he'd seen Allison. Howard set his mug down on the coffee table and sat on the couch, his elbows on his knees, his hands laced together. He looked at them instead of at her when he spoke. He said he'd been seeing her for 3 nights now, out in the trees, standing in the same spot. He said she was watching the house. He said tonight she was closer than she'd been before. Emma sat down beside him and asked the question she already knew would sound wrong. She asked him if he was sure it was her. Howard looked at her then, and she saw something in his face she didn't have a name for. He said he was sure. He said he knew what Allison looked like, that he'd spent 2 months in a safe house with her, that you don't forget a face like that. He said she was wearing the same clothes she'd been wearing the last time he saw her. Jeans, a gray sweater, no coat. He said her face was blue with cold. Emma felt the air go out of her lungs. She asked him if he'd called anyone, if he'd reported it. Howard shook his head. He said there was nothing to report. He said the official record was clear. Allison had left the country, probably Mexico or Costa Rica, somewhere without extradition. He said if he called the police and told them he was seeing a dead woman in his backyard, the only thing that would accomplish was a psychiatric evaluation he didn't need. Emma started to say something and stopped. What she wanted to say was that maybe a psychiatric evaluation was exactly what he needed. But she knew Howard well enough to know that suggesting he wasn't thinking clearly would only make him dig in harder. Instead, she asked him what he thought Allison wanted. Howard's hands tightened against each other, and Emma saw the tendons stand out on the backs of them. He said he thought Allison had been killed out there in the woods, probably by these same people who'd hired him to protect her. He said he thought she'd been murdered and left out there, and now her ghost was coming back to make someone pay for it. He said the closer she got to the house, the more certain he was that she was coming for him. As he spoke, Emma caught that smell again. Damp earth, wet concrete. It was stronger tonight than it had been before, and it seemed to come from directly beneath where they were sitting, as if something in the foundation was exhaling into the room. Emma asked why Allison would come for him if the people who hired him were the ones who'd killed her. Howard looked at her, and she saw his face close down in the way it did when he decided a conversation was over. He said he didn't know. He said ghosts didn't need reasons. He said all he knew was that she was out there and she was getting closer. And he needed Emma to trust him enough to keep the blinds down and the doors locked until he figured out what to do. Emma wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that this was insane, that he was scaring her, that they needed to pack up and drive back to the city and get him to see someone who could help. But the way he was looking at her, the way his whole body had gone tense and watchful, the way his eyes kept flicking toward the covered window as if he expected Allison to walk through it, made her swallow the words. She told him she'd keep the blinds down. She told him she trusted him. Howard's shoulders dropped half an inch, and he reached out and took her hand. His palm was cold and damp, and when he squeezed her fingers, she felt how hard he was working to hold himself together. He thanked her. He said it would be all right. He said he just needed a few days to think, to figure out what Allison wanted, and then this would all make sense. Emma nodded and squeezed back, and tried not to think about the fact that Howard had just described seeing a ghost in photographic detail, and that his explanation for why the ghost was there, that she'd been murdered by the people who hired him, didn't explain why Allison would be haunting Howard instead of them. She tried not to think about the other possibility, and the one that was already taking shape in the back of her mind, but the thought was there now, and it wouldn't leave. 3 days passed with the blinds down. Emma spent them watching Howard deteriorate, watching him pace between windows with his hands pressed to the fabric panels, watching him stand vigil over sealed glass, as if he could see through it by force of will alone. He stopped eating. He stopped sleeping more than an hour at a time. He stopped looking at Emma when she spoke to him, his attention always elsewhere, always on the windows, on whatever he thought was approaching from the trees. On the morning of the third day, Emma made breakfast, eggs, toast, coffee, and set it on the table in front of where Howard was sitting. She told him to eat. He looked at the plate like he didn't recognize what food was, like the concept of eating had become foreign to him. Then he stood and walked back to the window without touching it. Emma ate alone at the kitchen table, the untouched plate growing cold across from her. 6 months ago, she'd married a different man. He'd proposed over dinner in Ann Arbor, had said he wanted to build a life with her, had brought her to this house in the forest and said it was theirs now, a fresh start, a place where they could be happy. That man was gone. What remained was this hollow thing that paced and pointed and talked to ghosts that didn't exist. On the fourth morning, Emma found Howard at the window again, his hand on the blind control. His fingers were on the switch, not pressing it, just resting there as if he was trying to convince himself to open them. She told him not to open them. Howard said he needed to check if Allison was still there. Emma asked what he would do if she was closer. Howard said he didn't know. He said part of him wanted to confront her, but he knew that was insane. He said the rational explanation was hallucination. But then why did it feel so real? Why could he see her so clearly? Down to the frost on her eyelashes, down to the specific way her gray sweater hung off her shoulders, down to the terror in her eyes. Emma told him they should drive to Traverse City, find a doctor. Howard's eyes were red when he looked at her. He asked if she thought he was crazy. Emma asked him to describe the last time he'd seen Allison alive. Howard said it was at the transition house in Grand Rapids. He'd checked on her the day before she vanished. Standard protocol. She'd been fine, a little nervous about testifying. They'd talked 20 minutes. The next morning, she was gone. Emma asked what Allison had been wearing that day. Howard looked at her for a long moment, and Emma watched something shift in his face. He said he didn't remember. He said it had been 4 years ago. Why would he remember what she was wearing? Emma asked him how he could describe what she was wearing now out in the trees, if he couldn't remember what she'd worn the last time he'd seen her alive. The silence that followed had weight to it. Howard's hand fell away from the blind control, and he took a step back from the window. Emma watched him process what she'd just pointed out, watched him try to find an explanation that would make it make sense, and saw the moment when he couldn't. He sat down on the couch and put his head in his hands. Emma stayed where she was. She wanted to go to him, wanted to put her arms around him and tell him it would be all right. But the part of her that had been watching Howard carefully for the past 3 days, the part that had been cataloging his evasions and his certainties and the things that didn't quite line up, kept her frozen in place. She asked him if there was anything else he wanted to tell her about Allison. Howard's shoulders rose and fell. He said no. He said there wasn't anything else, that the whole thing had been routine until Allison vanished. And after that, it had just been paperwork and debriefings, and then the case collapsed and everyone moved on. Emma asked him why he'd built this house out here, 40 miles from the nearest town, in the middle of nowhere. Howard looked up at her, and Emma saw something flash across his face too quickly to name. He said he'd wanted privacy. He said after years of working in cities, doing security in buildings, where you could hear your neighbors through the walls, he'd wanted space where he could think without anyone watching. Emma said the house was made of glass. Howard stood up. He said he was going to take a shower, and when he came back down, they could talk about driving to Traverse City if that was what Emma wanted. He said she was probably right, that he should see someone, that this was getting out of hand. Then he walked past her and up the stairs, and Emma heard the bathroom door close and the water start running. She stood in the living room for a long time after that, looking at the covered window. Allison was out there somewhere in the trees, wearing a gray sweater and no coat in the Michigan winter, getting closer every night, according to Howard. The house had been built 2 years ago. The foundation was poured thick enough to withstand anything. The glass walls were designed to see everything coming. The smell came from beneath the floor. The cold radiated from the windows no matter how high the heat ran. Howard had started locking doors she didn't remember him locking before. Emma went upstairs to the spare room they'd set up as an office and closed the door. The laptop sat on the desk, screen dark. She opened it and pulled up a search, her fingers hovering over the keyboard while she tried to decide what to look for. She typed, Allison Granger Whistleblower, Grand Rapids. 3 articles came up, all from December 4 years ago. Allison Granger, data analyst, vanished from protective custody. No evidence of foul play. Case collapsed. Helix Solutions settled out of court 6 months later. Emma clicked through them quickly, looking for details. Allison had been staying at a transition house under Howard's protection. She'd disappeared between midnight and 6 a.m. Howard had been the last person to see her alive. Investigators cleared him after finding no physical evidence and confirming his alibi. She was about to close the browser when something caught her eye. The 3rd article had a photograph. Allison Granger's face, pulled from a social media profile. Dark hair, gray sweater, 20-something smile, the same gray sweater Howard had been describing. Emma closed the laptop and sat staring at the dark screen. Down the hall, the water shut off. When Howard came downstairs 20 minutes later, hair wet and smelling of soap, Emma was sitting at the kitchen table with her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had gone cold. She told him they needed to leave. She said they should pack a bag and drive to Traverse City tonight, find a hotel, get him to see someone in the morning. Howard poured himself coffee and leaned against the counter, and Emma watched him take a long drink before he answered. He set his mug down and looked at her, and Emma saw something in his eyes she couldn't name. Maybe you're right. We should leave today. Emma felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. This was what she'd been pushing for since the beginning, what she'd been begging him to do, and now that he was offering it, felt wrong. It felt like a move in a game she didn't understand, like Howard trying to get ahead of something. She asked him what changed his mind. Howard looked at her, and Emma saw something shift in his face. He said last night had shown him he couldn't keep doing this, that watching Allison get closer while Emma saw nothing was making him question his own sanity. He said if the doctor said he was hallucinating, then he'd accept it and take whatever medication they prescribed. He said he was tired of being scared. Emma asked him if Allison was still out there this morning. Howard looked toward the living room again, toward the covered windows, and Emma watched his hands tighten on the edge of the counter. He said he didn't know. He said he hadn't opened the blinds. He said he didn't want to know how much closer she'd gotten overnight. Emma stood up and walked to the sink, dumping her coffee for the 2nd morning in a row. She stood with her back to Howard and looked out the kitchen window at the forest, at the pines heavy with snow and the gray sky pressing down on everything, and tried to decide whether she believed him. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to think that Howard was offering to leave because he genuinely recognized he needed help, that the terror she'd seen in him last night was real, and that he was finally accepting he couldn't face it alone. But something about the timing felt wrong. Something about the way he was watching her felt calculated. She told Howard they would leave after lunch. She said she needed time to pack properly, to make sure they had everything they'd need for a few days away. She said he should try to eat something, get his strength up for the drive. Howard nodded and said that sounded like a good plan. He said he'd start shutting down the house systems, making sure everything was secure before they left. Emma watched him walk toward the basement stairs, watched him disappear down into the lower level where the utilities were, and wondered what else was down there beneath the concrete, beneath the pipes and the wiring and the careful architecture Howard had designed. She was upstairs packing when she heard Howard come back up from the basement, his footsteps heavier than usual, moving quickly through the living room. Emma folded a sweater into her overnight bag and listened to him walk from window to window, the motorized hum of the blind controls cycling up and down, then silence. Then his voice calling her name from downstairs, urgent enough that Emma dropped what she was holding and went to the landing. Howard was standing in the center of the living room with all the blinds open, staring out at the forest. The midday light was flat and gray, and the snow had started falling again, small, dry flakes that drifted between the trees. Emma came down the stairs and saw Howard's hands were shaking. She asked him what was wrong. Howard didn't turn around. He said he'd opened the blinds to check the window seals before they left. Standard procedure before leaving the house empty for a few days. He said he'd started in the bedroom, worked his way around to the living room, and when he'd opened these blinds, Allison had been standing at the edge of the yard. Emma looked where Howard was pointing and saw the same empty forest she'd been seeing for days. Snow, trees, the gray light making everything look washed out and distant. No figure, no movement, nothing that didn't belong. She told Howard they should close the blinds and finish packing. Howard shook his head. He said he couldn't leave now, not with Allison this close. He said she'd moved since last night, that at this rate, she'd be at the house by tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest. He said they needed to stay, needed to wait until Allison reached the glass and they could see what she wanted. Emma felt her pulse kick up. She told Howard that wasn't the plan, that they'd agreed to leave after lunch to drive to Traverse City and get him help. She said standing here watching for a ghost that probably wasn't there wasn't going to solve anything. Howard turned to look at her, and Emma saw something in his face that made her take a step backward. His eyes had the flat brightness of someone who'd gone too long without sleep, and his jaw was clenched so tight she could see the muscle jumping beneath the skin. When he spoke, his voice had a forced calmness that was worse than if he'd shouted. He said Emma didn't understand what was happening here. He said Allison wasn't just a hallucination or a stress reaction. She was real, and she was coming for him. And if they left now, they'd just be postponing whatever confrontation was coming. He said the only way forward was to stay and face it, to let Allison reach the house and demand whatever she'd come here to demand. Emma told him that was insane. She said ghosts didn't work that way, that dead people didn't walk out of the woods looking for revenge. She said Howard needed to hear himself, needed to understand that what he was describing was impossible. Howard's laugh came out sharp and wrong. He said impossible was a word people used when they couldn't accept what was right in front of them. He said Emma hadn't spent 2 months with Allison the way he had, hadn't seen how determined she was and how single-minded. He said people like Allison, didn't just disappear. They came back. And now here she was. Emma took a step toward him. She asked Howard how he knew what someone who'd frozen to death looked like. Howard's reflection in the glass went very still. He said he was guessing that it seemed obvious Allison would look frozen if her ghost was standing in the snow. He said it wasn't a hard inference to make. Emma said the only way to know what someone who'd frozen to death looked like was to have seen it before. She said the only way to describe it in such specific detail, the blue-black lips, the ice-colored skin, the snow that wouldn't melt, was to have watched someone die that way or to have seen them shortly after. Howard turned to look at her then, and Emma saw his face had gone pale. He said she didn't know what she was talking about. He said she was letting her imagination run wild, letting the isolation and the stress make her see conspiracies where there was nothing but coincidence and bad luck. Emma said she wasn't imagining anything. She said she'd looked up the case, had read the articles about Allison's disappearance, had seen that Howard had been the last person to see her alive. She said the house had been built the same year Allison vanished, that the foundation had been poured in February, just 2 months after Allison disappeared. Howard's jaw tightened. He said plenty of houses were built every year, that it was coincidence, that Emma was connecting things that had no connection. He said she was acting like a prosecutor trying to build a case out of circumstantial evidence and innuendo. Emma took another step toward him. She said she wasn't acting like anything except a woman who realized she was living in a house built on top of someone's grave. She said the ghost Howard was seeing wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from underneath them, from whatever he'd buried beneath the concrete before the foundation was poured. Howard's face went from pale to flushed, and Emma saw something flash in his eyes that might have been fury or might have been terror. He said Emma was out of her mind, that she'd let the isolation warp her thinking until she'd invented an entire fantasy based on nothing but coincidence and her own paranoia. He said if anyone needed psychiatric help, it was her, not him. Did you kill her? The question hung in the air between them. Howard stared at Emma, and Emma watched the calculations move across his face. Whether to deny, whether to deflect, whether to admit. She saw the moment when he decided, saw his shoulders square and his expression harden into something defensive and righteous. Howard said the ghost standing outside their house proved he hadn't killed anyone. He said if he'd murdered Allison, her body would be buried and her ghost wouldn't be walking around in the woods. He said the fact that Emma couldn't see Allison didn't mean Allison wasn't real. It just meant Emma wasn't being haunted. He said Allison's ghost was here because she'd been killed by the people from Helix Solutions after she'd fled. And she'd come back to the last place she'd felt safe, to the man who'd tried to protect her. Emma asked him why Allison would come back to him if she'd felt safe with him. Howard said he didn't know, that he'd been trying to figure that out for days, that ghost logic wasn't the same as living logic. He said maybe Allison was confused. Maybe dying had scrambled her memory. Maybe she blamed him for not keeping her safe. He said there were a dozen possible explanations, none of which involved him being a murderer. Emma backed toward the stairs, her hand finding the banister. I'm leaving in an hour, with you or without you. She said he could stay here and watch for ghosts, if that was what he wanted. But she wasn't going to sit in this house while he lied to her face about a woman buried under the foundation. Howard moved faster than Emma expected. He crossed the room and put himself between her and the stairs, his hand coming up in a gesture that wasn't quite threatening, but wasn't quite not. He said she couldn't leave. He said if she drove out of here alone and something happened to him while she was gone, she'd never forgive herself. He said he needed her here. Needed someone to witness what was happening. Needed someone who could confirm he wasn't making this up. Emma's back hit the wall beside the stairs, and she felt the house press in around her in a way it hadn't before. She looked at Howard standing between her and the only way up to the bedroom where her bag was, between her and the front door, between her and her keys hanging on the hook in the kitchen. She looked at his face and saw a man who'd decided something, who'd moved past the point where argument or reason would reach him. She asked Howard to move. Howard said they just needed to wait one more night. He said once Allison reached the house, once they could both see what happened, then they'd know whether this was real or whether he needed help. He said 24 hours, that was all he was asking for, and then if Emma still wanted to leave, they'd go together. Emma told him she wanted to leave now. Howard's expression twisted into something uglier. He said the roads were getting bad with the snow, that it would be dangerous to leave now. Then he stepped closer, close enough that Emma could smell the sweat on him, and his voice dropped into something that wasn't quite reasonable anymore. You'll freeze to death out there, just like Allison. Emma felt her throat tighten. She looked past Howard to the front door, to the windows beyond it, showing the driveway where her car was parked. The snow was falling harder now, already accumulating on the windshield, but it wasn't heavy enough to make the roads impassable. Howard was lying, or he was so deep in his paranoia that he'd convinced himself the danger outside was worse than the danger of staying. She asked Howard if that was a threat. Howard said it was a statement of fact. He said he wasn't going to stop her from leaving if that was what she wanted, but he wasn't going to let her kill herself out of stubbornness either. He said they would both stay here tonight, would both watch when Allison reached the glass, and then in the morning, when the temperature rose and the roads were clearer, they'd make a decision together about what to do next. Emma told him she'd already made her decision. She said nothing Howard could say would change it. Howard turned back to the window and pressed his hand against the glass again. He said Allison was closer now, that she'd moved while they'd been talking. He said she was close enough now that he could see details he couldn't see before. Emma looked at Howard's reflection in the glass and saw a man who was either deeply disturbed or deeply guilty. And in that moment she understood that it didn't matter which was true because the result was the same. She was trapped in this house with someone dangerous, and she needed to get out before nightfall. She told Howard she would stay until morning, pretending to concede. She said they would watch tonight together, and if Allison reached the house, they'd deal with it, and then tomorrow they would leave regardless of what happened. Howard's shoulders dropped, and Emma saw relief flood his face. He stepped aside from the stairs and held out his hand toward her, a gesture meant to be conciliatory, but that Emma couldn't make herself accept. She walked past him without touching him, went up to the bedroom and closed the door. She stood with her back against it and listened to Howard move around downstairs, heard him checking the door locks, heard the slide and click of the deadbolts engaging. She counted 5 separate locks, keyed and electronic, all of them controlled from inside the house. Howard had installed them himself when they'd moved in, had said it was standard security protocol for a house this isolated. Emma went to the window and looked down at her car in the driveway. Snow was piling up on it now, maybe an inch already, enough that she'd need to clear the windshield before driving, but not enough to justify staying. She could see the road beyond the driveway and could see how it curved away through the trees toward the county highway that would take her to town. She pulled her phone from her pocket and checked the signal. 1 bar, same as always out here. She opened her messages and typed a text to her sister in Ann Arbor, her finger hovering over the send button while she tried to think of what to say that would sound urgent without sounding crazy. Before she could decide, the phone buzzed in her hand with a notification. Low battery. Emma looked at the charge indicator and saw 3% remaining. She'd forgotten to plug it in last night, had been too distracted by watching Howard sleep, and then by the research she'd done on the laptop. She crossed to the nightstand and reached for her charging cable, but the cable wasn't there. Emma pulled open the drawer, checked under the bed, looked in the bathroom. The cable was gone. She went back to the nightstand and saw that Howard's cable was also missing. And when she checked the office, she found the laptop's power cord unplugged and removed. Emma stood in the empty office and felt the last of her uncertainty crystallize into something colder and clearer. Howard had taken the charging cables. He'd gone through the house while she was sleeping, or while she was downstairs making coffee, and he'd removed every way she had of powering her phone or the laptop. He'd made sure she couldn't call for help, couldn't contact anyone outside this house, couldn't document what was happening. She went back downstairs and found Howard in the living room, standing at the window again, his attention fixed on whatever he claimed to see in the trees. Emma walked up behind him and asked him where the charging cables were. Howard didn't turn around. He said he'd put them in the basement for safekeeping, that he didn't want them getting damaged if they had to pack in a hurry. He said this without any change in his expression, without any acknowledgement of how transparent the lie was. Emma asked him to give them back. Howard said he would first thing in the morning when they left. He said they were safe in the basement, that there was no reason to worry about them now. Emma stood looking at Howard's reflection in the glass, at the way his eyes tracked something she couldn't see, at the way his whole body had gone rigid with attention. 5 deadbolts on every door, her phone dying in her pocket, the charging cables hidden somewhere in the basement, beneath the concrete foundation where Allison might be buried. Howard had built this house with cash from a job that had ended with a woman disappearing, had designed it with glass walls so he could see everything coming, but built the foundation thick enough to hide what was underneath. She wondered how long Howard had been planning this, whether bringing her here had always been part of it, whether she'd been meant to witness something, or whether she was just collateral damage in whatever was unfolding between Howard and the ghost he claimed to see. She left him at the window and went back upstairs to the bedroom. She tried the window first, but Howard had installed security locks on all of them when they'd moved in, locks that required a key she didn't have. She checked the nightstand drawers, the dresser, the bathroom medicine cabinet, looking for the small brass key Howard had shown her once, the master key for all the window locks. It wasn't there. Emma sat on the edge of the bed and listened to her phone buzz with the low battery warning. The screen showed 2% now. In a few minutes it would die. She needed to move faster. She went to Howard's side of the closet and searched his coat pockets, his jacket linings, the shoe boxes on the top shelf. Nothing. Then she remembered. Howard kept important keys on a ring in the basement, hanging on a pegboard near the electrical panel. The same pegboard where he'd probably put the charging cables. Emma stood in the middle of the bedroom, the basement. She'd been down there only twice since they'd moved in. Howard had said the basement systems were his domain, that she didn't need to worry about the furnace or the water heater or the circuit breakers. What else was down there? What else had Howard wanted to keep her away from? If she could get to the basement while Howard was fixated on the window, she could find the key ring. Get the window key. Get back upstairs. Open the bedroom window. The drop was maybe 15 feet to the snow below. She'd probably sprain an ankle, maybe break it. But she could crawl to her car if she had to, could drive with one foot if it came to that. Emma opened the bedroom door quietly and listened. Howard's footsteps were still in the living room, pacing back and forth in front of the window. She moved to the stairs and descended halfway, staying close to the wall where the treads were less likely to creak. From here, she could see the basement door in the hallway beside the kitchen. 15 feet from the bottom of the stairs. She'd have to cross Howard's line of sight to reach it. She waited until Howard's pacing took him to the far end of the window, his back to the hallway, and then she moved. Fast and quiet down the rest of the stairs, across the hallway, hand on the basement door handle. The smell hit her the moment she opened it. That damp earth smell, the wet concrete, but stronger now, thick enough to make her gag. And underneath it, something else. something decomposing and wrong that had been sealed in the dark for a long time. Emma forced herself down 3 steps and stopped. The basement was pitch black, and she didn't know where the light switch was. She pulled out her phone, still at 2%, and used the dying screen light to see. Concrete walls, the furnace hulking in the corner, exposed pipes, and there on the far wall, the pegboard. She was halfway across the basement when she heard Howard's footsteps stop upstairs. Emma froze, phone light still on, and heard Howard call her name. Once, then again louder, then the sound of him moving through the house, quick and purposeful. She had maybe 10 seconds before he found the open basement door. She ran for the pegboard, grabbed the key ring, 4 brass keys, too many to sort through now, and turned back toward the stairs just as Howard appeared at the top of them. He stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the light from the kitchen, and Emma couldn't see his face. When he spoke, his voice had gone very quiet. He asked her what she was doing down there. Emma's hand tightened on the keys. She said she was looking for the charging cables. Howard came down 2 steps, and Emma backed up until her shoulders hit the pegboard. He said the cables were right there on the workbench, that she'd walked right past them. He said she hadn't come down here for cables. He asked her what she'd really been looking for. Emma said nothing. Howard came down 2 more steps, and Emma saw that he was holding something in his right hand. One of the heavy black Maglite flashlights he kept in the kitchen drawer. Not turned on. Just held barrel down, the way you'd hold a club. He asked her to give him the keys. Emma's phone screen went black in her hand, battery finally dead. The basement plunged into darkness, broken only by the light from the open door at the top of the stairs, and Howard was standing between her and that light. She heard him take another step down. Emma threw the keys as hard as she could past Howard toward the open door, and in the half-second when his head turned to track them, she moved. She grabbed the first thing her hand found on the workbench, a hammer heavy and cold, and ran for the stairs. Howard tried to block her, but she was already moving, already past him, taking the stairs 3 at a time with the hammer gripped in her fist. She heard him coming behind her and slammed the basement door, threw her weight against it, scrabbled for the deadbolt. There wasn't one. The basement door locked from the other side, from the basement, to keep people out, not in. Howard hit the door from the other side, and Emma stumbled backward. He emerged into the hallway, holding the mag light in one hand and the keys in the other, and Emma raised the hammer. They stood looking at each other for a long moment. Emma's hand was shaking, but she kept the hammer up. Howard looked at her, at the hammer, and something like hurt crossed his face before it hardened into something colder. He said she wasn't thinking clearly. He said she was letting fear turn her into someone she wasn't, someone violent and irrational. He said if she'd just calmed down and listened to reason, they could talk about this like adults. Emma told him to put the keys on the floor and step back. Howard said he couldn't do that. He said if he gave her the keys, she'd leave, and he couldn't let her leave. Not tonight, not with Allison so close. He said he needed her here when Allison reached the house. Needed a witness. Needed someone to confirm he wasn't insane. Emma said if he took one step toward her, she'd hit him with the hammer. Howard's face did something complicated. Then he set the flashlight down on the hall table and held up both hands, the keys dangling from one finger. He said he wasn't going to hurt her. He said he just needed her to understand how important this was, how close they were to answers. He said once Allison reached the glass, once they both saw what happened, Emma would understand everything. He took a step toward her, hands still raised, keys jingling. Emma swung the hammer, not at Howard's head. She couldn't make herself do that. But at his outstretched hand, she caught him across the knuckles and heard him make a sound that was half shout, half sob. The keys flew from his hand and hit the floor between them. Howard cradled his injured hand and backed up against the wall, staring at her with an expression Emma couldn't read. She grabbed the keys without taking her eyes off him and backed toward the stairs. He said she'd broken his fingers. He said it like he couldn't believe it, like he couldn't understand how they'd gotten here. Emma said she was going upstairs and she was locking the door, and if he tried to follow her, she'd hit him again. She said in the morning she was leaving whether he let her or not, and if he tried to stop her, she'd use the hammer for real. She went up the stairs backward, hammer in one hand and keys in the other, watching Howard the whole way. He didn't follow. He just stood in the hallway looking at his injured hand. And when Emma reached the landing, she saw him sink down slowly against the wall until he was sitting on the floor. She went into the bedroom and locked the door and pushed the dresser against it. Then she sat on the bed with the hammer across her knees and the keys in her pocket and listened to the silence downstairs. After a long time, she heard Howard get up, heard him walk to the kitchen, heard water running, heard cabinet doors opening and closing. Then his footsteps went to the living room and stayed there. Emma went to the window and used the smallest brass key to unlock it. The lock clicked open with a satisfying click, and Emma felt a surge of hope, until the window slid up 6 inches and stopped hard against the security cable. Howard had installed cables that prevented the windows from opening more than that, she remembered now, just enough to let air in. Not enough to let a person out. Emma pulled at the window, trying to force it higher, her fingers digging into the frame. The cable held. She examined the mount point. A steel bracket bolted through the window frame into the stud behind it, exactly the way Howard had described when he'd installed them. Professional-grade hardware. The kind you'd use in a prison or a psychiatric facility, not a private home in the Michigan forest. The cable was aircraft-grade steel, the kind that would hold 1,000 pounds of pressure. Breaking it was impossible. The 6-inch gap was barely wide enough for her head, much less her shoulders. She was 5'7", and there was no squeezing through. The windows were tempered safety glass, the kind that shatters into 1,000 pieces when it breaks. Even if she could get through without cutting herself to pieces, the noise would bring Howard running. Emma sat back down on the bed and felt something break inside her chest. The keys were useless. The hammer was useless. The security cables Howard had installed, ostensibly to keep intruders out, were keeping her in. The only way out was through Howard, and she'd just shown him she was willing to fight, which meant he'd be ready for it next time. She lay on the bed and listened to Howard pace downstairs, listened to his voice rise and fall in that same rhythm, and tried to calculate her options. The bedroom door had a lock, but it was a simple privacy lock, the kind you could pop with a paperclip. The dresser wedged against it would hold for a while, but Howard was stronger than her, and if he decided to force it, he'd get through eventually. The window was useless. The phone was dead. No one knew she was here except Howard, and no one was coming to check on them for at least a week. When Emma's sister would notice she wasn't returning calls, a week was too long. Whatever was happening to Howard was accelerating, and Emma didn't think she had a week before he did something they'd both regret. Downstairs, she heard Howard talking to himself again. His voice was rising and falling in that same rhythm, that same pattern of question and answer. She couldn't make out the words, but she didn't need to. She knew he was at the window. She knew he was watching Allison get closer. She knew that when night fell and Allison reached the glass, whatever Howard had been holding back for 4 years was going to come out. Emma lay down on the bed with the hammer beside her and watched the last gray light fade from the sky. The bedroom faced east, away from the living room windows where Howard spent his nights, and through the 6-inch gap she could see the forest darkening, the pines becoming silhouettes against the bruise-colored sky. Snow was starting to fall again, small flakes at first, then larger, then driven sideways by wind that made the trees bend and creak. Allison in the gray sweater, watching the house get closer night after night. What had she thought in her final moments? Had she understood what Howard was going to do? Had she tried to run or fight or beg? The articles Emma had read, the photograph of Allison smiling, the timeline that placed her disappearance exactly 2 months before the foundation of this house was poured. The glass walls Howard had built. You could see out but couldn't escape. The transparency was a lie because what mattered was what was underneath, buried where no one could see it. Howard had said he wanted a house where he could see everything coming, where nothing could approach without his knowing. Maybe what he'd really wanted was a house where he could watch for the one thing he knew was coming eventually. Allison's ghost, rising from the concrete, approaching from the place he buried her. Maybe that was why he'd built the house here, on this specific rise over this specific grave, not to escape what he'd done, but to keep watch over it, to make sure it stayed buried. Emma rolled onto her side and looked at the hammer on the nightstand. Tomorrow she'd have to make a choice. Stay and hope Howard came back to sanity, or fight her way out and risk him stopping her permanently. Neither option felt survivable. But staying felt like slow death, and fighting felt like fast death. And Emma had always preferred fast to slow when there were no good choices left. Downstairs, she heard Howard begin to pace. The storm arrived just after sunset. Emma heard it before she saw it. The wind picking up and pressing against the north side of the house hard enough to make the glass creak in its frames. Then the snow started falling in earnest, not the light flakes from earlier, but heavy, wet snow driven sideways by gusts that made the trees bend and sway. Within an hour, the visibility outside had dropped to nothing, the forest disappearing behind a white wall that moved and shifted with each gust. Emma sat on the bed with the dresser still wedged against the door and watched the storm build through the 6-inch gap in the window. The temperature was dropping so fast that frost began forming on the glass. The heating system was running full blast. She could hear it cycling every few minutes, could feel the warmth coming through the baseboards. But the cold won anyway, radiating inward from every window until the bedroom felt like a walk-in freezer. The house shuddered when the strongest gusts hit, and she could hear things outside, branches breaking, snow sliding off the roof in heavy sheets, the wind finding gaps in the siding and making them whistle. The bedroom window rattled in its frame with each gust, the glass flexing inward far enough that Emma could see it bow, could see the frame creak and shift. She wondered how much force it would take to shatter glass this thick, whether the wind could do it or whether it would take something heavier. The house was well built. Howard had designed it that way, had hired contractors who knew what they were doing, had inspected every joint and beam himself before signing off on it. But no house was designed to withstand a Michigan blizzard with someone trapped inside it. Watching the temperature drop and the storm worsen and the man downstairs lose his grip on reality 1 degree at a time, she could go downstairs and check on Howard, make sure he was still just standing at the window and not doing something worse. But being in the same room with him, standing close enough to smell the sweat and coffee and wrongness coming off him, her stomach turned at the idea. Whatever was happening to Howard, Emma understood now that she couldn't help him. The best she could do was survive him. Downstairs, Howard had gone quiet. Emma strained to hear him over the storm and caught only silence, which was somehow worse than the talking had been. Then she heard something else, a sound that made her skin crawl, a wet, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across concrete. It came from below her, from the basement, rhythmic and slow. Drag, pause, drag, pause. Then it stopped. Emma told herself it was the furnace, pipes expanding with heat, something structural and explicable. But the smell that came up through the floorboards told her otherwise. That damp earth smell, stronger now than it had ever been, mixed with something that made her gag. Decay. Long buried. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. Emma looked at the ceiling fixture and watched it dim and brighten as the power struggled to hold against whatever was happening outside. The electrical lines ran from the house to the pole at the end of the driveway, exposed and vulnerable. How many trees stood between here and the county road? Dozens. Hundreds, maybe. The house groaned around her, settling under the weight of accumulating snow. Emma pulled the blanket tighter and tried to remember the last time she'd been this cold inside a building. The heat was still running. She could hear the baseboards ticking as they warmed. But the cold was coming in through the glass anyway, radiating inward from the windows until the whole room felt like a freezer wrapped in expensive architecture. She must have dozed without meaning to, because when she opened her eyes, the quality of the silence had changed. The wind was still howling outside, but inside the house everything had gone still. Emma sat up and listened, trying to understand what had woken her, and then she heard it. Howard's voice from directly below, loud enough to carry through the floor. He was shouting something Emma couldn't make out, his words eaten by the wind and the distance between them. She climbed off the bed and put her ear to the floor, trying to hear, and caught fragments. At the glass. Can see her face. Right there. Emma pushed the dresser away from the door and opened it slowly, listening for movement on the stairs. Howard was still downstairs, still shouting, and Emma crept to the landing where she could see down to the living room. Howard was standing with both hands pressed flat against the window, his face so close to the glass that his breath had fogged it completely. Beyond him, Emma could see nothing but the storm. The snow coming down so thick, it might as well have been a solid wall. Howard was talking to the window, his voice hoarse and rapid, saying things Emma couldn't parse into sense. She started down the stairs, moving quietly, hammer gripped in her right hand, and was halfway down when the lights went out. The darkness was absolute and immediate. Emma froze on the stairs with one hand on the railing and the other clutching the hammer, her night vision completely useless in the sudden black. She heard Howard make a sound that might have been a gasp or a laugh, and then his voice cut through the darkness. He said Allison was at the glass. Emma's eyes started to adjust, pulling shapes from the blackness. The windows showed slightly lighter rectangles, where the snow outside reflected some ambient light that had no source Emma could identify. She could see Howard's silhouette against the living room window, could see the way he was still pressing his hands to the glass, could see how his shoulders had gone rigid. She came down the rest of the stairs and felt her way across the living room, her hands finding the furniture she knew was there, the couch and the coffee table and the lamp that no longer worked. She reached the window and stood beside Howard, and in the faint light from the snow she saw his face had gone slack, with something that looked like awe or horror, or both. Howard said Allison was standing on the other side of the glass, less than a foot away. He said she was looking directly at him, her face blue-white with cold, her eyes wide and her mouth open. He said she was close enough that he could see the frost on her eyelashes, the way her lips had cracked from the cold, the snow that clung to her hair and her sweater. Emma looked at where Howard was looking and saw only her own reflection in the glass, pale and distorted in the dim light. Behind her reflection, the storm raged on, snow piling against the window, wind making the glass bow inward with each gust. She saw no figure, no frozen face, no goat staring back at her. She asked Howard what Allison was doing. Howard's voice, when he answered, had dropped to a whisper. He said Allison was just standing there, not moving, not blinking, her hands at her sides, and her mouth open, as if she was trying to speak but couldn't remember how. He said there was something wrong with the way she looked, something that went beyond the cold and the frozen skin, something that made her look less like a person and more like an image of a person, flat and dimensionless. Emma put her hand on Howard's shoulder and felt him flinch. She told him there was nothing there, that he was seeing things in the darkness and the storm, that they needed to find flashlights and candles and wait out the power outage. She said the temperature was dropping with the heat off, that they needed to focus on staying warm, not on ghosts that didn't exist. Howard shook his head without looking away from the window. He said Allison was real, that she was standing right there, that Emma's inability to see her didn't change that fact. He said Allison had been walking toward this house for days, and now she was here, and whatever she'd come here to do was about to happen. Emma started to respond and stopped, her attention caught by something moving outside. For a moment she thought she'd seen what Howard was seeing, thought her eyes had finally resolved the shape he'd been describing into something visible. But it was just a branch, heavy with snow, bending in the wind. The movement was wrong enough to make Emma's pulse kick up, but it was natural, explicable, not supernatural. Then she heard the crack. It started as a sound like a gunshot, sharp and loud enough to make both of them jump. Emma looked up and saw one of the tall pines at the edge of the yard beginning to lean, its trunk splintering where the weight of ice and snow had finally exceeded what the wood could bear. The tree tilted slowly at first, almost graceful, and then gravity took it, and it fell fast. 20 feet of pine crown coming down directly toward the house. Emma grabbed Howard's arm and pulled him away from the window, both of them stumbling backward as the tree hit. The impact shook the whole house, and Emma heard glass break somewhere on the north side, heard something metal tear and crash. The living room window held, but the sound of the tree hitting the power lines was unmistakable. A sharp crack followed by a shower of sparks that lit up the storm for half a second before everything went dark again. Howard pulled away from Emma and went back to the window, pressing his face to the glass. He said Allison was still there, that the falling tree had passed right through her, that she hadn't moved or reacted at all. He said she was looking at him with an expression of pure terror, her mouth open wider now, her hands coming up toward the glass. Emma backed away from the window and felt her way toward the kitchen, her hands finding the counter, the drawer where they kept the emergency candles. She pulled it open and dug through the contents by touch until her fingers found the long taper candles Howard had bought when they'd first moved in. She found the matches beside them and struck one, the tiny flame painful to look at after so much darkness. The matchlight showed her the kitchen exactly as it had always been, familiar and ordinary and completely empty. Emma lit one of the candles and used it to find the kerosene lantern Howard kept under the sink for emergencies. She filled it from the can of fuel in the basement stairwell, her hand shaking enough that she spilled some on the concrete floor, and then lit the wick and adjusted it until the flame burned steady. The lantern gave off maybe a quarter of the light the house's normal fixtures did, but after the absolute darkness, it felt blindingly bright. Emma carried it back to the living room and saw Howard still at the window, his hands now pressed flat against the glass at shoulder height, his whole body leaning into it. She told Howard to step away from the window. She said they needed to find blankets and warm clothes, needed to set up in one room where they could stay warm until the power came back or morning came, whichever happened first. Howard didn't move. He said he couldn't leave, not now, not when Allison was this close. He said she was pressing her hands against the glass on the other side, matching her palms to his, and her mouth was moving now, forming words he couldn't hear through the glass. Emma walked to the window and held the lantern up, letting its light spill across the glass. Her own reflection looked back at her, distorted and strange in the uneven lamplight. Beyond the glass, she saw snow and darkness, and the storm still raging. She saw no frozen woman, No ghost with her hands pressed to the glass, no mouth forming silent words. She started to tell Howard this, started to say that he was alone at the window talking to his own reflection. And then something about the light caught her attention. Something about the way it was hitting the glass, the way her reflection seemed to shift and double when she moved the lantern. Something about condensation. Emma stepped closer and looked at the window more carefully. The glass was cold, cold enough that her breath should have been fogging it from this distance. But the fog on the glass wasn't coming from her side of the window. It was coming from the other side. Small patches of condensation were forming on the interior surface of the glass, the kind that came from warm breath hitting cold glass. Emma watched one appear near where Howard's hands were pressed, watched it spread and then fade, watched another form a few inches away. The condensation was appearing in a pattern, in the shape of someone breathing against the glass from inside the room. Emma's hand went numb around the lantern handle. She understood what she was seeing, but her brain refused to process it, refused to accept what it meant. If the condensation was on the inside of the glass, then whatever was breathing. She lifted the lantern higher with a hand that had started to shake. The light changed everything. What had been invisible in the darkness suddenly became visible in the lantern glow. Not because the light revealed it, but because the light created shadow. And in the shadow cast on the window, Emma saw the silhouette of a woman standing between Howard and the glass. Not outside the window looking in, inside the room looking out. Emma's other hand went to her pocket, to the keys she'd taken from him in the hallway. She pulled them out with shaking fingers, and the lantern light caught something she hadn't noticed before in the chaos of the fight. A single key that didn't match the others. Brass, older than the house keys, with a number stamped into the head. 4. The kind of key you'd get at a transition house or a low-budget apartment, stamped with the room number instead of labeled. The articles Emma had read said Allison had been staying in room 4. The lantern slipped from Emma's fingers. She heard it hit the floor and shatter, heard the kerosene splash and the flame gutter, but she couldn't look away from where the silhouette had been standing. Because in the half-second before the light died, she'd seen the figure's hand pressed flat against the glass from the inside, palm to palm with Howard's hand, and she'd seen the frozen terror on a face that had been screaming in silence for 4 years. Then the darkness swallowed everything, and Howard made a sound Emma had never heard a human make before. Something between a sob and a howl. Something that came from a place deeper than fear. His voice, when he finally spoke, was broken into pieces. He said Allison had found out. He said she'd found the account, the offshore transfer, the $80,000 Helix Solutions had paid him to make their problem disappear. He said Allison had threatened to tell the prosecutors, had said she'd go to them herself, had tried to call from the transition house phone while he was sleeping. He said he'd caught her in the living room with her hand on the phone and the number half dialed. He said it happened too fast to think. He said one moment she was alive and screaming, and the next moment she was on the floor and he was standing over her with his hand still shaking. He said he'd carried her body to his car in the middle of the night, wrapped in the blankets from her bed. He said he'd driven north with no plan except to get far away from Grand Rapids, far away from the prosecutors and the investigation and the questions he couldn't answer. He said he'd bought this land in January with cash. He said he dug the hole himself in February and the place where the foundation would go. He said Allison had been in the ground for 2 months before the concrete went over her, sealing her underneath the house he'd built. Emma backed toward the stairs, keys clutched in her fist, hammer in her other hand. Howard stayed at the window, not looking at her, his voice flat and exhausted as he explained what he'd done. He said he'd thought if he could bury her deep enough, seal her under enough concrete, build a house on top of her grave, he could forget she was there. He said for 4 years it had worked. No nightmares, no visions, no consequences. Then Emma moved in, and the smell started 3 weeks later. He said he'd been seeing Allison in the trees for weeks, watching her get closer night after night. But she'd never been in the trees at all. She'd been here the whole time, sealed beneath the foundation, trapped above where her body was buried, manifesting in the room where he'd buried her. The glass had been reflecting her, back at him all along, making her ghost appear outside when she was inside, bound to her remains beneath the concrete. Every night he'd made the house brighter trying to see her better, and that had made her reflection in the window sharper, closer, more visible. He'd thought she was approaching from the woods when she'd been standing behind him in the room, beating her frozen fists against the glass, trying to break through to the outside where someone might see her, might help her, might hear her screaming. Emma reached the stairs and stopped. She looked at Howard silhouetted against the window, at the way he'd gone still and quiet, at the way his shoulders had dropped as if something that had been holding him up for 4 years had finally let go. She asked if Allison was still out there. Howard didn't answer for a long time. Then he said he didn't know. He said she felt different now, felt farther away, as if something had shifted when the truth came out. He said maybe she wasn't coming for him anymore because the secret was already gone. Emma didn't believe in ghosts, but she believed in the key in her hand, in the smell that had been seeping through the foundation for weeks, in the way Howard had been deteriorating since she'd moved in. She believed Allison Granger had died in this place, and her body was under this house, and Howard had spent 4 years trying to seal it away. She went upstairs to the bedroom and picked up her dead phone. She needed to get to a working phone, needed to call the police, needed to report what she'd found. But first, she needed to make sure Howard didn't try to stop her. Emma came back downstairs with the hammer and the keys and found Howard still at the window, his hands pressed to the glass. She told him she was calling the police. She said they'd search the basement. They'd break through the foundation. They'd find Allison's body and match it to the DNA and confirm she'd been here all along. Howard nodded without turning around. He said that was what he wanted, that he couldn't carry it anymore. Emma asked if that was why he'd brought her here, if he'd married her knowing this would happen. Howard said no. He said he'd been an idiot to think it would work. Emma backed toward the front door and hammer still raised. She told Howard to stay where he was, told him if he moved before the police got there, she'd tell them he tried to run. Howard said he wasn't going anywhere. He said the house still smelled like her, still felt like her, and he'd be staying here until the police came to take him away. Emma went to the kitchen and tried the landline, the one Howard had insisted on keeping because cell service was unreliable out here. She picked up the receiver. Dead silence. The tree that had taken out the power had taken the phone lines with it. Her car. She had a charging cable in the car, could plug her dead phone into the cigarette lighter, could call from the driveway if she had to. Emma grabbed her coat from the hook by the door and her keys from the counter. She looked at Howard one more time, still at the window, still pressing his hands to the glass. And then she unlocked the deadbolts and stepped out into the storm. The cold hit her like a fist. The snow was already 6 inches deep on the porch, drifting higher against the door. Emma fought her way down the steps and across the driveway to her car, the wind driving snow into her face hard enough to sting. She yanked the driver's door open, collapsed into the seat, and slammed it shut behind her. The sudden quiet inside the car was almost as disorienting as the wind. Emma sat there shaking, her breath fogging in the freezing interior, and pulled her dead phone from her pocket. She found the charging cable in the center console, plugged it in, turned the key to accessory power. The phone screen lit up. 10 seconds, 20. The battery indicator showed 1%, then 2. She dialed 911 before it could die again. The dispatcher answered on the first ring. Emma told her she'd found evidence of a homicide, gave the address, said the suspect was in the house and had confessed. She said she was in her car in the driveway, and she needed someone to come now before the storm got worse and the roads became impassable. The dispatcher asked if Emma was safe. Emma looked through the windshield at the house, at the dark windows, at the shape of Howard still visible at the living room glass. She said yes, she was safe. She said the suspect wasn't resisting, and she'd wait for the police in her car. Emma sat with the phone pressed to her ear until the dispatcher confirmed units were on the way, then ended the call and set the phone down. She kept the engine running for heat, kept the headlights on so the police would see her when they got there, and watched the house through the falling snow. The key with the number 4 stamped into its head sat on the dashboard where she'd set it, small and brass and impossible to explain away. Emma waited for the red and blue lights to come up the drive. Your grandfather's portrait is still hanging in the council chambers, isn't it? The man said. And it wasn't a question. Holden Calder set his fork down. Across the white linen at the Beaufort Inn, the executor from the Harrick firm in Charleston smiled with teeth that were either very expensive or very good, and Holden decided it didn't matter which. What mattered was that this man, 45, maybe 50, suit cut a full grade above what a trust and estates lawyer from any Charleston firm would typically wear to dinner in the Low Country, had just demonstrated a knowledge of Beaufort County government decor that suggested something more than casual research. The portrait was oil on canvas, commissioned in 1929 for Rollins Calder, Holden's grandfather, who had served as chairman of the Beaufort County Council for 28 years and whose name was etched into the cornerstone of the county administration building on Carteret Street. The portrait showed Rollins at his desk in the chairman's office with a county survey map spread before him, one hand resting on the map and the other holding a pen, as if he had been interrupted while drawing a boundary line and had looked up at the painter with the expression of a man accustomed to deciding where things went. It had hung in the council chambers since 1931 behind the chairman's seat, where every county employee, every contractor, every citizen who appeared before the council would see the Calder face looking down from the wall. Beaufort County said artifact when it meant monument. The portrait was a monument. Holden's father had served 22 years as chairman after Rollins. Holden was in his 17th. The Calders did not merely govern Beaufort County. They were Beaufort County in the way that live oaks were the landscape, not planted so much as original to the soil. The executor had called 3 weeks earlier. He represented an anonymous estate, a benefactor of considerable means, he said, who had followed Holden's career with deep admiration and who wished to make a significant philanthropic gift to the community. Not money, something more permanent. The executor had been polite and specific on the phone, and polite specificity was the one quality Holden found most reliable in professional strangers. He had agreed to the dinner because the Harrick firm was real. He had checked the South Carolina Secretary of State's business filings within an hour of the call, its letterhead verified, and because he had never in his life refused a compliment delivered on good stationery. Now the executor was describing a library, not a branch library or a reading room attached to the County Historical Society, but a freestanding archival institution, purpose-built, climate-controlled, 2 stories, dedicated entirely to the Calder family's civic legacy in Beaufort County, from the first Calder to hold public office in 1847 through Holden's present tenure and beyond. The benefactor would fund the construction, the curation, and the first 20 years of operational endowment. The building would be called the Calder Archival Library. It would stand on the vacant lot at the corner of Bay and Charles Streets, 3 blocks from the county building, visible from the waterfront park where tourists ate ice cream and photographed the marina. Holden picked up his water glass and drank. The lot at Bay and Charles was privately held. He knew this because he had looked into acquiring it in 2008 for a county satellite office, a project he had personally championed on the council before the recession killed the budget line. The owner, a retired dentist in Hilton Head, had wanted more than the land was worth, and Holden had walked away, which was the response of a man who understood that overpaying, whether with public money or private, was a confession of eagerness, and eagerness was a currency that Holden Calder never spent in public. He asked who held the deed now. The executor said the trust had acquired the parcel 18 months ago. A clean transaction, fair market value. The benefactor had been planning this project for some time. 18 months. Holden set the glass down. The purchase dated to mid-2010, before the current governor had begun his informal search for a candidate to fill the state Senate seat vacated by Hugh Redmond's retirement. Before there was a shortlist or a vetting process or a name being circulated in the State House. Someone had been laying groundwork for a monument to Holden Calder at a time when the only reason to build one was the name itself. He asked the executor when exactly the benefactor had first conceived of the project. The executor said he wasn't at liberty to discuss the benefactor's internal timeline. He smiled. He said the project spoke for itself. He said the benefactor's admiration for the Calder legacy was long-standing and deeply personal, and that the timing was driven by the availability of the parcel, nothing more. Something in the phrasing, long-standing and deeply personal, sat oddly in Holden's ear. Philanthropy was long-standing. Philanthropy was generous or civic-minded. Philanthropy was not personal. But Holden's mind was already reorganizing the oddness into a shape that fit. The benefactor was an admirer, and admiration was personal, and the word was therefore appropriate. And by the time the executor moved on to the architectural details, the oddness had been absorbed into the larger warmth of the evening, dissolved the way a drop of something bitter dissolves in a full glass. Holden looked at the man's hands, clean, manicured, steady on the stem of his wine glass. The cufflinks were brushed platinum, not silver, a distinction that most people couldn't make across a dinner table, but that Holden made automatically. He had spent his life reading the surfaces of men who wanted things from the county, their watches, their shoes, the weight of their handshakes, the pauses before they named a number. The executor's watch was a Patek Philippe Calatrava, which retailed for approximately $25,000 and which announced, without saying so, that the money behind this project was neither modest nor accidental. Holden told him he was honored by the benefactor's generosity. He said he would need to see a formal proposal, an architectural rendering, a projected timeline, and a preliminary budget. He said he would need to have his attorney review the trust structure before committing his family's name. He said all of this in the measured tone of a man performing due diligence, and the executor nodded at each requirement with the patience of someone who had anticipated every one of them and had the corresponding document already prepared in a file somewhere. They finished dinner. The Beaufort Inn's dining room had emptied. It was a Tuesday in February, and the tourist season wouldn't start until April. The executor picked up the check without looking at the total and left a tip calculated to the exact penny of 40%, which told Holden that the man's attention to financial detail was entirely deliberate. They shook hands on the sidewalk under the palmettos. The night air smelled of marsh and pluff mud and the diesel exhaust of a shrimp boat idling at the marina. The executor said the architectural renderings would be delivered within the week. He said the benefactor looked forward to a long and rewarding collaboration. Holden drove home along the river road with the windows down. His house was on Ladies Island, a 10-minute drive across the Woods Memorial Bridge, set back from the road behind a screen of live oaks draped with Spanish moss that his wife maintained were the most beautiful trees in Beaufort County, and that Holden maintained were a liability in hurricane season. The house was a renovated plantation cottage. Not a plantation, his wife corrected when guests asked. A cottage on a former plantation, with 4 bedrooms, a wraparound porch, and a dock on Factory Creek, where Holden kept a boat he used 6 times a year. His wife was asleep when he arrived. He sat in his study for 40 minutes, looking at the framed photograph of his grandfather that hung above the desk. The one taken in 1934. Rawlins on the steps of the county building with one hand on the limestone column, wearing the expression of a man who had decided where everything went and expected everything to stay there. Holden felt something he would later identify as the first genuine happiness he had experienced in years. Not pleasure, not satisfaction. Happiness. The specific warmth of being recognized for what you were by someone who had the resources to make the recognition permanent. He did not call his attorney. He did not search the Hark firm's public filings to identify the trust's beneficial owner, which would have taken 4 minutes on the Secretary of State's online database and would have shown him that the trust entity funding the project had been incorporated just 16 months earlier with a registered agent in Colombia and no publicly identifiable owner. He did not do any of these things because the offer was perfect, and perfect things do not invite scrutiny. They invite acceptance. He went to bed and did not sleep immediately. There was a sound in the house that he couldn't place, a low mechanical hum that he eventually traced to the HVAC unit cycling on in the crawl space beneath the study. He had heard it 1,000 times. It had never kept him awake before. The architectural renderings came by bonded courier the following week. They came in a black portfolio case embossed with the logo of a design firm in Savannah, Palmer and Wraith Associates, which Holden recognized from a spread in Southern Living. The Calder Archival Library was designed as a 2-story structure in Beaufort's prevailing federal style, red brick with white limestone detailing, fluted columns flanking a portico entrance that faced Bay Street, a standing seam copper roof that would patina to verdigris within 5 years and matched the courthouse dome. The interior plan showed 2 exhibition halls on the ground floor, a climate-controlled document vault on the 2nd floor, heart pine flooring salvaged from a decommissioned rice mill in Georgetown County, and a central atrium with a double-height ceiling and a skylight designed to wash a commissioned family portrait in natural light. The estimated construction cost was $4.2 million. The operational endowment was separately funded at $1.8 million. Total $6 million. Someone had been planning to spend $6 million to honor the Calder name, since before anyone outside the family had reason to believe the name warranted a monument. Holden sat with the renderings spread across his desk and studied them the way another man might study a sonogram. The proportions were correct. The brick color matched the county building. The column capitals replicated the Ionic order used on the original 1852 courthouse facade, a detail that only someone with an architectural historian's eye or access to the county's archival building plans would have known to specify. The placement on Bay Street meant that every tourist who walked the waterfront, every contractor who parked in the county lot, every citizen who entered the post office on Charles Street would see the Calder name above the entrance in gilt letters that the rendering showed as 2 inches tall in a serif typeface selected for legibility at distance. He studied the interior plans longer than the exterior. The exhibition halls were drawn with empty display cases, which was standard for a rendering, But Holden found himself imagining what would fill them. The portraits, the daguerreotypes, the charter documents, and the imagining produced a restlessness that kept him at his desk an hour past the time he would normally have driven home. He put his hand flat on the rendering and felt the paper under his palm, smooth and cool, and for a moment the coolness traveled up through his wrist, which was a strange sensation, and he pulled his hand back and closed the portfolio. He called the executor and said he was prepared to move forward. He had not yet reviewed the trust structure. He had not yet consulted his wife. He had done nothing except look at a building with his name on it and decide that it was right. The construction permits were filed in June of 2012, 4 months after the initial dinner. The county permitting office processed them in 4 days, which was 3 weeks faster than standard. The Calder name on a permit application in Beaufort County was its own expedient, and had been, without interruption, since 1923. The lot at Bay and Charles was cleared by a crew out of Savannah, and a temporary fence went up with a banner, "Future Home of the Calder Archival Library." The first gift arrived 2 weeks after the permits were filed. It was a crate, shipped from a fine art logistics company in Atlanta that specialized in museum-grade transport, delivered to Holden's office in the county building by 2 men in white cotton gloves. Inside, packed in acid-free tissue and custom archival foam, was a second oil portrait of Rollins Calder, 3 feet by 4 feet. Academic realist style, early 20th century. It depicted Rollins at the chairman's desk in the county building with a county map spread before him. A different composition from the council chamber's portrait, painted from a different angle, showing Rollins in his shirt sleeves rather than his formal coat, with a severity in the eyes that the council chamber's portrait softened. It appeared to have been painted from life, which dated it to the 1920s, and it came with a handwritten note on cream-colored cardstock, recovered from a private estate in Savannah. Your grandfather's legacy deserves restoration and permanence. He hung it in his office that afternoon, on the wall facing his desk. His secretary admired it. His deputy chairman stood in the doorway and said the old man looked like he was about to redraw the county line, and everyone laughed. Holden did not laugh. He was looking at his grandfather's eyes. The painter had rendered them with a precision that felt less like artistry than documentation. Dark irises, a faint asymmetry in the left pupil, a gaze that did not land on the viewer so much as pass through the viewer to whatever was behind. Holden sat at his desk for an hour after the staff left, and the portrait watched the empty space above his head, and the light through the window yellowed and failed, and the eyes did not change. He told himself it was a fine painting, with the discipline of a man who intended to go on believing it, which he did for several weeks, until the 4th or 5th time. The gaze made him lose his place in a contract summary, and he moved the portrait to the wall beside the window, where it watched the door instead of the desk. The second gift followed a month later. 4 bound volumes, quarto-sized, each covered in burgundy Morocco leather with gilt lettering, packed in a fitted mahogany case with brass hinges. Each volume contained the full text of Holden's most significant public addresses, policy statements, and published writings from 17 years as county council chairman, typeset in Garamond on archival cotton paper, with marginal annotations identifying the legislative outcomes and policy precedents each address had influenced. The binding was hand-sewn. The gilt lettering read, "The public addresses of Holden Calder, Chairman, Beaufort County Council, State of South Carolina." He held the first volume in both hands and felt the leather, cold despite having been packed in foam inside a heated building, cold in the particular way of things that have been stored in a basement archive. He opened it to his 2006 keynote at the Lowcountry Municipal Leadership Conference. a speech on infrastructure investment that had been reprinted in the Post and Courier and cited in a Clemson University policy paper. He read his own words in the clean Garamond type and found them sharper on the page than he remembered delivering them. He put the volumes on the shelf behind his desk, spines outward. He did not ask how the benefactor had obtained transcripts of his unpublished internal policy memos and council executive session remarks, documents that were not part of the public record and that could only be accessed through the county clerk's archive with administrative authorization. He did not ask because asking would have meant treating the gift as intrusion rather than homage, and the leather was already warming under the overhead light, and the coldness of its first minutes out of the crate was reorganizing itself in his memory as the ordinary temperature of a delivery truck on a cool morning. But that night, in his study, he found himself pressing the pads of his fingers together, testing them, as though the cold had left a residue. He mentioned the museum to his wife over dinner. She asked who the benefactor was. He said the identity was confidential, held by the trust. She asked whether he had spoken to anyone about whether a sitting county chairman could accept a public monument bearing his family name while being considered for the Senate appointment. He said the gift was to the public, not to him personally, and the governor's office had no formal ethics review process for potential appointees at this stage. She looked at him the way she sometimes looked at him when his son called from Charleston at 2 a.m, patience and judgment in equal measure, and said nothing more about it. The foundation was poured that fall. Holden drove past the site every morning on his way to the county building. He watched the surveyor's stakes go in, then the forms, then the concrete. The foundation, when it was finished, a gray rectangle sunk into the sandy, low-country soil, looked from the street like something other than a beginning. It looked like a grave measured with industrial exactitude and poured with material that would outlast the men who had poured it. He registered the thought and kept driving, because Holden Calder did not traffic in metaphor. Metaphor was for people who could not read the literal terms. By winter, the steel framing was up. By early spring of 2013, the brick had begun to climb the skeleton of the first floor, each course laid in the Flemish bond pattern specified by the architect to match the 1852 courthouse. Holden could see the building from his office window if he stood at the right angle. He found himself at that window more often than the view justified. The columns had not yet been installed, but the portico's steel skeleton was visible, and there was something about the steel, the raw geometry of it, the way it held its shape against the sky without the softening of brick, that made him think of a rib cage, an open rib cage, a structure that would soon be enclosed, sealed, and that for now was showing him its interior the way a surgeon shows you the cavity before closing. He stepped back. He went to his desk. He picked up a contract summary and read 3 paragraphs without absorbing a word, and the leather volumes on the shelf were warm now, months after their arrival, and the warmth was correct, and the portrait beside the window watched the door with a gaze that Holden had reclassified as vigilant rather than assessing. More gifts came over the long months of construction, at intervals of 3 to 4 weeks, a rhythm the benefactor maintained with the regularity of a medical dosing schedule, a folio of historical survey maps showing Calder family landholdings from 1847 through 1920, a restored daguerreotype of Elston Calder, great-great-grandfather, the county's first postmaster, a handwritten letter from a state legislator in 1873, a framed patent application from 1889 bearing Rollins' name, original meeting minutes from the county's first modern council session in 1923, with Rollins' signature as chairman, pages that should have been in the county clerk's vault, and that Holden did not ask how the benefactor had obtained. He stopped asking about provenance. The items were beautiful. The items were flattering. Curiosity, in his experience, revealed the limits of your access. Powerful men did not ask where things came from. But the items accumulated, and the accumulation had a weight that was not physical. His office, which had always felt spacious, began to feel furnished in a way that was closer to occupied. The portrait, the volumes, the maps leaning against the baseboard, the daguerreotype beside the photograph of his wife. Each object was beautiful. Each was his, and each, he noticed without admitting he had noticed, was present in the way that a room full of cameras is present, recording nothing but aimed. He began keeping a spreadsheet of the collection on his laptop, noting dimensions, condition, provenance, and his own suggestions for display placement. He emailed these to the executor every few weeks, and the executor always replied within 24 hours, thanking Holden for his curatorial insight. He was curating his own monument. He was sorting and labeling and arranging the contents of a building he did not yet understand, and the work absorbed him. What he could not have named was that the sorting had the quality of a man laying out his own clothes for a funeral, choosing the tie, pressing the shirt, polishing the shoes, all of it done with care, all of it done with pride, none of it done with the understanding of what the clothes were for. A colleague on the county council, a woman elected 4 years earlier who did not owe her seat to any Calder, asked him after a session whether he had run the museum project past anyone in the governor's office, given the pending appointment. She said it gently. She said the optics of a county chairman accepting a multi-million-dollar monument from an anonymous donor while being vetted for a state appointment were optics that editorialists enjoyed examining. Holden thanked her and said his attorney had reviewed the arrangement, which was not true. His colleague nodded and did not raise the subject again, because in Beaufort County, a Calder's assurance was the end of the conversation. His son called one night in June of 2013, 1:30 in the morning. The boy was 28 and had not held a job longer than 4 months, since graduating from a college in Georgia that Holden had personally called the dean to ensure would grant a diploma, a DUI in Charleston, his third. The arresting officer had noted an open container and a controlled substance in the glove compartment. Holden made 3 phone calls before sunrise. The first was to the Charleston County solicitor, a man whose initial appointment Holden had brokered through a connection in the State House, a favor that had never been articulated in language a transcript could capture, but that both men understood had not expired. The second was to a defense attorney in Charleston, whom Holden had steered county legal work to for years through the council's outside counsel selection process. The third was to the precinct captain, a 4-minute conversation in the measured tone that Holden used when he wanted someone to understand that a request was not a suggestion. By noon, the DUI had been reduced to a traffic violation. The substance notation had been removed from the report. The arresting officer had been reassigned to a desk rotation. This was not new. This was how the machinery worked, and Holden operated it with the fluency of a man trained at the controls since birth. His grandfather had done the same. A handshake, a word at the Rotary Club, a file that vanished from the clerk's office overnight. Holden never threatened. He never left a traceable record. He reminded people in the gentlest terms of the architecture they inhabited, an architecture in which Holden Calder was the load-bearing wall. He drove past the museum that afternoon. The brick exterior was nearly finished. The columns were being installed. The building looked from the street like something that had always been there and was only now deciding to become visible, the way a growth beneath the skin becomes visible when you finally press the right spot. He stopped the car. He sat for 2 minutes. The crew was on break, and the building stood unattended, its interior exposed through open window frames, steel beams, wiring conduit, plywood subfloor, and Holden had the sudden irrational conviction that the building was looking back at him. Not the crew, the building, the steel and the brick, and the empty space where the display cases would go. He put the car in drive and went home and did not mention this to anyone, because it was not a thought that Holden Calder would have, and therefore it had not happened. That night, lying in bed, he heard the HVAC cycling on in the crawl space. The same low hum he'd first noticed the night of the dinner, now 18 months ago. He listened for 20 minutes, trying to place what it reminded him of, and then he placed it. The same frequency as the climate control specifications in the museum's engineering plans. 68 degrees, 45% humidity. The house and the museum were breathing at the same pitch. He turned over and pressed his face into the pillow and told himself this was coincidence, which it was, and went to sleep, which took an hour. In September of 2013, the executor returned to Beaufort with the trust documents. They met in Holden's study at home. His wife brought coffee and withdrew, closing the study door with the particular care of a woman who had learned to read the weight of a meeting by the sound of its latch. The portfolio contained the charter for the Calder Archival Trust, 41 pages, dense institutional trust law, language that Holden could follow in its broad strokes, but that he would normally have sent to his attorney for a review. He did not send it to his attorney. He read it himself in his study, with the executor sitting across from him, because the document was about his family's legacy, and Holden Calder did not delegate decisions about his family's legacy to hired professionals. He was identified as the founding patron. The trust board, 5 members, would be appointed by the estate executor and serve staggered terms. The board had sole authority over operations, collection management, and exhibition design. He read the irrevocability clause, section 4.2, which stated in language he understood to be permanent that the founding patron relinquished all authority to alter, amend, or terminate the trust. He read the editorial independence provision, section 7.3, which stated that no external party, including the founding patron, could exercise editorial control over the content or presentation of the collection. And then, in the financial provisions, section 9.4, the founding patron would commit a minimum maintenance contribution of $200,000 per year for the first 5 years, payable from personal or family trust accounts as a condition of the naming rights. The executor explained this as standard in named gift philanthropy, the equivalent of a donor's pledge to maintain commitment to a building bearing their name. $1 million over 5 years, against a $6 million gift. The ratio flattered Holden's sense of his own bargaining position, and he did not examine it further. He understood in broad terms what he was signing. He understood that the trust was irrevocable. He understood that he had no editorial control over what went into the display cases. A man with less pride and more caution would have called his attorney. A man with less hunger for permanence would have asked why an anonymous benefactor needed the founding patron to have zero authority over the contents of his own monument. Holden was not less proud and not less hungry. He was a man who had spent his life deciding where things went, and he had decided that this building, with his name on it, was where his legacy went, and the decision was made, and Holden Calder did not revisit decisions. He signed on page 41, confident, slightly oversized, with a flourish on the terminal stroke of the R in Calder that his deputy had once called architectural. The pen scratched against the paper with a sound that seemed louder than the air conditioning and the ceiling fan, and the insects outside, a sound that occupied the room and then was gone. The executor countersigned. He thanked Holden for his trust. The word landed without irony, or with an irony so deep that its surface was indistinguishable from sincerity. He left, and Holden sat in his study, and the charter was in transit, and by tomorrow the Calder Archival Trust would be a legal entity under South Carolina law, as permanent as a deed, as immune to his intervention as a contract he had countersigned and filed. His first maintenance payment, $200,000, would be due within 90 days, wired from the family trust account his father had established in 1981 and that Holden had used for 17 years to fund the invisible ledger of favors and obligations that the county chairmanship required. He looked at his grandfather's photograph. He flexed his right hand. The tendons were stiff, and the stiffness felt earned. He did not yet understand that what he had signed was not a charter, but a lock. That the flourish on the R was not a signature, but a seal. That the building on Bay Street was not a monument. It was a permanent container, and he had just signed away his only key. The following year, the building entered its final phase. The interior fit-out took 6 months. The specialized climate control, the heart pine floors, the display case fabrication. In January of 2014, the governor's office began its informal vetting for the vacant Senate seat, and Holden's name appeared on every published shortlist, and the museum's existence became, in his mind, not merely appropriate, but prophetic. The benefactor had seen what the governor was now confirming. The monument was not premature. It was prescient. The invitations went out in August of 2014. Holden drafted them on county letterhead, a choice his wife questioned. Holden overrode her because the museum was his legacy and the county seal was his authority, and the two belonged together, the way a man's name belongs on his headstone. He sent engraved invitations to the governor, to both United States senators, to the state attorney general, to the president of the University of South Carolina, to the editorial boards of the Post and Courier, the Beaufort Gazette, the Columbia State, and the Greenville News. He sent invitations to every county council member in the Low Country. He sent a handwritten note to the governor suggesting that the museum demonstrated the Calder family's commitment to public service. A note whose subtext, legible to any politician, was, "Appoint me, and you are appointing 3 generations of this." 43 acceptances. The governor's office confirmed. The Post and Courier assigned a reporter and photographer. Channel 5 requested a live camera. Holden had the invitations printed on the same cream-colored cardstock the benefactor used for the gift notes. A deliberate continuity. He wanted the evening curated end to end, every texture echoing the same message. This family matters, this legacy endures, this name is carved in stone. The museum's interior was completed in mid-September. Holden walked through the empty building with the construction foreman and the trust's project manager, a quiet woman from the Herrick firm, who answered his questions with the flat competence of someone whose opinions about the project she was not sharing. The exhibition halls were complete. White walls with a warm tint, recessed LED lighting, glass display cases with brushed brass fittings, heart pine floors sealed to a matte finish. The climate control maintained 68 degrees and 45% humidity. The air had a dry condition neutrality, the absence of smell, the absence of season, the institutional temperature of a space engineered to stop time. He walked through both halls. The display cases stood open, velvet interiors waiting. The building was silent except for the climate system's exhalation, a sound he recognized because he had been hearing it in his own house for over 2 years. The HVAC in the crawl space matching this frequency the way a tuning fork matches a struck note. He stood in the center of the first hall, and the sound was everywhere and nowhere. A pressure too low to be called noise and too constant to be called silence. The central atrium's family portrait, 6 Calder leaders, chronological, oil on canvas, hung beneath the skylight. Holden looked up at his own face. The painter had given him a slight squint, and he thought it was the most accurate depiction of himself he had ever seen. A man evaluating terms before committing. He stood under the portrait for several minutes. The emptiness had a quality he had not expected. Not the emptiness of a new house waiting for furniture, but the emptiness of a prepared space, the way a hospital room is empty but not vacant, its vacancy organized around the bed and the monitors that will soon be occupied. He was told the curatorial team would install the collection during the final 2 weeks, the display cases draped with ceremonial fabric until the gala. A grand unveiling format, the executor explained, standard for museum openings, the visual reveal timed to the ribbon cutting. The halls would be accessible only to curatorial staff during the installation period. Holden accepted this. He had signed a charter that gave him no authority to demand access. And demanding access would have meant acknowledging that he did not control what was happening inside the building that bore his name. And that acknowledgement was not available to him, because the apparatus of his self-regard had no room for it. He left the building and turned on the sidewalk and looked up at the gilt letters. Calder. They were beautiful. They were permanent. They were his. And standing on Bay Street in the September heat, Holden felt briefly, in a register below conscious thought, that the letters were not announcing him. They were labeling him. The way a specimen jar is labeled. A name and a date and a description. And behind the glass, the thing itself, preserved at 68 degrees forever. The feeling passed. He drove to the county building and chaired a session on infrastructure bonding, and the afternoon was ordinary. But that night the HVAC came on at 11:40, and he lay in the dark, listening to it breathe. And for the first time in his life, Holden Calder was unable to fall asleep in a house he owned. His son showed up on Wednesday, and by Thursday evening had gotten into an altercation at a bar on Port Republic Street. A thrown glass, a bartender who cut him off, a woman hit by the debris who called the Beaufort police. Holden called the police chief, a man he had appointed to the county's law enforcement advisory board. He asked whether a report had been filed. He asked whether the report needed to continue to exist. By morning, the report was reclassified as unfounded. This was the last call he would make as a man whose name carried more authority than a warrant. It did not occur to him that it was the last because it had never occurred to him that the calls might stop working. A man who has never seen a crack does not develop the habit of looking for one. October 11th was a Saturday. 72 degrees at sunset, no wind. A sky that faded from copper to the color of a bruise. The catering company erected a tent in the side lot with champagne and shrimp. The valet company blocked off 2 streets. The Channel 5 crew positioned a camera on the sidewalk opposite the portico. Holden arrived at 6:15, charcoal suit, burgundy tie. He looked standing under the gilt letters exactly like what he was, a powerful man in front of a beautiful building with his name on it. His wife stood beside him. She had asked once during the drive whether anyone in the governor's office had raised concerns about the museum. He had said no one had, which was true only in the sense that he had never asked. She wore a navy dress and pearls that had belonged to his mother, and she held his arm with the equilibrium of 31 years of standing beside a man in public. The governor's advance team had swept the building at 5:30, standard protocol. They had checked exits, sight lines, structural integrity, the mechanical room. The exhibition hall, still draped for the unveiling, had been assessed. The team lifted a corner of fabric on 2 cases, confirmed framed documents under glass, and moved on. They were checking for threats to the governor's person, not to his political relationships. The drapes were heavy, museum-grade velvet, opaque. The risk matrix for a ribbon cutting at a library hosted by a county chairman was low. The governor arrived at 7:10 in a black SUV with state plates. He shook Holden's hand on the portico for the cameras, and the handshake was firm and held for 2 beats longer than protocol required, which was the governor's way of signaling to the cameras, to the crowd, to Holden, that the appointment was coming and that this evening was part of the scaffolding of that appointment. By 7:30, the tent held 160 people, county officials, state legislators, contractors, and developers from every firm between Charleston and Savannah who had done business with Beaufort County during Holden's tenure and who understood that attendance was not optional. The invitation carried an implicit ledger entry, and the ledger was always open. The university president, 2 former governors, the Post and Courier photographer, Holden's son, drinking champagne at a rate Holden registered and chose to ignore. At 7:45, Holden stepped to the microphone. The crowd migrated from the tent to the sidewalk. He thanked the benefactor. He thanked the Horrock firm. He thanked the architect and the crew and the permitting office. He thanked his wife. He thanked his son, who was not listening. He said the Calder Archival Library represented the principle that public service was a legacy worth preserving, that civic leadership was a tradition worth honoring, and that Beaufort County understood these things in its bones. He believed every word. The distance between what Holden Calder believed about himself and what was true about himself had never, in 56 years, been visible to him. And it was not visible now, standing under the gold letters with the cameras and the governor and the autumn air that smelled of marsh and salt and what he was certain was permanence. He cut the ribbon at 7:52. Applause. The doors opened. He stepped aside to let the governor enter first. The gesture would photograph well, and the governor walking through the first meant the governor would experience the collection before anyone could contextualize it. The governor crossed the atrium. He looked up at the portrait. He turned left into the first exhibition hall. The Trust's curatorial staff, stationed at the entrance to each hall, drew the drapes simultaneously. The fabric slid from the cases in a single coordinated motion, a gesture the audience read as theatrical showmanship, and the contents were revealed under the recessed lighting, legible through the glass. Holden followed 6 steps behind. The hall was designated, according to the brass plate, the Calder Record. The name was right. He had suggested it himself. The air hit him first, not the content. The air. The 68 degrees he had been hearing for 2 years in his own crawl space. The frequency that had kept him awake. The pressure against his eardrums. It was here, and it was not background. It was the room's atmosphere, the substance through which every document was being preserved. The air was not cold. 68 degrees was not cold. But his arms prickled, and the prickling was not temperature. And the air tasted of nothing, smelled of nothing, carried no moisture, and no season, and no decay, and the absence was its own presence. A sealed system operating exactly as designed. He saw the room in stages, the way a man sees a wreck. First the general wrongness, then the detail that makes it irreversible. The first display case did not contain the daguerreotype of Elston Calder. It contained a set of public records obtained through the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act, certified corporate filings for Coastal Partners, cross-referenced with Beaufort County Council minutes, showing that Holden had voted to award a county infrastructure contract to a Coastal Partner subsidiary in 2007, and with civil court dockets showing that a separate lawsuit against Glenn Hargrove, the Bluffton developer behind Coastal Partners, had produced discovery records of wire transfers from Coastal Partners to accounts linked to Holden Calder. The discovery documents had been unsealed by court order in 2011. They were public record. They had been public record for 3 years. No one had assembled them. Now they were assembled, mounted on acid-free board with museum-grade adhesive corners under gallery glass, annotated in archival ink with the precision of a forensic accountant who had spent a decade learning to read the gap between what was filed and what was true. Holden stopped walking. His left shoe squeaked on the heart pine, the sound of a soul pivoting. And the squeak was the only sound in the room except the climate system, breathing its sterile, seasonless breath. The second case contained a sworn affidavit, signed, notarized, from the Charleston County Solicitor, given voluntarily under a proffer agreement with the State Attorney General's office. The affidavit described, in the solicitor's own handwriting, the pattern of phone calls he had received from Holden over a 13-year period, the specific cases in which Holden had requested favorable treatment for associates and family members, and the implicit understanding, never spoken, always conveyed through tone and context, that the solicitor's continued support from Holden's political network depended on cooperation. Mounted beside the affidavit was the original incident report from the son's DUI, obtained through a public records request to the Charleston Police Department, side by side with the altered version. The arresting officer had provided his own sworn statement confirming the substitution and the reassignment order. The third case contained certified land records from Jasper County, public filings from the Register of Deeds showing Holden's purchase through shell companies in Georgia and Delaware of 62 acres of tidal wetland rezoned from conservation to commercial 3 months after the county council, under Holden's chairmanship, voted to support the rezoning application over the objection of the County Planning Commission. Purchase price, $14,000. Post-rezoning appraisal, $410,000. A flowchart, constructed entirely from public corporate filings, traced the shell companies back to the family trust account from which Holden's maintenance payments to the museum had also been drawn. Every document in the room was either a public record, a court filing, or a sworn statement from a cooperating witness. Every document had been obtained through legal channels. There was nothing in the display cases that could be seized, suppressed, or challenged as illegally obtained, because none of it had been stolen. It had been found. It had been waiting in filing systems and registries for years, lying in the open the way evidence lies in the open, when no one believes anyone will bother to assemble it. Someone had bothered. Holden was aware, in the way a man falling is aware of the ground, that the governor had stopped walking, that the lieutenant governor was reading the case nearest the window, that the Post and Courier photographer had lowered her camera, read the Coastal Partners filing, and raised it again. But what Holden was most aware of was the silence. Not the silence of a quiet room. The silence of a room in which every person had simultaneously stopped breathing, stopped shifting, stopped making the small, unconscious sounds that comfortable bodies make. The 160 people who had followed the governor through the door were standing in clusters of 3 and 4, champagne going flat, reading. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved toward Holden. Nobody moved toward anything except the cases, which drew them forward the way lit windows draw insects, automatically, without decision, pulled by the legibility of the thing behind the glass. And then the sound, not new, the photographer's shutter clicking. But in the silence, it was no longer background. It was rhythm. An automated, even insectile tick that moved from case to case, recording each document, each pairing, each frame. The clicking did not stop and did not deviate, and Holden understood that the clicking was the sound of the room doing what it had been built to do. He turned. Behind him, the guests were reading. Their faces had shifted from ceremonial pleasantness to the specific, focused attention of people absorbing information they had not been invited to absorb, and they were moving, subtly, in small adjustments, shifting weight onto their back feet, opening inches of distance between themselves and the center of the room where Holden stood. The movement was involuntary, bodies responding to a social field that had reversed polarity. 5 minutes ago, Holden had been the center of gravity. Now he was the center of contamination, and everybody in the room was drifting away from him at the speed of social instinct. He walked to the second hall, the civic record. Both walls lined with framed documents, 47 total, chronological from 1997 to 2013. Each frame paired a Beaufort County Council resolution, or vote record on the left, with the corresponding financial transaction on the right. Arrows in archival ink connected the contractor or developer named in each resolution to the payment wired to one of Holden's accounts within 30 days of the vote. Amounts from $12,000 to $208,000. Contracts from road construction to drainage infrastructure to a waterfront development project that the council had approved over the Planning Commission's objection in 2011, and that had settled, through the family trust, for $640,000. He counted them without deciding to. Every one. 17 years wall to wall. The counting was reflexive, structural, the same reflex that had organized the world into columns of leverage and debt for 17 years. And the count was comprehensive. 17 years of corruption, organized chronologically, annotated forensically, displayed under gallery lighting at 68 degrees in a building he had authorized, promoted, curated, partially funded from his own family trust, and put his name on in 2-inch gilt letters. At the far end of the second hall, in a freestanding case with its own recessed lighting, was a document that Holden recognized from across the room. The internal county memorandum he had authored in 2004, directing the county finance office to open an audit of its own senior auditor, a woman named Nora Ashby, on the grounds of suspected embezzlement of county discretionary funds. The memorandum had triggered an emergency investigation. The investigation had resulted in Ashby's immediate suspension, her arrest, and 18 months of criminal proceedings during which her CPA certification was suspended, her professional reputation destroyed, and her savings exhausted by legal fees before the charges were quietly dropped for insufficient evidence. She had been 34. She had worked in the county finance office for 8 years. She had developed a forensic methodology for tracking county contract expenditures that was, in the opinion of the county manager, inconveniently thorough. And in 2003, that thoroughness had led her to the connection between Holden Calder and Coastal Partners, which she had reported to the state auditor's office, and which Holden had decided could not be allowed to remain in any system he did not control. The memorandum was mounted on the left side of the case. On the right, arranged chronologically, were the documents Ashby should not have survived to obtain, a sworn recantation from the private investigator Holden had hired, describing the instructions Holden had given at a gas station outside Walterboro, the false accounting entries the investigator had planted in the finance office's records, and the $9,000 Holden had paid in 20s in a white envelope. Below it, a forensic accounting analysis, constructed from bank records subpoenaed during the investigator's own disciplinary proceedings, traced the cash from Holden's safe deposit box through the meeting to the investigator's credit union. Below the documents, a brass plate, same typeface as the building's exterior. This exhibit curated by the Nora Ashby Foundation for Civic Accountability. Holden read the name. He read it again. He read it a third time. Nora Ashby, small woman, short dark hair, had come out of a state university's accounting program and built a reputation in the county finance office for expenditure tracking work that made her audits unpredictable. She had found the Coastal Partners connection in 2003 while reconciling a routine contract payment, a discovery that should not have been possible from the summary records available to a senior auditor which meant she had been cross-referencing vendor registrations with corporate filings on her own time, which meant she was better at the work than Holden had understood. He had destroyed her career in 11 weeks. He had not thought about her since. She had been removed from the system the way a corrupted entry is removed from a ledger, and the system had continued to function, and the space she had occupied had been overwritten by a decade of contracts and votes and favors. She had spent that decade thinking about him. She had rebuilt, re-established herself as an independent forensic accountant. Someone who read numbers for the gap between what was filed and what was true. She had not stolen anything. She had not wiretapped anyone. She had filed public records requests. She had tracked down cooperating witnesses willing to give sworn statements. She had assembled what had always been available and arranged it with the care and permanence of a museum curator, because that is what she had become. And she had gotten Holden Calder to authorize it, promote it, curate it, put his name on it, fund a portion of it from his own family trust, and invite every person in the state whose opinion he valued to walk through the door and read the evidence under gallery glass. He walked back through the first hall. The governor was gone, extracted through a service exit within 3 minutes, which was the speed at which a political organization recognized that the man it had been planning to appoint to the state senate was now the subject of a permanent, publicly accessible corruption exhibit in a building the governor had just been photographed entering. The handshake on the portico, firm, held 2 beats too long, would be on the 11 o'clock broadcast and in the morning papers, and the governor's communications director was already, Holden was certain, drafting the statement that would describe the governor's attendance as a routine community engagement unrelated to any pending appointment decisions. The lieutenant governor was on his phone in the atrium, his voice carrying the words, "Distance and immediately." The photographer was working the room case by case. The Channel 5 crew had entered with a handheld camera and a boom, and the reporter was narrating in a voice that suggested she knew she was recording the lead for every broadcast this week. Holden's son was in the first hall, champagne glass empty, reading the display that contained the altered police reports from his DUI arrests. He was reading with the slack expression of a man who has discovered the floor has a basement, and the basement has a basement, and the foundation goes further down than he ever wanted to know. Holden looked for the executor. He found him in the atrium beneath the portrait, wearing the expression he had worn at every meeting, neutral, composed. Holden walked to him and asked whether the executor had known what would be in the cases. The executor looked at him. He adjusted his cufflinks, the same brushed platinum, and walked through the front door and down the portico steps into the October night, and did not come back. Holden would learn later that the Harrick firm had served as a blind administrative trustee, a standard arrangement in which the firm handled financial and legal frameworks without reviewing curatorial content, which had been managed by an independent contractor under the charter's editorial independence provision. The firm had transmitted the contractor's instructions to the installation team without examining the exhibits. The executor had been a legitimate Harrick attorney acting within scope. He had not known what the cases would contain. Section 7.3 had been designed to insulate the trustee from exactly this kind of content, and it had worked, and the firm's liability exposure was zero. The architecture was perfect. Every component, the blind trust, the editorial firewall, the public record sourcing, the cooperating witness affidavits, the irrevocable charter, had been designed to be legally unassailable, and every component was. Holden called his attorney at 8:17 from the back hallway, standing between the plant room and the fire exit. The plant room door was ajar, and the climate system was visible. Compressors and humidifiers running, the hum filling the hallway at the pitch he had been hearing for 2 years, the frequency that was now and had always been the sound of preservation. His attorney arrived at 8:39. Holden walked him through both halls without speaking. His attorney read the displays with the controlled attention of a man billing $425 an hour to comprehend the end of his most prominent client's career. They sat in Holden's car, engine off, windows up, the floodlights illuminating the building through the windshield. His attorney told him the truth completely. The charter was irrevocable. The board had sole authority. The founding patron had no editorial control, no veto, no mechanism to alter or dissolve. A court challenge would require proving the trust's charitable purpose. Public education and historical transparency was fraudulent, and the contents were accurate, legally sourced, and educationally relevant. Every document was either a public record or a sworn statement from a cooperating witness. The solicitor's affidavit had been given under a proffer agreement with the state attorney general's office, which meant the state was already involved. The investigator's recantation had been filed as part of a disciplinary record. You would be confessing, his attorney said, under oath, in writing, on the public record. The building could not be condemned. It passed every inspection. The collection could not be seized. It contained no stolen material. The trust could not be dissolved. The charter was irrevocable. The board could not be replaced. Appointment authority was vested in the estate executor, who had walked out the door an hour ago. The maintenance payments Holden had already made, $400,000 from his family trust, could not be recovered, because they had been contributed under a binding pledge he had signed with the same flourish he used on county contracts. Every avenue led to the same terminus. The charter he had signed in his own study, in his own hand, was the lock, and he had turned it, and the mechanism was airtight, and the precision was the same precision he had admired in the renderings, in the Flemish bond, in the gilt lettering, in the 68 degrees, and the 75-year preservation guarantee. The precision had been for him. Every detail he had admired, the typography, the archival foam, the acid-free mounting, the brass fittings, had been designed to keep his corruption legible, accurate, and publicly accessible for as long as the building stood. He had not been the patron. He had been the specimen. Through the windshield, the Calder archival library stood under its floodlights. The brick was the color he had approved. The columns were the order he had admired. The copper roof had begun to patina. The letters spelled Calder at the distance calculated for maximum visibility, and they were visible, and they were permanent. And the building would open to the public on Monday at 9 in the morning. It would not close. His wife found him in the car at 9:15. She had walked through both halls. She had read the displays. She had stood in front of the fabricated memorandum and the investigator's recantation and the brass plate, and then she had walked out and opened the passenger door and sat beside him without speaking. After a while, she asked whether any of it was true. All of it, he said. She closed the door. The sound was small and final. Through the windshield, the floodlights cast the exterior in warm amber, and the gilt letters caught the light at the angle calculated for nighttime legibility, and they spelled his name. And the name was readable, and it would remain readable, and the building that bore it would open in 36 hours and would not close. And behind the glass of every display case, the documents would lie in their velvet, in their brass, in their acid-free mounts, at the temperature that stopped time, for 75 years, for longer, for as long as the endowment held, and the compressors ran, and the air remained conditioned, and the building's mechanical heart maintained its 68 degrees, and its 45%, and its constant, even permanent hum. Holden sat in the driver's seat. The engine was off. The interior was dark. Through the windshield, his face was faintly visible, transparent, superimposed on the facade, laid over the brick and the columns and the letters of his name like a watermark on a document. His features hovered across the building he had authorized, the monument he had curated, the container he had signed into existence and sealed with a flourish, and funded from his own family trust. Behind his reflection, through it, the floodlit walls held steady, and the climate system held steady, and the 68 degrees held steady, preserving everything at the temperature at which nothing changes, nothing decays, nothing is forgotten, and nothing is allowed to die. I suppose I must tell it now. I have put it off for a long while. Years, in truth. And there have been times when I believed the not telling would be sufficient, that silence could serve as a kind of burial. But silence, I have learned, is not the same as peace, and the things we do not speak of have a way of settling into the joints and marrow until the body itself becomes the record. I am an old man. My hands shake when I hold a cup. And still, on certain nights when the wind comes off the sea in a certain way, I hear it again, that sound. And my hands go to my ears as though the copper were still clamped against them. It was the autumn of 1918, and I was 57 years old, and I was stationed alone at a listening post on the Kent coast between Dungeness and Hythe. The war had not ended yet, though there were those who said it would, and I had no reason to believe them or disbelieve them. The war had become for me a kind of weather, persistent, indifferent, unlikely ever to lift. My work was to listen. The War Office had built, on the chalk cliff above the shingle, a device they called an acoustic mirror, a great concave dish of poured concrete, 30 feet across, and curved inward like a cupped hand held to an ear. At the focal point of this dish, they had fixed a pair of heavy copper tubes, not unlike the stethoscopes used by physicians, though far larger and heavier, connected by a web of rubber hosing to a set of earpieces that one strapped to the head with a leather harness. The entire apparatus weighed nearly 4 pounds against the skull. The principle was simple and, in its way, rather beautiful. Sound arriving across the channel, the drone of an engine, the thrum of propellers, would strike the concave surface and be gathered inward, concentrated, amplified many hundreds of times over, and delivered to the listener's ears as though the source were only yards away rather than miles. I was the listener. I sat in a wooden chair bolted to the concrete platform at the dish's center, and I wore the copper earpieces, and I listened for the enemy. I do not think many people, then or now, understand what such listening means. It is not the passive reception one might imagine, sitting quietly, waiting for a sound to arrive, the way one waits for a kettle to whistle or a clock to chime. It is active, consuming works. The mirror gathers everything. Every sound that strikes its surface is concentrated and delivered with equal fidelity. The crash of waves on the shingle below, the cry of kittiwakes on the chalk stacks, the groan of wind through the wire fencing along the cliff path, the distant percussion of channel shipping. All of it arrives at the focal point simultaneously, layered and amplified, and the listener must sort through this acoustic mass the way a man might sort through a basket of tangled thread, isolating each strand, identifying it, setting it aside, and listening for the one thread that does not belong, the one sound that is not sea, not wind, not gull, not shipping, the sound of an engine that has no right to be there. I had been at the station 11 weeks. In that time, I had heard nothing that required reporting. There had been false alarms in the early days, a fishing boat with a misfiring engine that I had taken for a distant Gotha, a colony of gray seals whose barking, when amplified 300 times, had sounded for one dreadful hour like the idling of a fleet. But I had learned patiently and with some embarrassment to distinguish the ordinary from the suspicious. I knew the sounds of my stretch of coast the way, I suppose, a shepherd knows the calls of his own flock, and I took a quiet pride in this knowledge. I had my logbook, in which I recorded each shift's acoustic conditions: sea state, wind direction and force, barometric pressure, visibility, and any sounds of note. I kept the logbook meticulously. It was the only ordered thing in my life. The station itself was a Spartan arrangement. The concrete platform on which the dish stood, and on which I sat during my shifts from dusk to dawn, was open to the sky and the wind, with only a low parapet wall on 3 sides and the great curve of the dish behind. Below the platform, accessible through a heavy iron hatch set into the concrete floor, was a network of pipes and access tunnels that ran through the dish's foundations and down to the chalk, connecting to the lower bunker where the original construction crew had stored their equipment. The lower bunker had its own entrance at the base of the cliff, a narrow iron door that opened onto the shingle, half concealed by a fall of chalk scree. I had been down once during my first week, entering through the upper hatch to inspect the ventilation valves that regulated airflow through the system. The pipes were narrow, perhaps 3 feet in diameter, and smelled of damp concrete and rust. Iron rungs had been bolted into the walls at intervals, forming a ladder that descended some 15 feet from the hatch to the first junction. I did not go further. There was no reason to. The valves were in good order. The lower entrance was padlocked on the outside, and the space below was not my concern. My quarters were a wooden hut 50 yards from the dish, containing a cot, a stove, a washstand, and a shelf of books I had brought from home. I took my meals there and slept during the daylight hours after a fashion. The nearest village was 4 miles along the cliff path, and the nearest military installation, a small signal station, was 6 miles inland. A relief man was meant to come fortnightly, but the schedule had grown unreliable. The influenza was taking men from every post, and my last relief had been 3 weeks late. I did not mind the solitude. I had lived alone since my wife's death in 1911, and I found the work suited me. The listening required a discipline of attention that left little room for the kind of thinking that, in quieter occupations, had a tendency to settle on me like damp. It was on the 7th of October. I know the date because I noted it in the logbook, along with the sea state, moderate, southwesterly swell, and the wind, force 4, gusting 5, from the south-southwest. That I first heard the sound I cannot even now describe with any confidence. I had been at the dish for perhaps 2 hours. The night was dark, no moon, heavy cloud cover, and the ordinary sounds were all present and accounted for. The sea, the wind, the distant foghorn at Dungeness. I was sorting through them with my usual patience, isolating and discarding, when I became aware of something beneath the familiar layers. Not a new sound exactly, or rather, not a sound I could point to and say, there, that is it. It was more a quality that had entered the acoustic field, a texture I had not heard before. If I were forced to characterize it, I would say it was a kind of wetness, a heavy, slow, rhythmic drag, as though something sodden were being pulled across a rough surface. It rose and fell with a regularity that suggested respiration, though it was not the respiration of any animal I knew. It was too thick, too labored, too full of liquid, and it was very faint, at the extreme edge of what the mirror could deliver. I sat forward in my chair and adjusted the angle of the copper tubes by the smallest increment, trying to center the sound, and for a moment I lost it entirely, and then it returned. That heavy, wet, dragging rhythm. And with it came something else. A thin, high scraping, metallic, intermittent, like a fingernail drawn down a pipe. I listened for 11 minutes. I timed it by my watch. Then the sound faded. Not abruptly, but gradually, the way a sound fades when its source is moving away. And the ordinary acoustic field reasserted itself, and I was left with the sea and the wind and the gulls. I noted it in the logbook. I wrote, 10:40 p.m., anomalous sound bearing approximately 170 degrees. Character, rhythmic, wet, possible biological origin. Duration, 11 minutes. Secondary component, metallic scraping, intermittent. Source, unidentified. Sea state and wind conditions do not account for it. I did not feel afraid. I felt something closer to professional irritation. The annoyance of a man who has learned his instrument thoroughly and is confronted by a sound his categories cannot accommodate. I told myself it was likely a marine source, a seal perhaps in distress, or the wreckage of some vessel turning slowly in a current, and that I would hear it again and identify it, and that would be the end of it. I was right that I would hear it again. I was wrong about everything else. The following night, I took my position at the dish earlier than usual. The light was still draining from the sky when I strapped the harness over my head and settled the copper against my ears, and the first sounds that came were the sounds of the day retreating. The last calls of the herring gulls. The slowing of foot traffic on the cliff path a mile distant. The settling noise that the shingle made at the turn of the tide. A sound like a great exhalation. I logged these and waited. The anomalous sound returned at 10:17, 23 minutes earlier than the night before. I noted this. It was louder. Not dramatically so. I would estimate perhaps 1/3 louder. But the increase was unmistakable. The wet, rhythmic component was now clearly the dominant sound, and its character had resolved somewhat. I could distinguish within the larger rhythm a double beat, a catch, a pause, and then a longer, slower drag, as though the thing producing it was laboring through some obstruction. The metallic scraping was also clearer and more sustained. Where the previous night it had come in brief, isolated episodes, it now continued almost without interruption, a high, thin keening that rose and fell against the heavier rhythm beneath it. The two sounds were not synchronized. They operated on different cycles, overlapping and separating, and there was something in this lack of coordination that I found deeply unsettling. It suggested two separate sources, or two separate parts of a single source, each working independently towards some shared purpose. I adjusted the bearing and found, to my alarm, that it had shifted. The previous night's reading had been approximately 170 degrees, roughly south-southeast, toward the open channel. Tonight the bearing was 163 degrees. The source had moved west, toward the coast. I logged everything. I was meticulous. I wrote the bearing, the estimated distance, the character and duration of the sound, the meteorological conditions. I did this because it was my duty, and because the act of recording helped me to think of the sound as data, rather than as something that had begun, quite against my will, to frighten me. The sound continued for 26 minutes that night. When it stopped, the silence it left behind felt inhabited. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of its aftermath. The way a room feels after someone has left it. I sat for a long while with the copper still pressed to my ears, listening to the ordinary night, and I found that I could not sort the sounds as I usually did. They remained tangled. The familiar sounds blurred together into a single, undifferentiated mass, and beneath it, at the very bottom of my hearing, I thought, I could still detect the ghost of that wet rhythm, though I knew this was impossible. And the sound had stopped, I had watched the seconds pass on my watch, 26 minutes exactly, and then nothing. What I was hearing was the echo in my own auditory system, the way a bright light leaves a shape on the retina after the eyes are closed. But I could not persuade my body of this. My hands were shaking. The harness straps were wet where they crossed my temples. I returned to my hut and lay on the cot without undressing. Sleep did not come. The sound, or my memory of it, occupied the dark behind my eyes the way a color occupies it after staring at the sun. I should say here what I believed. I believed with the careful, measured conviction of a man who has spent 11 weeks learning to interpret the acoustic output of an instrument he trusts, that something was approaching across the channel. Something that was not a ship or an aircraft. Something that was alive. The wetness of the sound admitted no other interpretation. I had heard engines. This was not an engine. I had heard animals. This was not any animal I could name. It breathed, or something in it breathed, and the breathing was laboring through fluid, and the fluid was thick, and it was moving. The bearing shift proved this. 7 degrees west in 24 hours. I calculated, lying on my cot, unable to sleep, and arrived at a figure that placed the source perhaps 4 miles offshore and closing at a rate that would bring it to the coast within 3 or 4 days. I considered what it might be. I had read in the signals bulletins that arrived fortnightly with the relief man accounts of the enemy's experimental weapons, the gas shells, the incendiary compounds, the rumored biological agents that had circulated since 1915. I had read of drifting mines that attracted barnacle colonies and produced at certain tidal states sounds that had been mistaken for engines. I had read of whales beaching themselves along the Kent coast, their distress calls amplified by underwater geology into frequencies audible at great distance. Any of these might account for what I had heard, but none of them accounted for the metallic scraping, which was not organic, which was the sound of metal against metal, and which suggested, I could not avoid the suggestion, that whatever was producing the breathing was also producing a deliberate, effortful movement against a hard surface. I decided to wait another night. If it came again and closer, I would send a report at first light. It came again and closer. On the third night, the 9th of October, the sound began at 9:54, 43 minutes earlier than the night before, louder again, perhaps 1/3 louder, though it is difficult to quantify such things with confidence when the instrument of measurement is one's own perception. And perception, I was beginning to understand, is not a fixed gauge, but something that shifts and warps under the pressure of sustained attention. The bearing had moved to 151 degrees, 12 degrees further west in a single night. The thing, I had begun to think of it as a thing, though I knew this was a failure of discipline, was no longer in the open channel. It was, by my calculation, in the coastal shallows, and the change in the sound itself confirmed this. The wet rhythm was now accompanied by a deeper resonance, a kind of bass thrumming that I took to be the sound reflecting off the sea floor as the depth decreased. The metallic scraping had intensified and acquired a new character, a rhythmic quality it had not possessed before, as though whatever was producing it had found a more efficient method. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Each scrape lasting perhaps 2 seconds, followed by a silence of 4, then another scrape. Methodical. The word came to me unbidden, and I rejected it, and it returned. Methodical. I logged the bearing. I logged the time. I wrote, the sound is approaching the coast. I can no longer attribute it to any known source. I intend to report this contact at first light. At 10:30, the sound still filling my ears, I did something I had not done before. I removed the earpieces, climbed down from the platform, and walked the perimeter of the dish's base, pressing my hands against the concrete, as though the structure itself might tell me something the instruments could not. The concrete was cold. It was always cold, the mass of it never warming, even in summer. And I felt nothing through my palms, no vibration, no tremor. The sound existed only in the realm the mirror created, the concentrated acoustic world at the focal point. And outside that world there was only the night and the wind and the distant sound of the sea and my own breathing, which I noticed when for the first time had acquired a raggedness that embarrassed me. I walked to the edge of the cliff. The shingle below was invisible in the dark, though I could hear it, the slow mineral respiration of the tide drawing over the stones. I looked out toward the channel. There was nothing to see. The darkness over the water was absolute, unbroken by any light or movement. And I stood there for perhaps 10 minutes, straining my eyes as I had strained my ears, searching for any visible correlate of the sound I had been hearing. A shape, a wake, a disturbance in the water's surface. There was nothing. Whatever was approaching, if it was approaching, was invisible as well as nearly inaudible, and this combination of qualities was, I realized, precisely what one would expect of a weapon designed to evade detection. I returned to the dish. I put the earpieces back on. The sound was there, patient and vast, and I sat with it until 10:41, when it stopped, and I noted the duration, 47 minutes, and I wrote, contact bearing 151 degrees, duration 47 minutes, character unchanged, biological respiration through fluid obstruction, metallic scraping consistent with deliberate movement against iron or steel surface. Source estimated at 1.5 to 2 nautical miles offshore, closing west-southwest. Recommend immediate inspection of station infrastructure and coastal survey of approach bearing. It was on this third night, during those long minutes of listening, that I first felt something beyond professional attention and beyond fear, a sensation I can only describe as recognition. Not recognition of the sound itself, which remained unclassifiable, but recognition of a quality within it. The breathing, that labored, hitching, fluid-choked rhythm contained at a frequency I could not quite isolate, a thin whistle. It appeared on the intake at the top of each gasping breath, just before the drag through obstruction began. A high, faint, reedy note, almost lost beneath the heavier sounds, like a flute played through cotton. And this note, this particular note, did something to me that none of the other sounds had done. It reached past the trained listener, past the logbook and the bearings and the professional categories, and touched a part of me that I had not used since I was a young man sitting up in the dark in a cold bedroom in Deal, listening through the wall to my younger brother's breathing. My brother had been asthmatic as a child, not severely. He outgrew it by the age of 12. But in his early years, particularly in winter and particularly at night, his breathing would take on a characteristic whistle, a high, thin note on the intake that I could hear through the plaster wall between our rooms. I was 18 years his senior and had in those years assumed a kind of parental attentiveness toward him that expressed itself most clearly at night, when I would lie awake and listen for the whistle, and count the seconds between each occurrence, and only allow myself to sleep when I was satisfied that the intervals were lengthening, that the constriction was easing, that the breathing was clearing, that the boy was safe. The sound from the mirror carried that whistle, not identically, not the clear high note of a child's constricted airway, but its ghost, its older and more damaged cousin, the same frequency distorted by fluid and by years and by whatever had happened to the lungs that produced it. and my body recognized it before my mind could intervene. I felt myself lean forward in the chair with the attentiveness of a man listening through a wall. And then the professional part of me reasserted itself, and I sat back and I wrote in the logbook, respiratory whistle on intake phase, approximately 1.2 kilohertz, intermittent. And I set the recognition aside, and I filed it as a coincidence, and I continued listening. But the recognition did not stay filed. It sat in the corner of my attention like something alive, and it waited. In the morning, I wrote my report. I addressed it to the signal station, and I stated, as calmly and precisely as I could, that I had detected an anomalous acoustic contact over 3 consecutive nights, that the contact appeared to be approaching the coast, that its character was biological and consistent with a respiratory source, and that I requested inspection by qualified personnel at their earliest convenience. I sealed the report in the semaphore canister and walked to the flagstaff and raised the signal. Then I returned to my hut and waited. I also that morning did something I am not proud of, but which I will record because this account, if it is to mean anything, must be honest. I opened the store's trunk in my hut and found the emergency flares, 3 of them in their waterproof tubes, and I carried them to the dish and placed them on the platform beside my chair. I did not know what I intended to do with them. Flares are for signaling, not for defense. But the weight of them, the solidity of the brass tubes in my hands, gave me something that the logbook and the copper earpieces did not. The feeling of a man who has prepared for something, even if the preparation is meaningless. I also went back through the logbook entries for the previous 3 nights and read them in sequence. I was struck by how reasonable they sounded, how measured, how professional. The entries described an anomalous acoustic contact approaching the coast, and they described it in the language of signals intelligence, and they were, I believed, the entries of a man who was doing his job well. But reading them again in the gray light of morning, with the gulls calling and the tide out, and the dish standing empty above me, I noticed something that the act of writing had concealed. The handwriting was deteriorating. The first entry, October 7th, was in my usual hand, precise and legible. The second was slightly less steady. The third was cramped, the letters smaller than was natural, as though the hand that wrote them had been trying to control a tremor by restricting its range of movement. I stared at the entries for a long time. Then I closed the logbook and returned to the hut and lay down on the cot. No one came. The 4th night, the 10th of October, was the worst of the listening nights, and I will describe it as plainly as I am able, though the plainness costs me something even now. I took my position at the dish at 7 o'clock, a full hour before my usual start. I did this because I had decided that I must track the sound's behavior as completely as possible, so that when the relief or the inspection team arrived, I could provide them with data rather than with fear. I strapped on the harness, I settled the copper, I opened the logbook, and I waited. The ordinary sounds came, and I cataloged them and set them aside. The sea, the wind, a trawler somewhere to the east, her engine running rough. The kittiwakes on the chalk stacks settling for the night. I noted each one. I was a professional. I was doing my job. At 7:38, earlier than any previous night, by more than 2 hours, the sound began. It was immediately shockingly louder. The wet rhythm was now dominant in the acoustic field, overwhelming the sea and wind, filling the copper tubes with a sound so thick and so close that I felt it as a physical pressure against my eardrums. I could now distinguish with terrible clarity the component parts of what I had been hearing. The primary rhythm was respiration, or something very like respiration. But it was respiration in extremis, the breathing of something whose lungs were filled with fluid, each intake a rattling, gasping drag through obstruction, each exhalation a heavy, wet collapse. The sound was not regular. It hitched. It caught. There were pauses, 3, 4, 5 seconds, during which the breathing simply stopped, and in those pauses the metallic scraping continued alone, isolated and somehow more frightening for its isolation, and then the breathing would resume with a raw, convulsive heave, as though the thing were being pulled back from the edge of some abyss by its own desperate biology. The scraping was now unmistakable in its character. It was the sound of something hard and thin. Fingers, I thought, and could not stop thinking, dragging against iron, not randomly, with direction, upward. Each scrape was followed by a brief, almost imperceptible clang, a tap, a grip, a weight shifting, and then another scrape. The rhythm was the rhythm of climbing. Something was climbing the iron rungs inside a pipe, climbing toward something, and the whistle was there. That reedy high intake note I had noticed the previous night, the one that had made my body lean forward in the chair, now filled the copper with a clarity that was almost unbearable, and my body was counting again. 3 seconds, 4, 3, 4. The same intervals, the same pattern. The pattern I had counted through a plaster wall when I was a young man, and the boy in the next room was struggling for air, and I was the one who listened, the one who counted, the one who would know by the intervals whether the breathing was clearing or closing, and the intervals now were not clearing. The intervals were closing. I should have known. I think I did know. I think the counting was the knowing, and the knowing was there in my body, the way a name is on the tip of one's tongue. Present, pressing, one synapse from articulation. And the knowledge inside me that had recognized the whistle pressed against the walls of the box I had put it in, and I held the box shut. But even as I logged the bearing and the intensity, I knew that something had changed in the listening, something I had not been able to name until that moment. The sound was no longer arriving from the direction of the sea. The bearing readings had been drifting west, yes, but the sound, the way the mirror concentrated and delivered it, had changed in a way that bearings alone could not explain. The mirror was designed to focus sound arriving from across the water, from a source at or near the horizon. The curvature of the dish, the placement of the focal tubes, the angle of the copper, all of it was calibrated for distant, low-altitude, over-water sound propagation. And the sound I was hearing now did not have the character of sound carried from a distance. It was too close, too present. The amplification should have rendered it enormous, a distant sound magnified to overwhelming proximity. But instead it sounded intimate, as though the source were not miles away but very near, and the mirror were not amplifying distance but concentrating proximity. I stood up from my chair. I removed the earpieces. And in the silence that followed, the ordinary, unamplified silence of the cliff top at night, I heard nothing. Nothing at all. The sea, the wind, the distant sounds of the coast. All of it was there, faint and unremarkable, and there was no wet breathing, no metallic scraping, no approaching thing. The sound existed only in the mirror. I sat down. I put the earpieces back on. The sound was there. I took them off. Silence. I put them on. The sound. And the whistle. That whistle. Thin and high and known. This was the moment. And I record it with a precision born of having returned to it 10,000 times in the years since, when the nature of my fear changed. Because if the sound was audible only through the mirror, it meant one of two things. Either the source was so distant and so faint that only the mirror's amplification could render it audible, in which case The bearing readings were meaningless, and the thing might be anywhere. Or the source was not distant at all, but was located somewhere within the mirror's focal architecture itself. Somewhere within the dish. Somewhere within the concrete and iron and pipes that made up the structure on which I sat. I looked down at the iron hatch set into the platform floor. It was closed, as it always was. The 4 bolts were in their housings. The ventilation valve handles protruded from the concrete on either side, both in the open position, as they had been since my arrival. I had not touched them. There had been no reason to touch them. The sound rose through the copper and into my ears, and not my mind. My mind was still sorting categories. But my body knew. Whatever was making the sound was beneath me, below the hatch, in the pipes. The reaction was immediate and physical. I stood so quickly that the harness wrenched against my skull, and I had to catch the copper tubes before they struck the concrete. My hands were shaking badly. I backed away from the hatch until my shoulders struck the parapet wall, and I stood there with the earpieces dangling from their harness around my neck, and I stared at the hatch in the dark, and I listened. Without the earpieces, nothing. The ordinary night with all its ordinary sounds. I knelt. I pressed my bare ear to the cold iron of the hatch, and faintly, so faintly, that I could not be certain it was not the blood in my own ear, I heard something, a rhythm, wet, slow, and beneath it, or threaded through it, that whistle, that particular whistle. And my body did what it had done 10,000 nights in the house in Deal. It counted the seconds between each occurrence. 3 seconds, 4, 3, 4. The same interval, the same pattern. The counting was not something I chose to do. It was something my body did the way a heart beats. And it had not done it in 40 years, and it was doing it now against the cold iron of the hatch. And the part of me that was counting knew what the counting meant, and the part of me that was afraid would not let the knowing through. I stood up. I backed away. I did not kneel again. I have tried, in the years since, to reconstruct what I believed in that moment. It is difficult, because what I believed was not a single coherent thought, but a cascade of fragments. Pieces of signals bulletins, rumors from the village about enemy agents landed by submarine, half-remembered accounts of biological weapons deployed in Belgium, the persistent story of a drifting German dirigible that had come down in the channel and never been recovered. My mind, starved of explanation, seized upon whatever was nearest, and what was nearest was the war. The war had taught me that the enemy was ingenious and patient, and capable of things that exceeded the imagination of reasonable men. And so I believed, or rather my fear believed, and the rest of me followed, that something had been deployed, something biological, something that drifted low and silent across the water and found its way into infrastructure, into pipes and tunnels and maintenance spaces, and took shelter there and breathed and waited. A weapon, an organism, a carrier of the kind of death that came not as a shell or a bullet, but as a contamination, an infection, a sickness that spread through the air and killed by the thousand. I had watched the influenza take men from the nearby posts. I had heard through the signals bulletins how it was emptying the trenches more efficiently than any bombardment. And the sound from the pipes, that thick, laboring, fluid-choked breathing, was the sound of drowning lungs. I knew this. I had heard men cough themselves to death in the village infirmary, and the sound that came through the copper, amplified 300 times over, was that sound made colossal, made monstrous, made into the breathing of something far larger and far more terrible than a sick man. And the whistle that my body knew, a coincidence. a frequency produced by the geometry of the pipes. Concrete has resonant properties. The mirror amplifies everything, and in everything there are patterns, and in patterns there are echoes, and the mind, the exhausted, frightened, sleepless mind of a man who has lost his brother, will find what it is looking for, whether the thing is there or not. I told myself this. I told myself this with the discipline of a man shutting a door against a draft, knowing the draft will find another way in, but shutting the door all the same. I did not sleep that night. I sat in my hut with the door bolted, my service revolver on the table before me, and I listened to the ordinary dark and heard nothing, and the nothing was worse than the sound, because the nothing meant that whatever was in the pipes was still there, still breathing, still scraping against the iron, and I simply could not hear it without the mirror's help. In the morning, I walked to the dish. The hatch was as I had left it. The bolts were seated. I pressed my ear to the iron and heard nothing. But the wind was stronger by day and the sea louder, and I told myself that daylight sounds would mask anything below. I did not open the hatch. If what was below was a biological agent, a contaminated organism, a carrier, then opening the hatch would expose me to whatever it was breathing into that enclosed space. One does not open a sealed space that may contain an infectious threat. This was protocol, not cowardice. The distinction mattered to me at the time. I am less certain of it now. The fifth night, the 11th of October. I record the date because precision is the only discipline I have left, and without it, the telling would dissolve into the kind of shapeless horror that helps no one. What happened on the fifth night must be set down clearly, because it is the night on which everything I understood about the sound, and about myself, and about the nature of the thing I was protecting myself against, proved to be both completely correct and completely wrong. I went to the dish at 6 o'clock, earlier still, the compulsion to hear it. And I recognize now that it had become a compulsion, that the professional duty and the terror had fused into something that was neither and both, drew me to the platform before the light was fully gone, and I sat in the chair and strapped on the harness, while the sky still held a thin band of gray above the channel. I did not wait for the ordinary sounds to establish themselves. I put the earpieces on and I listened for the thing below. It was already there, not approaching, not growing louder, already there, present, as though it had been sounding all day and I had simply not been listening. The wet breathing filled the copper immediately. That labored, fluid-choked rhythm I now knew as intimately as I knew my own pulse, and the scraping was continuous, not intermittent, a steady rasping of metal against metal that no longer paused between efforts. Whatever was below had stopped resting. Whatever was climbing without stopping. And it was close, impossibly close. The amplification, which on the first night had delivered the sound as though from a moderate distance, now rendered it so near that I felt I could have reached through the copper tubes and touched the source. Each gasping intake of air was a thing I felt against my eardrums. Not heard, but felt, the way one feels a bass note in the chest. And the fluid that obstructed the breathing was so clearly present in the sound that I could distinguish, within the larger rhythm, individual bubbles collapsing, individual passages of air forcing through individual pockets of fluid. The recognition arrived with a force that transcended anything the previous nights had produced. Lungs that were more liquid than air, and the whistle. That whistle was now the dominant note on every intake, not buried beneath the heavier sounds, not threaded through the rhythm, but leading it. The constricted airway sound that had made my body lean forward 2 nights before now filled the copper with a clarity that was almost unbearable. But the rhythm had lost its steady, agonizing measure. There was no counting the intervals now. The pattern was breaking apart. The pauses stretched longer. 5 seconds, 6, 7, before a ragged, wet gasp would tear through the tubes, vibrating against my ears. I sat rigid, the leather harness pressing hard against my temples, listening to the desperate, failing mechanism of his lungs, yet still refusing to allow the truth to cross the threshold of my mind. The truth was there, pressing against the thin shutter of my denial, but I would not let it in. I clung to my fear of the weapon, of the contamination, of the unknown enemy, because that fear was a shield. If it was a weapon, I was a soldier doing his duty by remaining at his post. If it was him, I was something else entirely. I did not open the hatch. I did not open the hatch. I say it twice because I made the decision twice. Once when the understanding almost broke through, and once when the fear closed over it again. I put the earpieces back on. I do not know why. Perhaps because not hearing was worse than hearing. Because the silence from the hatch left my imagination free to supply whatever horror it wished, while the mirror, at least, delivered only what was real. I put them on, and I heard the breathing and the scraping and the whistle, that whistle. And I sat in my chair and I listened to it for 27 more minutes. And during those 27 minutes, the sound grew steadily louder and the scraping grew steadily more defined, and the climbing, the hands, the rungs, the upward movement, grew steadily closer to the top of the ladder. At 7:34, the breathing changed. It changed because it stopped. Not gradually, not the way it had stopped on previous nights, the slow fading, the sense of a source withdrawing. It stopped the way a machine stops when something breaks. Mid-breath, mid-drag, the wet rhythm collapsing into a silence so sudden and so total that for a moment I believed the earpieces had failed. But they had not failed. The mirror was still working. I could hear the sea through the copper and the wind and the gulls. The mirror was gathering and concentrating and delivering everything it received. It was simply that the sound from below had stopped, and then it resumed, but different. The rhythm was the same hitching, fluid-choked labor, but it was weaker, noticeably, measurably weaker. The breathing that had on the first night been a faint, puzzling texture at the edge of the acoustic field was now a shallow, intermittent flutter, a ghost of itself, a sketch of respiration drawn by a hand too weak to complete the stroke. The hitching rhythm was gone. The double beat, the catch, the drag, had flattened into a single, thin wheeze that came and went, with long pauses between. Pauses during which I sat rigid in my chair, my fingers gripping the armrests, waiting for the next breath the way one waits for a second shoe to drop in an upstairs room, knowing that the absence of the sound would be worse than its presence, knowing that when the breathing stopped, it would mean the thing had died, and then I would have to decide what to do about the body in the pipes. The metallic scraping had nearly stopped. A single tap, long pause, another tap. As though the hands were still on the rungs but could no longer climb, could only hold and periodically shift their grip to keep from falling. The whistle was gone. I noted this in the logbook. I wrote, "Intake whistle absent from respiratory pattern, significance uncertain." And then I sat and looked at what I had written, and the words were a lie because I knew the significance. The whistle was the constriction. The constriction was the last thing keeping the lungs partially open. When the constriction failed, when the tissue swelled shut, or the fluid filled the passage entirely, the lungs would have no airway at all. The absence of the whistle was not a sign of improvement. It was a sign of the end. I listened for 2 hours and 11 minutes. During that time, the breathing grew thinner and the pauses grew longer, and I did not move from the chair and I did not remove the earpieces, and I did not open the hatch. The inspection team would come. They would handle it. My job was to listen, not to act, and I had listened, and I had reported, and the rest was not my responsibility. And then, at 8:11, I noted it. I wrote it in the logbook because the logbook was the last thread connecting me to the man I had been before the sound began. The breathing changed again. The shallow flutter ceased. In its place came a single, sustained exhalation. Long, slow, almost peaceful. Like a man breathing out before sleep. And then a sound I had never heard through the copper or through any instrument, or with my own unaided ears in all my life. The sound of fingertips sliding down iron, not gripping, not climbing, sliding. The sound of hands that had been holding on and were no longer holding on. The sound of fingers opening one by one, releasing their grip on the rungs, and then the brief diminishing scrape of a body descending. Not falling, not crashing, but sliding slowly. The friction of cloth against iron slowing the descent. And then a soft, distant sound from far below, a sound like a bundle of wet cloth dropped on stone. Then silence. The mirror gave me the sea and the wind and nothing else. I sat in the chair for a long time. The logbook was open on my knee. The pen was in my hand. I wrote 8:11. All sound from infrastructure ceased. Duration of final contact, 131 minutes. Respiratory source appeared to fail at 8:09. Secondary scraping ceased at 8:11. Terminal sounds consistent with loss of grip and descent. Source is now silent. I read what I'd written. The handwriting was not mine. It was the handwriting of a man whose hand was shaking so badly that the letters had become a continuous, barely legible tremor. And the fact that the words were measured and professional and correct made the tremor worse. Not better, because it proved that the trained part of me was still functioning while the rest of me had come apart. I closed the logbook. I removed the earpieces. My fingers were cold. I sat on the concrete platform in the dark, and I listened to the ordinary night, and the ordinary night gave me nothing, and I sat there until dawn. That morning, the 12th of October, I went to the hatch. I did not plan to open it. I want to be very clear about this. I went to the hatch with no intention other than to confirm that the sound had stopped, that whatever had been below had fallen and was now at the bottom of the pipes, and that the situation was, in the language of my training, contained. I knelt beside the hatch, and I pressed my ear to the iron, and I heard nothing. Not the faint rhythm I had heard on previous mornings. Nothing. I stood up. But I did not leave. I walked to the left side ventilation valve, the one I had never touched, and I checked that it was fully open. It was. Then I walked to the right side valve, also open. Both valves had been open since my arrival, which meant that air had been circulating through the pipes below, in through the lower entrance at the cliff base, up through the tunnels, and out through the ventilation system. The pipes were not sealed. The thing below had been breathing the same air that circulated through the station, and I had been breathing it too for 5 nights, and I was not sick. This should have told me something. A contaminated organism in the pipes, breathing infectious air through an open ventilation system connected to the platform on which I sat. If the sickness could spread through air, I would already have it. The open valves meant I had been exposed since the first night. The logic of contamination, which had prevented me from opening the hatch, did not survive the existence of the open ventilation valves, and I saw this, standing there in the morning light with my hand on the valve handle, and for a moment the whole structure of my reasoning trembled, and behind it, behind the trembling wall, I could feel the other knowledge pressing, the knowledge that had been there since the third night, since the whistle, since the counting. And then a different thought came. Not from the part of me that was afraid, and not from the part of me that was rational, but from a part I had not known was there until that moment. A part that was simply, purely, beyond all reasoning, unwilling to let whatever was in the pipes still be alive. Because if it was alive, if the body had survived the fall, if it was lying at the bottom of the pipes, still breathing, that terrible shallow flutter, still dying by inches, then I would have to make a choice. I would have to open the hatch, or I would have to leave it closed, and either choice would require me to know what I was choosing, and I did not want to know. I had spent 5 nights not knowing. I had built a logic to protect the not knowing, and the not knowing had become more important than the truth, because the truth, whatever the truth was, would require me to act, and any action I took would destroy the man I had been before the sound began. I turned the right side valve to the closed position. The handle resisted. The threads were corroded and stiff with salt, and I put my weight on it and felt the handle turn, and heard, as I turned it, a change in the air, a faint sigh, almost imperceptible, as the flow through the right side vent was choked off, the sound of air finding a passage sealed. I stood still for a moment, listening to that sigh, that small, mechanical exhalation. And then I walked to the left side valve, and I closed that one too, and the sound came again, that sigh. And then the air on the platform was still in a way it had not been still before, and the ventilation to the space below was cut off. Then I went to the hatch. I drove the 4 bolts into their housings, though they were already seated. I struck each one with the heel of my hand to be certain. The iron rang with each blow. 4 blows, 4 rings. And the sound was very loud in the morning air, and I thought, if there is anything alive below, it heard that. It heard the 4 blows. It heard the valves close. It heard the air stop. I stood on the platform. I looked at my hands. They were steady. They were steadier than they had been in days, and the steadiness was the worst thing about them, because the shaking had been the last honest part of me, and now even that was gone. I must tell about the days that followed, though they are harder to tell than the nights, because the nights had the sound, and the sound, terrible as it was a thing that could be recorded and described, while the days had only the silence, and the silence was a country without maps. On the 12th, after sealing the valves, I returned to the hut. I sat on the cot. I ate a tin of bully beef and drank water from the barrel. I did not go back to the dish. The logbook remained on the platform where I had left it, beside the chair, open to the last entry. I did not want to see the logbook. The logbook contained the record of what I had heard, and the record was evidence, and I did not want evidence. I wanted the silence to be total, to have no history, no context, no connection to the sounds that had preceded it. But I could not stay in the hut. By mid-afternoon, I was at the dish again. I do not remember deciding to go. I remember standing on the platform, looking at the earpieces hanging from the harness on the chair. And then I remember the harness straps against my temples, and the weight of the copper and the sound of the sea amplified, and the wind amplified, and then, beneath both, something I had not anticipated. Silence. True silence from below. Not the living silence of previous nights. Not the silence that had left room for doubt, that my imagination could populate with continued breathing too faint to hear. This silence was different. It was dead. And I understood, sitting there with the copper pressed to my ears, why it was dead. I had closed the valves. The ventilation system had not merely regulated the air supply to the pipes below. It had been the acoustic conduit, the moving air, drawn in through the lower entrance, rising through the tunnels, exhausting through the valves, had been the medium through which sound traveled upward from the pipes to the focal point of the dish. Without that airflow, the column of still air in the sealed pipe transmitted almost nothing. The mirror could pick up only what the concrete itself conducted, the slow tick of the structure cooling as the afternoon temperature dropped, the faint, irregular drip of condensation collecting on the iron rungs and falling. One drop every 8 or 9 seconds. I counted them. I could not stop counting them. But nothing from below, nothing from the bottom of the shaft. If there was breathing down there, if there was movement, if there was anything at all, the sealed valves had made it inaudible to me. I did not, at the time, understand the full meaning of this. I heard the silence, and I took the silence as confirmation that it was dead, that the fall had killed it, that the breathing had stopped, that the body lay at the base of the ladder in the dark and would lie there until the inspection team came. The silence comforted me. The silence was what I needed. And I did not ask myself whether the silence was real or whether I had manufactured it. Whether the thing I had done with the valves had not merely sealed the air below, but had sealed my own hearing, had placed a wall of still air between myself and whatever sounds might still be rising from the bottom of the pipe. I listened for 40 minutes. Then I removed the earpieces and walked back to the hut and out on the cot and looked at the wall. On the 13th, I went to the dish again. I pressed my bare ear to the hatch first. Nothing. But the hatch was 3 inches of iron, and the valves were closed, and I knew now that the sealed system would transmit almost nothing to my ear. I put on earpieces. The mirror gave me the structural sounds of the sealed pipe. The dripping had slowed to 1 drop every 12 seconds now, the condensation diminishing as the temperature stabilized. And a new sound, or rather a new texture, a faint, intermittent clicking, tiny and deliberate, like the tapping of a pin on glass. Insects, blowflies most likely, entering through the rusted lower door at the base of the cliff, the door whose padlock had failed, though I did not yet know this. Drawn by whatever they are drawn by, navigating the horizontal tunnel to the base of the shaft. The mirror gathered their movements. The click of chitinous legs on iron, the hum of wings amplified into a low, pulsing drone, and delivered them to me with the same faithful clarity it had once delivered breathing, the sounds of attendance, the sounds of what comes after. I removed the earpieces and set them down. I walked to the cliff edge and stood there for a long time, looking at the channel. Then I walked back to the hut. On the 14th, I did not go to the dish. I stayed in the hut. I lay on the cot and I stared at the ceiling boards and I thought about nothing. And the nothing I thought about had a specific shape. It was the shape of a hatch, 3 inches of iron, 4 bolts, 2 valves. The relief team arrived on the 15th of October. There were 3 of them, a corporal and 2 sappers from the Royal Engineers. And they came along the cliff path in the late morning, and I met them at the door of my hut. And the corporal told me they had received my semaphore report and had come as soon as they could be spared. He was a young man, perhaps 25, with the tired efficiency that the war had bred into men of his age, and he asked me to describe the acoustic contact, which I did, and he listened without expression. He asked me if I had opened the hatch. I had not. He asked me if I had sealed it. 3 days ago, I said. The bolts and both ventilation valves. He looked at me for a moment with an expression I could not read. Right, he said. And then to the sappers. Fetch the toolkit. The 3 of them walked to the dish, and I followed. The platform was as I had left it. The earpieces hung from the harness on the back of my chair, the copper green with salt air. The logbook was on the small table beside the chair, still open to my last entry. The hatch was sealed. The bolts were in their housings. The valve handles were in the closed position. The corporal knelt beside the hatch. He instructed the sappers to draw back the bolts. They did, one at a time. The sound of each bolt withdrawing from its housing was very loud in the morning air, and each one sounded to my ears like the 4 blows I had struck to drive them in. And I thought, the sound is going backward. The bolts are coming out, and whatever I sealed in is about to be unsealed, and I am not ready for this. The corporal opened the ventilation valves, left side first, then right. The handles turned with a grinding reluctance, and as each valve opened, there was a rush of air, not from below, but downward, the platform air being drawn to the pipe by the pressure differential. And with that rush came the smell. It came up through the newly opened valve and through the gaps around the hatch before the hatch itself was lifted. And it was the smell of a closed space in which something has died. And I knew it at once for what it was, and my legs gave way beneath me, and I sat down on the concrete. The corporal gripped the hatch ring and pulled. The hatch opened. The full force of the smell rose from below, and one of the sappers turned away and was sick over the parapet wall. The corporal did not flinch. He looked into the pipe for a long time. Then he said something to the remaining sapper that I did not hear, and the man descended the ladder. I heard his boots on the iron rungs, the same sound. The sound I had listened to for 5 nights, amplified to monstrous scale, and now heard at its true volume, the small, ordinary sound of boots on iron. And after some time, the sapper called up. There was a body, a man, a soldier by the uniform, though the uniform was in a state of advanced disrepair, soaked through and caked with a paste of rust and concrete dust. The man was young, late 30s, the sapper estimated. He had come to rest at the base of the ladder, curled on his side in the junction where the main pipe met the first horizontal tunnel. There was fluid in the pipe around him, the product of his own lungs, the sapper said, though he said it gently, the way men said such things in those days. And clutched against the body's chest, wrapped in a piece of oilskin, was a small notebook. They brought the body up. I did not watch them do this. I was sitting on the concrete with my back to the parapet wall, in the same position I had occupied on so many nights, and I was looking at the sea, and the sea was gray and flat and told me nothing. The corporal brought me the notebook. He held it out, and I took it. The oilskin wrapping was damp but intact, and the notebook inside was mostly dry, and I opened it, and I saw the handwriting and the word I had been refusing to say, the word that the whistle had known, that the counting had known, that my body had known since the 3rd night, while my trained mind held the door shut, came at last, and it was not a word at all. It was a name. The handwriting was his, the careful, slanting hand he had used since boyhood, the school teacher's hand, precise and small, each letter formed with the patience of a man accustomed to demonstrating penmanship to pupils. I knew it the way I knew the sounds of my coast. I knew it the way I knew the sea. The notebook was a diary. It began in March, and the early entries were written in that careful hand, brief and steady. Ypres Road. Field hospital, 2 days. Cannot speak. They think it is the shock. Perhaps it is. Left when the guns started again. Walking south. A woman in a farmhouse gave me bread. I wrote on the back of a cigarette paper what I needed, and she read it and fed me, and I could not thank her, and she did not ask me to. Calais, I think. Fishing boats in the harbor. If I can get across, I can walk the rest. The entries continued through the summer. Sparse, sensory, the record of a man navigating by instinct and by silence. No place names after the first few, no dates for long stretches. Descriptions of light, of weather, of the quality of an English road after months of French mud. Green. I had forgotten there was this much green. My boots are finished. I took a dead man's boots near Ashford. They are too large. I stuffed the toes with newspaper. The cough started 4 days ago. I thought it was the dust. It is not the dust. And then the October entries. The handwriting changed. The careful school teacher's letters grew larger, more erratic, the pen pressure varying as though the hand could no longer maintain a consistent grip. The lines tilted downward on the page. Found the Cliff Station. The mark on the post says it is yours. I went down the shingle to the lower door, and the lock came apart in my hands. The pipes are cold, but out of the wind. I can hear your boots on the concrete above. Tried to climb to you. Got 5 rungs before my arms gave out. The breathing is very bad now. I can taste iron. I will try again when I have rested. I am trying to reach you, but I cannot climb. I tried 3 times tonight. Each time I get fewer rungs. The cough produces a sound I can hear in the pipes, and it is very loud, and I am afraid you will hear it and be frightened. I am sorry for the noise. I stopped reading. I closed the notebook. I opened it again. I could not stop reading. Fell. Cannot feel my legs. My matches are gone. Writing in the dark now, guiding the pencil with my left thumb along the edge of the page. Something is wrong with the air today. It is not moving. The lower door lets in a draft, but the draft from above has stopped. Your boots this morning on the concrete. I heard your boots. This entry was the last one written in anything resembling sentences. After it, the handwriting collapsed into fragments. Words scattered across the page at angles, some barely legible, some written over other words, as though the hand had lost its sense of where it was on the page in the absolute dark. Are cold now, could not speak at Ypres, and cannot speak now, and cannot climb, you are above me, and I only. And then on the last page that bore any writing, in letters so large and so unsteady that they filled the entire page. 5 words. Wanted to hear your steps. I sat on the concrete, with the notebook in my lap and the wind pulling at its pages and the sea gray and flat below, and I understood what I had heard. The wet breathing of a man whose lungs were filling with the fluid of the influenza, amplified 300 times over by 30 feet of curved concrete, rendered into something vast and monstrous by the very instrument designed to detect the approach of death from a great distance, and the metallic scraping. His hands, the schoolteacher's hands that had held chalk and formed careful letters, and had once in childhood gripped the bars of his cot when the asthma came, dragging themselves up the iron rungs in the dark, one after another, trying to reach the hatch, trying to reach me, because he was dying and he could not call out, and the only thing left was to climb. And the whistle. The whistle on the intake that my body had counted through a plaster wall for years and years and years. The sound of his lungs fighting for air in the same way they had always fought for air, with the same constriction, the same frequency, the same 3-4, 3-4 interval that had meant in childhood that the breathing was not yet clearing, that the boy was still struggling, that I must stay awake and listen. I had heard him. I had heard every breath and every desperate handhold, and every attempt to force his ruined voice through his closed throat. And I had heard it all through the copper earpieces that the War Office had clamped to my head, and the mirror had done what it was built to do. It had gathered the sound and concentrated it, and delivered it to me with perfect clarity, and I had listened, and I had recognized the whistle, and my body had counted the intervals, and I had filed the counting as coincidence, and the whistle as resonance, and the knowing as grief, and I had kept the hatch closed. And then I had closed the valves. And the closing of the valves had not merely sealed the air below, it had sealed my hearing. The still air in the plugged shaft had transmitted almost nothing to the mirror, and I had taken the silence as confirmation of death, And the silence had comforted me, and all the while, on the morning of the 12th, when I heard my own boots on the concrete, and he heard them too, he was alive at the bottom of the shaft, alive and writing, alive and feeling the draft from above die as I cranked the handle shut, alive and listening to the 4 blows of my hand on the bolts, each one ringing down the iron like a bell. He had heard me seal him in. He had heard it, and he had not been able to cry out, and he had written, in the dark, with a hand that could barely hold the pen, "Your boots this morning on the concrete. I heard your boots." And then he had written the last thing he would ever write. And it was not an accusation, and it was not a plea, and it was not a farewell. It was 5 words that contained everything he had walked 6 months to say, and could not say, and would never say. "Wanted to hear your steps." The corporal eventually came and put a hand on my shoulder and said, "We'll see to him, sir." I must have answered because he went away again, and I was alone on the platform. I reached up and took the harness from the back of the chair. I held the copper earpieces in my hands for a moment. They were cold, heavy, green at the joints where the salt air had worked into the metal. I had worn them for 11 weeks. I had trusted them. They had done what they were built to do. They had gathered my brother's dying and delivered it to me with perfect clarity, and I had listened, and I had been afraid, and I had sealed the hatch, and I had closed the valves, and the air had stopped, and the counting had stopped, and the whistle had stopped. I lifted the earpieces and placed them against my ears one final time. The mirror gave me the sea and the wind and the gulls and the foghorn at Dungeness, and beneath all of it, faint and low and constant, the sound of air moving through the open pipe below, the pipe whose hatch the sappers had unsealed, whose valves the corporal had opened, the pipe that was now empty. Just wind, drawn through a hollow space, a sound like breathing that was not breathing, that would never be breathing again. I listened to it. I listened until I could not tell whether the sound was coming through the copper or from somewhere inside my own chest. Then I unstrapped the harness and set the earpieces down on the concrete and stood and walked away from the dish. The mirror is still there. I have been told it stands on the cliff above the shingle, weathered and cracked, the concrete slowly returning to the chalk from which it was quarried. People walk past it on the coastal path. They do not know what it heard. They do not know what it did. It is a piece of the landscape now, a curiosity, a relic of a war that recedes further each year from living memory. The copper fittings were removed long ago. The pipes below are open to the wind, and on certain nights, I'm told, when the wind is from the south-southwest and the sea is moderate, you can stand at the center of the dish and hear things, sounds that come from nowhere and everywhere, sounds that the concrete gathers and focuses and delivers with the same indifferent fidelity it has always possessed. The sea, the gulls, the wind in the pipes, just the wind in the pipes. That is all it is. I am sure of it. I have to be. The tile had been cracked since before Declan Cahill's assignment to Our Lady of the Desert, cracked in a way that suggested not impact, but subsidence, the slow surrender of a foundation that had been asking for decades to be allowed to settle into the caliche beneath it. He had mixed the grout that morning using water from the parish's one functioning tap, a tap that delivered its product at a pressure so low the stream bent sideways in any breeze that found its way through the sacristy window, and now he worked the paste into the fracture with a putty knife while Mrs. Lozano stood above him, her orthopedic shoes level with his eyes, telling him that her daughter in El Paso thought the diocese would close the parish by Easter. The grout was the wrong color. He had known this when he mixed it. The parish operating budget did not extend to color-matching tile grout, and the hardware store in Sierra Blanca stocked exactly one shade, a gray so pale it looked like an accusation against the terracotta floor. He pressed it into the crack with more force than the repair required. Mrs. Lozano was still talking. Her daughter had opinions about the structural integrity of the bell tower, the condition of the roof over the nave, the way the parking lot, a generous term for 8 spaces of decomposed granite, had begun to return to the desert from which it had been unconvincingly separated in 1957. He told her the diocese had not contacted him. This was true in the way that the absence of communication from a large bureaucratic institution is always true and always incomplete. The Archdiocese of San Antonio administered a territory larger than many European nations, and within that territory, Our Lady of the Desert occupied a position roughly analogous to a capillary in the foot of a man who has stopped walking. Blood still reached it. Not much, and not with any apparent purpose, but the connection had not been formally severed. Declan had received his last piece of official correspondence, a form letter regarding updated liability protocols for parish social events, 7 months ago. He had placed it in the filing cabinet in the rectory office, where it joined a sedimentary record of diminishing institutional interest dating back to the tenure of Father Morales, who had served the parish from 1974 to 1996, and whose penciled margin notes in the liturgical calendar constituted the closest thing to a historical record the building possessed. Wednesday evening Mass had drawn 4 people. Mrs. Lozano, her nephew, a truck driver named Garza, whose route brought him through Salinas every second week and who attended Mass the way other men stopped for gas. A functional transaction with a provider he did not expect to find inspiring. And a woman Declan had never seen before, who sat in the last pew and left during the Eucharistic prayer without receiving communion. The nephew had fallen asleep during the homily. Declan did not blame him. The homily had been about patience, and he had delivered it with the mechanical sincerity of a man who had given the same sermon in minor variations 11 times in the past year, and could hear in his own voice the worn quality of repetition that has abandoned all hope of being heard and now serves merely to fill the liturgical obligation, the way the grout filled the crack, functionally, without beauty, and with the full knowledge that the repair would not hold. Mrs. Lozano's shoes made a sound like a deliberate argument against silence as she walked toward the door. She stopped and turned. She told him the Rivas boy was still missing. 2 weeks now? His mother had stopped coming to church, she said, and Declan should visit. He said he would? She studied him for a moment, and the putty knife, the pale grout, the crack that ran from the 3rd pew to the communion rail. And whatever judgment she reached, she kept. The door scraped closed behind her. The sound carried in a building designed for 400 and occupied by 1. Declan finished the tile. He washed his hands in the sacristy sink and dried them on a towel that had once been white and now occupied a color spectrum that defied domestic categorization. He checked the lock on the tabernacle, a habit he maintained despite the fact that no one had stolen communion wafers from Our Lady of the Desert in its 44-year history, and the gold-plate tabernacle itself would fetch perhaps $11 at any pawn shop, realistic enough to weigh the actual metal content. He turned off the overhead fluorescence, leaving only the sanctuary lamp, a red glass vessel that burned continuously above the altar, signifying the presence of the consecrated Eucharist, and which constituted, at this hour, the only visible assertion of purpose the building made against the dark. The confession booth stood against the west wall of the nave, between the 4th and 5th stations of the cross, in a position that received the last of the afternoon sun through a window depicting the agony in the garden and received nothing at all after 5 o'clock. It was not a booth in the modern sense. No face-to-face option, no reconciliation room with comfortable chairs and a box of tissues. But the older kind, the kind Declan remembered from his childhood in Galveston, a wooden cabinet the size of a telephone box with a curtain on one side and a door on the other and a screen between the two halves that reduced the penitent to a silhouette and a voice. The wood was mesquite, local, and it had dried and split in places where the varnish had surrendered to decades of desert air. The screen was brass, darkened to near black. The curtain on the penitent's side had been replaced in the 1980s with a fabric that was, in the dim light, indistinguishable from the original. No one had used the confession booth since September. Declan was walking toward the side door that led to the rectory when he heard the curtain move. The sound was unmistakable. The friction of heavy fabric against a wooden rod. A sound the booth had made 10,000 times, and which Declan's body recognized before his mind engaged. He stopped. The sanctuary lamp threw its red light across the front of the nave, but did not reach the booth. He stood in the aisle between the pews and listened. The building made its night sounds, the contraction of roof tin, the tick of the furnace pilot, the silence of a large enclosed space in which the air has nowhere to go and knows it. Then from behind the screen, a breath, not a settling, not a draft finding the curtain, a breath, the involuntary admission of a body that has lungs and is using them. Declan felt his hands close at his sides. He was not a man inclined to fear. 23 years of priesthood across 4 assignments of declining prestige had equipped him with the ability to enter unfamiliar situations with at least the appearance of calm. But the church was locked. He had locked it himself. The side door required a key. The front door required a key. The windows had been painted shut during Father Morales' tenure, for reasons Morales' margin notes did not explain, and the paint had ossified into a seal more effective than any lock. He stood in the aisle and listened to the breathing. It was not regular. It hitched and recovered in the way of someone who has been crying and is trying to stop. The respiratory rhythm that belongs to grief attempting to compose itself for speech. Declan knew this sound. He had sat on the other side of the screen and listened to it hundreds of times across his career, in parishes where people still came to confession, in the years when the booth was not a museum piece but a functioning instrument of the sacrament, and the sound had always preceded the hardest confessions, the ones where the penitent had to climb over their own body's objections to get the words out. He entered the priest's side of the booth and sat down. The wood took his weight with a creak that had been part of the sacramental furniture of his vocation for 2 decades. He leaned toward the screen. On the other side, the silhouette was wrong, too low, as if the person were kneeling not on the kneeler but on the floor itself, and too narrow, and the shape of the head was bowed so far forward that the profile through the brass mesh was almost featureless. He waited. The breathing continued. He offered the standard opening, a quiet prompt that the seal of confession was absolute, and that nothing said in the booth would leave it. The voice that answered was Thomas Rivas. Not a voice like the boy's, not an approximation. The voice was the Rivas boy's voice, the way a fingerprint is a fingerprint. Unique, unreproducible, carrying in its specific frequencies and cadences and regional inflections the irreducible identity of a particular human being. Declan had heard this voice dozens of times. At the parish's summer program, at the Wednesday evening mass where the boy served as altar server during the months when his mother could convince him to attend, at the convenience store on Route 62, where the boy worked weekends, and where Declan stopped for coffee on his way to the county hospital to administer last rites to people who were, by the time he arrived, generally past the point of requiring them. The voice said, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." Declan's hands gripped the armrests of the booth. The wood under his fingers was body warm, which meant either that someone had been sitting here for a long time, or that the evening had not cooled as much as he'd thought. Through the screen, the silhouette had not moved. The breathing had steadied, the way it does when someone is finally committed to speaking. The voice, the Rivas boy's voice, confessed to stealing $40 from his mother's purse on the morning before he disappeared. It described the location of the purse, the denomination of the bills, the feeling of the money in his hand as he walked out the back door into the dawn light that came over the Quitman Range like something poured from a tilted bowl. The voice broke twice during this confession. The breaks were not performative. They were the breaks of a 17-year-old boy who had been raised to understand that theft from your mother was not merely a legal or ethical failure, but a violation of something sacred, something encoded in the fabric of the family itself, and who had carried the weight of that violation into whatever had happened to him in the desert and had not been able to set it down. Declan said nothing. His training held him. 23 years of sitting in the dark while other people's pain came through the screen. But his training had never accounted for this. The Rivas boy had been missing for 14 days. Search parties had covered the desert south of town to the Rio Grande and found nothing. Not a shoe, not a water bottle, not a scrap of the red backpack his mother said he'd been carrying. The county sheriff had filed the report. The mother had stopped eating. The voice asked for absolution. Declan's mouth opened. The words of the sacrament were there. Ego te absolvo peccaris tui. Words he had spoken thousands of times. Words that lived in his body the way a pianist's repertoire lives in the hands. Words that would come whether he willed them or not, because the sacrament did not depend on the priest's understanding of the penitent's condition, but only on the priest's authority and the penitent's contrition. And the contrition in this voice was absolute. He closed his mouth. He sat in the dark booth and listened to the Rivas boy's breathing and said nothing because the Rivas boy was dead. He knew this the way you know the sound of a door closing in a house where someone has just left. Not because you saw them go, but because the house has changed. The acoustic signature of the occupied space has altered in a way that cannot be faked. And the town had changed like that 2 weeks ago, had lost a frequency it did not know it was producing, and the absence was in the air the way a missing tooth is in the mouth. You feel it every time your tongue moves. The silhouette waited. Then the curtain moved, and the breathing retreated, and Declan sat alone in the booth, listening to the sound of the empty church settling around him. He did not sleep that night. He sat in the rectory kitchen, where the fluorescent tube above the sink had developed a flicker that pulsed at a frequency just below the threshold of conscious awareness, but well above the threshold of physiological irritation. And he drank coffee from a mug with the Archdiocese of San Antonio crest that had been in the rectory since before his arrival, and that represented, in its chipped glaze and faded insignia, the full trajectory of institutional investment in this outpost of the faith. He did not call the sheriff. He did not call the diocese. He did not call anyone because what he had heard was protected by the seal of confession, the most absolute confidentiality protocol in the Catholic sacramental system, a seal that had survived the Inquisition, the French Revolution, the sexual abuse crisis, and the sustained legislative assault of multiple secular governments, a seal that Declan had never broken and did not intend to break now, even though the penitent on the other side of the screen had been, by every evidentiary standard available to the secular world, dead. He sat in the kitchen and drank his coffee and did not examine too closely the shape of his own fear, because examining it would require him to assign it a cause, and the causes available to him were all impossible. The next evening, at the same hour, the curtain moved again. He was in the booth this time. He had been in the booth since 5 o'clock, sitting in the dark on the priest's side with the door closed and the screen open and his hands on the armrests, waiting. He had told himself he was making himself available for the sacrament of reconciliation, that any priest would do the same. But the honesty he demanded of his penitents was harder to apply to himself, and he knew in the place below the words that he was waiting for the thing that had come the night before. The curtain moved. The kneeler took weight. The silhouette settled behind the screen, and tonight it was different. The proportions had changed, the head higher, the shoulders wider, the posture not of grief but of exhaustion. Specific slump of a body that has been moving for a long time and has finally stopped. The voice that spoke was not the Rivas boy's. It was a woman's voice, mid-30s. The accent was Midwestern. Flat vowels, a cadence that suggested interstate highways and franchise restaurants, and the vast, placid interior of the country where the landscape does not insist on itself. Declan had never heard this voice before. The voice identified itself as a hiker who had been crossing the desert on a long-distance trail. The name of the trail was one Declan recognized, a route that passed through the Quitman Mountains and attracted a certain kind of recreational masochist who confused suffering with spiritual practice, and who had gone missing 11 days ago. The voice confessed to infidelity. The details were specific and unremarkable. A colleague, a conference in Denver, a hotel room with a view of the mountains that she had described to her husband as the view from her single room, which it was, technically, because the colleague had gone back to his own room before dawn. The voice described the weight of this deception, not in moral terms, but in architectural ones. The lie was a room she had built inside her marriage, a room her husband did not know existed, and she had furnished it with silence and misdirection, and the particular cruelty of being kinder to him than she needed to be, because guilt makes generous what honesty would make austere. The confession took 11 minutes. Declan knew because the clock in the sacristy chimed the quarter hour during the account of the Denver hotel, and the voice paused and then continued, as if the chime had reminded it of something. The passage of time, perhaps, or the world outside the booth, or the fact that time, for the voice's owner, had acquired a different quality than it possessed for the living. The voice asked for absolution. Declan did not give it. Instead, he sat in the dark and felt the presence on the other side of the screen. Not a human presence, he understood now. Not the ghost of the hiker or the Rivas boy, but something wearing their voices the way a hand wears a glove. Something that had taken those voices from their owners along with everything else, and that had come to this booth because the voices would not stop talking inside it, would not stop confessing, would not stop demanding the one thing they had been raised to believe could lift the weight of what they had done. He asked the shape behind the screen to come back the following night. The silhouette held still for a long moment. Then the curtain moved, and the kneeler released its weight, and the presence withdrew from the booth, and from the church in a way that Declan tracked not through sound, but through the air itself, a heaviness departing, as if the room's barometric pressure had been wrong and was now correcting itself. He locked the church and walked to the rectory and sat at the kitchen table and opened the drawer where he kept a bottle of Jameson he had brought from his previous assignment in Corpus Christi, and never opened, because he had promised himself he would only open it when the loneliness of the parish became unbearable, and he had not yet granted himself that designation. He did not open it now. He closed the drawer. He placed his hands flat on the table, the same hands that had repaired the tile, the same hands that had gripped the armrests of the confession booth. And he looked at them and tried to understand what he was feeling. And what he was feeling was this: power. Not fear, not revulsion, not the gibbering existential panic that his seminary training, which had included a module on discernment of spirits that he had regarded at the time as a quaint relic of the pre-Vatican II curriculum, would have predicted as the appropriate response to the presence of a predatory, non-human entity in a Catholic church. What he felt was the unmistakable recognition that the thing in the booth needed something only he could provide. It needed absolution. It did not understand what was happening inside it. The borrowed consciences of its victims were producing an experience it had no framework to process. And in its confusion and its pain, it had come to the one place in 100 miles of desert where that experience could be addressed. It had come to his booth, to his screen, to his authority. For the first time in the 7 years since his assignment to Our Lady of the Desert, Declan Cahill felt like a priest. The thing came back the next night, and the night after that. Each time a different voice, each time a person who had died in the desert. Some reported missing, some not, some from towns Declan recognized, and some from places so far away that their presence in the Trans-Pecos could only be explained by the kind of catastrophic navigational error that the desert invited and punished in equal measure. The confessions varied in severity and in kind, but shared a quality of desperate specificity that Declan came to recognize as the signature of the genuine article. Real sins remembered in granular detail, carried by real human consciousnesses that had survived the death of their bodies inside the thing that had consumed them, and could not stop insisting on the rituals of their faith. The entity bore the weight of these confessions the way a building bears the weight of furniture carried into rooms not designed for it, with visible structural distress. Declan could hear it in the voices, a distortion beneath the human frequencies, a harmonic that did not belong to any throat, that surfaced when the confessions reached their worst moments and the guilt became most acute. The thing was suffering. Declan had no theological framework for the suffering of a predatory entity that had accidentally ingested the moral architecture of its prey, but he recognized suffering when he heard it, and what he heard through the screen on those nights was something ancient being crushed by something it had swallowed without understanding what it was. He began to understand the transaction. The entity came to the booth because the voices inside it demanded the booth. The Catholic ones, at least. And in this part of Texas, along this stretch of border, the desert's dead were disproportionately Catholic, and their consciences were disproportionately formed by the specific sacramental logic of confession and absolution. A logic that insisted sin could be forgiven, but only through the mechanism of verbal admission to an ordained representative of the church, and that without this mechanism, the sin remained, accumulating, compounding, generating a spiritual debt that the living experienced as guilt, and that this thing, whatever it was, experienced as something worse, something Declan could only describe as a kind of interior burning, a caustic weight that increased with every consciousness it consumed, and that was, he began to suspect, the first pain it had ever known. He withheld absolution, not out of cruelty. At least, he told himself it was not cruelty, but because the conditions for absolution had not been met. The sacrament required contrition, confession, and penance. The confessions were real. The contrition, borrowed though it was real. But penance, the amendment of life, the commitment to sin no more, that was beyond the reach of the thing on the other side of the screen, because the thing's sin was not theft or infidelity or any of the human failures its victims had carried. And it had not stopped consuming. and it would not stop because consumption was its nature, the way breathing was Declan's nature. And you could not ask a man to stop breathing and call it penance, unless you could redirect the breaths. The idea did not come all at once. It assembled itself slowly over the course of the autumn and into the winter. Months of nightly visits, months of voices, months of sitting in the dark, while the accumulated dead of the Trans-Pecos Desert spoke their failures through a predator's borrowed throat. And it assembled itself from materials Declan had been carrying for 7 years without knowing he was carrying them. Not the grand injustices, not the Arnett family's water deal, or the deputy's brutality, or the cartel routes through the Arroyo. Those were too large, too abstract, too much like the concepts he preached about in homilies that no one heard. The materials were smaller than that. They were specific. They were in his body. They were in the way Eliseo Garza's jaw had healed crooked after the deputies beat him on Route 62. Healed without surgery because the county hospital required insurance Garza did not have, and the deputy's report classified the injuries as consistent with a single-vehicle accident. And Garza had signed the report because the alternative was a second visit, and Declan had watched Garza sign it through the window of the parish office, had watched the pen move across the paper from 30 feet away and had done nothing, had called no one, had filed no report of his own, because the seal of confession covered what Garza had told him about the beating and the institutional channels available to a priest in a parish the diocese had functionally abandoned were precisely as effective as the grout in the cracked tile. They were in the bodies he had found in the Arroyo, 2 in 7 years. The first had been a man in his 20s, face down in the sandy wash behind the church parking lot, dead approximately 4 hours by the time Declan discovered him during his morning walk. He had called the county sheriff. The deputy who responded, Flood, had processed the scene with the rote indifference of a man cataloging storm damage. Photographs, measurements, a body bag from the trunk of the cruiser, and a series of questions directed at Declan that were designed not to gather information, but to establish that the priest had no information worth gathering. The body was removed. The report was filed. The Arroyo continued to function as a drainage channel and, intermittently, as a dumping ground. And 6 months later, the second body appeared, a woman this time, younger, the details of whose death Declan had absorbed and stored in the same place he stored everything else he could not act upon. The place where a priest's knowledge and a priest's impotence coexist, generating a pressure that has no outlet because the architecture of the vocation was not designed to accommodate the desire to intervene in the physical world with physical force. That pressure had been building for 7 years. The thing in the booth had not created it. The thing in the booth had given it a door, and still he did not go through. Not yet. For 3 nights after the idea first assembled itself, he sat in the booth and listened to the confessions and withheld absolution and said nothing about what he was considering, because what he was considering was not a theological proposition or a pastoral strategy. What he was considering was the direction of lethal force against named human beings, and the fact that the force would be directed through a sacrament and executed by a non-human entity did not alter the moral substance of the act. And Declan knew this, knew it with the clarity that 23 years of moral theology provides, knew that the Church's position on the deliberate taking of human life was unambiguous, and that no sacramental framework could be constructed to justify it. And he sat in the booth and knew all of this and felt the pressure behind the door and did not open it. What opened it was not an idea, but a sound. On a Thursday night, walking back to the rectory from the booth, he passed the Arroyo. The wash was dry, the sky was clear. The desert's daytime heat had dissipated into the kind of sharp, mineralized coal that the Trans-Pecos produces in February. A coal that seems to come not from the atmosphere, but from the ground itself, as if the earth were exhaling something it had been holding all day. Declan walked along the edge of the wash and heard, from the direction of the highway, a truck. Not the 18-wheelers that use Route 62 as a corridor between El Paso and points east, but a smaller vehicle, moving without headlights, its engine pitched low in the register, that meant first or second gear. The sound of a vehicle that was not traveling, but delivering. He stood at the edge of the arroyo and listened to the truck pass. It did not stop. He continued south toward the river, and the sound diminished and was replaced by the desert's baseline silence. And Declan stood in the cold and looked at the arroyo where two people had been deposited like construction waste, and felt the pressure behind the door reach a density that was no longer sustainable. Not because a new piece of evidence had been added, but because the accumulated weight of 7 years of evidence had finally exceeded what the structure containing it could hold. And the structure was his priesthood. And the priesthood was cracking the way the tile had cracked, not from impact, but from subsidence, from the slow recognition that the foundation had been insufficient from the beginning. He went back to the church. He entered the booth. The thing was gone. It always departed within minutes of the confession's conclusion. But the booth retained its presence the way a room retains the scent of a person who has just left. Declan sat in the priest's side and placed his hands on the armrests and spoke into the empty penitent's compartment, laying out the terms of what he was proposing, and his voice in the empty booth sounded different to him. Rougher, more deliberate, as if the words were being pulled from a place deeper than his vocal cords, and the empty booth listened with the patience of furniture. And Declan sat there and spoke to no one, and felt, in the specific quality of the silence that answered him, something he could not have named and did not try to name, a rehearsal. He was rehearsing. He was preparing his mouth and his mind for what he would say the next night, when the curtain moved and the kneeler took weight, and the thing settled behind the screen with its latest cargo of borrowed guilt. The next night, when the curtain moved and the kneeler took weight and a new voice began to confess, a ranch hand from Marfa who had been missing since August and whose sin was striking his daughter in a moment of drunken rage. Declan listened to the confession and then, for the first time, spoke to the thing beneath the voice. He told it he could end the burning. The silence from the other side of the screen lasted long enough that Declan began to wonder if the thing had left, if it had retreated from the booth the way an animal retreats from a trap it has recognized. But then the brass mesh caught a faint distortion, the suggestion of a face pressing close, and the silence acquired an attention so focused that Declan felt it on his skin, a physical sensation, as if the air between them had been pulled taut. He did not frame what he said next as a bargain. He framed it as penance, the sacramental requirement for absolution. And in framing it this way, he was not lying exactly, because penance was indeed a requirement, and the direction of future behavior was indeed the traditional form that penance took. And if the behavior he was directing was the consumption of specific human beings rather than the recitation of Hail Marys, this was a matter of degree, not of kind, or so the words suggested. And the words came smoothly, and more smoothly than they should have, as if the rehearsal in the empty booth had done its work, and Declan heard himself speaking with a fluency that disturbed him even as it carried him forward. The thing's agreement was not a word, not in any of the voices it carried. The agreement came as a vibration through the booth's mesquite frame, a resonance so low that Declan felt it in his molars and in the bones of his wrists where they rested on the armrests. And then the curtain moved and the presence withdrew, and Declan sat alone in the dark booth and felt the specific exhilaration of a man who has found, in the rubble of his failed vocation, a purpose commensurate with his authority. He gave the arrangement a name. Not the creature's name, which he did not know and suspected was not a thing that could be spoken with a human mouth, but a name for the transaction between them, a frame that would allow him to carry what he was doing without his mind rejecting it, the way a body rejects a transplanted organ. He called it the penance, not the creature, the arrangement. The penance was in effect. The penance was being served. When the penance was complete, absolution would follow. The first name he gave was Wade Arnett. Wade Arnett was the eldest of the three Arnett brothers, and the operational intelligence behind the family's acquisition of Salinas's water rights. He was 57 years old, lived in a ranch house 15 miles north of town that had been built with the profits of the water deal, and drove a white Dodge Ram with county plates that he had obtained through a relationship with the county clerk's office that was not technically illegal, but that occupied the same moral space as the Rivas boys' stolen $40, the space where the law's letter and the law's spirit diverge, and where people with money walk through the gap and people without money are crushed in it. Declan wrote the name on a slip of paper torn from the margin of the parish bulletin. The bulletin he printed weekly on the rectory's inkjet printer for a congregation of 4. A bulletin whose content had dwindled over the years from a full page of announcements to a single paragraph listing the Mass schedule and the number for the Archdiocese prayer line. And he placed the paper in the brass dish that sat on the shelf below the screen. The dish had once held the priest's copy of the Act of Contrition in the years when the booth was used regularly enough to warrant laminated reference materials. Now it held a man's name. He did not sleep. He lay in the rectory bedroom and listened to the desert silence and thought about Wade Arnett. And what he thought about was not the water deal or the poisoned wells or the systemic corruption that the Arnett family had engineered over the course of a decade. What he thought about was Wade Arnett's face. He had seen it dozens of times. At the gas station, at the county courthouse, once at the hardware store in Sierra Blanca, where Arnett had been buying fence posts and had nodded at Declan with the automatic courtesy of a man who acknowledges clergy the way he acknowledges traffic signals, as a feature of the civic landscape that requires a minimal response and no further engagement. The face was ordinary, weathered in the way that Trans-Pecos faces weather, lined along the vectors that decades of squinting into horizontal light produce. A face that belonged to a man who ate breakfast and read the newspaper and had opinions about the Dallas Cowboys, and who had, incidentally, made the deliberate decision to redirect a town's water supply through a pipeline to a development site that existed only as a promotional brochure, a decision that had sickened children and killed livestock and driven families out of their homes, and that had been, for Wade Arnett, a line item in a business plan. Declan lay in the dark and looked at the face in his memory and tried to feel what he expected to feel. The righteous conviction of a man executing judgment. And what he felt instead was a tremor in his hands, a fine vibration that he could not attribute to cold or caffeine or age, a vibration that was localized in his fingers and that intensified when he thought about the slip of paper in the brass dish, as if his hands knew something about what they had done that the rest of him had not yet processed. In the morning, the slip was gone. The dish was empty, not blown away, not disintegrated. Gone the way a thing is gone when a hand has taken it, deliberately, completely, with intent. Declan stood in the booth and looked at the empty dish and felt the tremor in his hands and waited. Wade Arnett disappeared on a Tuesday in March. His truck was found on Ranch Road 1111 with the engine running, and the driver's door open, and the radio playing a Tejano station out of Juarez. There was no blood, no sign of struggle, no indication of where Wade Arnett had gone or how he had gotten there. The county sheriff filed a report. The sheriff's department searched the surrounding desert for 3 days with dogs and a helicopter, borrowed from the Border Patrol, and found nothing. Not a boot print, not a thread, not a button. And the search was suspended, and Wade Arnett joined the desert's growing inventory of people who had been present and then were not. Declan heard about the disappearance from Garza, who heard about it from a dispatcher he knew at the county office, and the news reached the parish kitchen on a Wednesday afternoon with the flatness of information that has traveled through several hands and lost its emotional charge. And Declan received it and nodded and said something about praying for the family. He did not remember the exact words afterward, only the sensation of his mouth producing sounds that were appropriate to the situation while his hands, wrapped around the diocesan lug, continued their fine unsteadiness. And Garza left. And Declan sat at the table and looked at his hands and understood that the unsteadiness was not fear. It was anticipation. That night, the curtain moved, and Wade Arnett's voice confessed through the screen. The sins were considerable. The voice detailed the water deal with the specificity of a deposition. Names, dates, dollar amounts, a single meeting at the Midland Petroleum Club, where the county water board had been persuaded to reclassify 3 agricultural wells as non-essential. The voice described these transactions without self-pity and without justification, in the flat, exhausted tone of a man who has been carrying a weight and has finally found someone to hand it to. But beneath the deposition's data, the voice carried something else, something that had nothing to do with the water rights or the business plan or the county's complicity. The voice carried the full weight of Wade Arnett's private knowledge of himself, the knowledge that accumulates in any human life and that is never shared because it is too ordinary to confess and too heavy to carry alone. The way he had stopped calling his son after the divorce, not because he was angry, but because he was ashamed of the sound of his own voice on the phone, ashamed of the pauses where he could not think of what to say, ashamed of the distance between the father he had intended to be and the father the phone call revealed him to be. The way he drove to the ranch house every evening and sat in the truck for 10 minutes before going inside, not because he dreaded the house, but because the truck was the last space in his life where no one needed anything from him, and the engine's idle was the closest thing to silence he could find. The way he had looked at the Quitman Range at dawn on the morning of his last day and thought, without emotion, that it was beautiful, and that he had lived beneath it for 30 years and had never said so to anyone. The confession took 22 minutes. Declan counted. He counted because counting was the only operation available to him that did not require engagement with the content of what he was hearing, because the content was doing something to the structure of his justification that he had not anticipated. The sins were real, and they were damning, but they were wrapped in the ordinary textures of a human life, and the ordinary textures were making the sins harder to isolate, harder to point at and say, this is why. And Declan sat in the booth and listened, and felt the architecture of his righteousness accept a load it had not been designed to bear. The voice asked for absolution. Declan granted it. He spoke the words, Ego te absolvo a peccatis tuis in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. And the sound that came from the other side of the screen when the words landed was not a sound a human throat could produce. It was the sound of something releasing, a tension dissolving, a pressure equalizing, a weight being lifted from a structure that had been bearing it at the limit of its capacity. The booth's mesquite frame vibrated with it. The brass screen hummed a single note and went still. Then the curtain moved, and the presence departed, and Declan sat in the booth and felt the words of absolution still resonating in his chest. Words he had spoken thousands of times. Words that had become so routine they had lost their weight. Words that had been, for the past 7 years in this empty parish, a performance delivered to an absent audience. And for the first time in longer than he could calculate, the words felt like what they were supposed to be. They felt like power. The second name was Dale Arnott, the youngest brother. Declan wrote it with a steady hand. The slip went into the dish on a Friday night. By Monday, Dale Arnott's truck was found on the same ranch road, engine running, door open, radio silent. The county sheriff's report noted the similarity to his brother's disappearance. A detective from the El Paso field office drove out, interviewed the remaining brother, and returned to El Paso with a file that would be reopened periodically for the next several years and never resolved. Dale Arnett's confession, when it came through the screen, was briefer than his brother's. The sins more concentrated, less diffuse, the voice carrying less of the private human texture that had complicated Wade's. Dale Arnett had known what the water deal would do to the town. He had not cared. His confession was the confession of a man whose cruelty had been efficient rather than tortured, and the absolution Declan granted was correspondingly easier to speak, and the ease disturbed him less than it should have. And the fact that it disturbed him less disturbed him not at all, and this was the first sign, though he did not recognize it as such, that the structure he had built was beginning to carry him rather than the other way around. The third name was the deputy named Flood. The fourth was a man Declan knew only as a voice on the phone that called the Arnett ranch house at predictable intervals and whose operations in the desert had produced the bodies in the arroyo. A man whose name Declan obtained through a conversation with Garza, who knew things about the desert's economy that he shared with Declan not out of civic duty, but out of the intimacy that develops between a priest and a regular parishioner in a parish too small for anonymity. Each name went on a slip of paper, each slip went in the brass dish, each disappeared overnight, and within days, never more than a week. Each name's owner disappeared from the world in the same manner Wade Arnett had. Suddenly, completely, without evidence of violence or departure, as if the desert had simply opened a door and the person had walked through it, and the door had closed. The confessions that followed were the payment. Each voice, each recitation of sins, each request for absolution. These were the proof that the penance was being served, that the instrument Declan had forged from the raw material of an ancient sacrament, and an ancient predator was functioning as designed. He granted absolution each time. He spoke the words with increasing conviction. The booth no longer felt like a weapon. The town began to change. The process was not dramatic, not the overnight transformation of a fairy tale, but the kind of slow, organic recovery that occurs when a persistent infection is cleared and the body remembers, gradually, how to function without the pathogen. The water came back first. With the Arnett brothers gone and their corporate entity headless, the county's legal apparatus, sluggish, compromised but not entirely dead, began the process of restoring the original water rights. The wells were tested. The contamination levels dropped. People who had been driving 40 minutes to fill jugs at the Sierra Blanca grocery store began to drink from their own taps again. The deputies changed too. Not all of them. The corruption in the Hudspeth County Sheriff's Department was not a single tumor that could be excised but a systemic condition. But the worst of them were gone. Flood had disappeared in April. His partner, who had drawn his own conclusions about the actuarial implications of continued service in Salinas, had requested a transfer to El Paso. The beating stopped. The bodies stopped appearing in the arroyo. The desert's nighttime traffic rerouted itself to crossings farther south, and Salinas was left, for the first time in a decade, without the constant ambient hum of organized violence that its residents had come to regard as a feature of the landscape, like the wind. People returned, Not many. Salinas was not going to become a boomtown. But families who had left when the water went bad began to come back. They called it luck. They called it the market correcting. Some of them, the ones who attended Our Lady of the Desert on Sunday mornings, called it grace. Declan's parish filled, not to capacity. The building still held 400, and the Sunday congregation stabilized at around 60. But the change was seismic in the context of a parish that had been ministering to single digits. He hired a part-time music director, a woman from Van Horn who drove an hour each way, and who transformed the liturgical experience from Declan's unaided baritone to something that approximated, on good weeks, the kind of worship experience that makes people return not out of obligation, but out of desire. He repaired the roof. He replaced the parking lot's decomposed granite with actual asphalt. The bell tower received structural attention from a contractor in Marfa who owed Garza a favor, and on a Sunday in August, for the first time in 11 years, the bells of Our Lady of the Desert rang for Mass, and the sound carried across the town and into the desert beyond it. And Declan stood in the sacristy and listened to the bells and felt in his chest the specific resonance of a man who has been given a task equal to his gifts and has risen to meet it. He felt like a prophet. The words surfaced in his prayers, not as vanity, he told himself, but as recognition. The Old Testament was populated with men who had been given authority over terrible instruments and had used that authority to execute God's judgment against the wicked. Moses had called down plagues. Elijah had summoned fire. Joshua had leveled cities. These men had not been gentle. They had not been asked to be gentle. They had been asked to be righteous, and they had been given the tools to enforce that righteousness. And the tools had been, without exception, devastating. And the use of those tools had been, without exception, sanctioned by the God who provided them. Declan was not Moses. He knew this. But the mechanism was the same. The same transaction, the same authority, the same willingness to direct terrible force against those who had earned it. And the results were the same. A people liberated, a land restored, a parish reborn, and a priest who had spent 7 years administering the sacraments to empty pews and who now administered them to a congregation that looked at him with the gratitude that attaches to a leader who has delivered his people from something they could not have escaped on their own. He continued to sit in the booth on weeknights. The thing continued to come, but the visits had changed. In the early weeks, the voices had carried a quality of raw, unprocessed anguish, the sound of consciences being crushed by the weight of their own transgressions. And the absolution Declan granted had produced a visible, physical relief, a relaxation of whatever mechanism the thing used to hold itself in human shape behind the screen. Now the anguish was less acute. The confessions came more smoothly, as if the thing had learned the rhythm of the sacrament and could execute it with something approaching fluency, and the absolution, when Declan spoke it, landed with less impact, the way a drug loses efficacy with repeated administration. Declan noticed this. He filed it alongside the other things he had noticed and chosen not to examine. The way the thing's silhouette had changed over the months, growing more defined, more human in its proportions, as if the accumulated voices inside it were teaching it something about the shape of the bodies they had once inhabited. The way the booth's mesquite frame had darkened in the area where the thing knelt, not with moisture, but with something else, something that had seeped into the wood's grain and altered its color the way age alters skin. The way the temperature in the booth had stabilized at a degree that was neither the building's ambient temperature nor the thing's own heat, but something between, a negotiated climate, as if the booth had become a space that belonged to both of them and to neither. He filed these observations and continued. There were more names to give. But the names were becoming harder. The Arnett's were gone. The worst of the deputies were gone. The cartel route had moved. The people who remained in Salinas' orbit of corruption were not the architects of the town's suffering, but its middle management. The county clerk who had processed the water rights transfer, the notary who had certified the documents, the real estate agent who had facilitated the Arnett's land acquisitions. These were people who had participated in Salinas' destruction not out of malice, but out of the ordinary human weakness that collaborates with power because the alternative, refusal, resistance, unemployment, is more immediately costly than compliance. They were not wicked. They were not good. They were the same thing most people are, insufficient. The first name from this category was the county clerk. Her name was Portillo, 53. 2 grandchildren who visited every second weekend and who sat in the back seat of her sedan eating animal crackers while she drove them to the park in Sierra Blanca, because the park in Salinas had been closed since the water contamination was discovered, its fountain capped and its grass dead, a casualty of the same infrastructure collapse that Portillo herself had helped process through the county's administrative system. Declan wrote her name on a slip of paper on a Wednesday night. He held the pen over the brass dish and did not release the paper. He held it for 9 minutes. He knew because the sacristy clock chimed the quarter hour while his hand was still suspended above the dish, and the chime passed through the empty church and through the booth and through his arm and into the hand that held the pen and the paper and the name, and the hand trembled. Not the fine, anticipatory shaking of the early weeks, but something coarser, less controlled, a vibration that felt less like excitement and more like the involuntary response of a muscle being asked to perform an action it has identified at some level below conscious control as wrong. He placed the slip in the dish. He did it the way a man steps off a ledge, not with conviction, but with the specific exhaustion of a person who has been standing at the edge long enough that the effort of remaining has exceeded the fear of falling. He told himself that complicity was a sin, regardless of its motivation. He sat in the kitchen afterward and believed it, the way he believed it when the coffee was cold and the fluorescent was flickering, and the drawer with the Jameson was closed, and the belief was available to him in all of these circumstances, and he used it. And it worked. And the working of it was so efficient and so complete that he did not notice the moment when the belief stopped being a conviction and became a tool, a device for prying open the space between what he was doing and what he could tolerate having done, a space that moral theology is designed to hold shut, and that moral theology, applied with sufficient pressure, can also hold open. The county clerk disappeared on a Friday. Her sedan was found in her driveway with the door open and her radio off. Her purse was on the passenger seat. Her grandchildren were with their mother in El Paso that weekend, a coincidence of scheduling that Declan noted and filed and did not examine, because examining it would have required him to consider the possibility that the timing of his slips was producing effects in the world beyond the disappearances themselves, that the penance had logistics, that the thing in the booth was not merely responding to the names, but planning around them. And this consideration would have introduced into his model of the arrangement a variable he was not prepared to accommodate, the possibility that the thing was thinking. That night, the county clerk's voice came through the screen. Her sins were mundane, a lie to her sister about a recipe, a library book she had never returned, the time she had pretended not to hear her neighbor's dog barking at 3 a.m. because she did not want to get out of bed. The voice recited these failures with the same desperate specificity that all the voices carried, the specificity of a consciousness that is reviewing its entire moral inventory and finding, in the vast catalog of a human life, nothing dramatic enough to justify the weight it feels, and concluding that the weight must therefore be the accumulated mass of 1,000 small delinquencies, 1,000 moments of insufficient attention, 1,000 times the right thing was visible, and the effort of doing it was slightly greater than the effort of not doing it, and the difference, compounded over 53 years, had produced the specific gravity of this confession, this booth, this voice asking a priest in the desert for the one thing the church had told it could set the account to zero. Declan sat in the booth and listened to the catalog of a life's minor failures and felt, for the first time since the penance had begun, something he could not immediately classify. It was not guilt. Guilt was specific, actionable, the domain of the confessional. What Declan felt was adjacent to guilt, but larger, less defined, more architectural, as if a load-bearing wall inside him had developed a crack, not enough to compromise the structure, but enough to produce, at certain hours and in certain lights, a sound that should not have been there. He granted absolution. The words came. They came with the same practiced precision as always, but the sound of them in the booth was different, thinner, less resonant, as if the space between the words and their meaning had widened by a degree that was measurable but not yet critical. The voice thanked him. The curtain moved. The presence withdrew. Declan sat in the booth and pressed his palms flat against the armrests and noticed that the wood was no longer body-warm. It was something else, a heat that did not dissipate when he lifted his hands, a heat that seemed to come not from the surface of the wood, but from inside it, as if the booth itself had developed a metabolism, a circulation, a warmth that was sustained by something other than the ambient temperature of the building. He did not examine this. He went to the rectory and made coffee and sat at the kitchen table and opened the drawer with the Jameson and closed it again and placed his hands on the table and did not look at them. Sunday Mass drew 72 people. The music director led the congregation in a hymn that rose through the nave and filled the space above the pews, where the acoustic architecture of the building, designed for 400 voices, had waited 44 years to do its work. And the sound was, Declan thought, beautiful. And the thought came with a tenderness that surprised him, as if he were hearing it from a distance, as if the beauty of the sound were something happening to someone else in a place he could see but not enter. He delivered the homily. It was about mercy. He spoke about mercy for 20 minutes, and the congregation listened with the attentiveness of people who believe they are in the presence of a man who has been given access to something they have not. And Declan felt their attention and was sustained by it, and did not ask himself whether what he was describing as mercy and what the penance was delivering were the same thing, because the question had a shape he recognized, the shape of the crack in the load-bearing wall, and he was not yet ready to look at it directly. After Mass, a woman he did not recognize approached him in the vestibule. She was middle-aged, dressed for travel, carrying a paper bag from the bakery in Sierra Blanca. She told him she was the Rivas boy's aunt, that she had driven from Lubbock to see the town her nephew had disappeared from, and that the boy's mother, who still attended the parish, who sat in the second pew every Sunday with a stillness that Declan had learned to read as the composure of a person who has replaced faith with its performance, had told her that the church was the best thing about Salinas. Declan thanked her. The woman studied his face. She asked him whether he thought the boy was at peace. He said he believed so. She nodded. She left the bakery bag on the table by the holy water font and walked to her car and drove away. And Declan stood in the vestibule and looked at the bag and did not open it because opening it would require his hands, and his hands had begun, in the past several weeks, to feel different to him. Not numb, not painful, but present in a way they had not been before, as if the work they had been doing in the booth and at the kitchen table and with the slips of paper had altered their relationship to the rest of his body, had made them autonomous, had given them a purpose and a direction that were not entirely his own. He went to the rectory. He did not eat the bakery item. He sat at the table and did not open the Jameson, and did not examine his hands, and did not think about the county clerk or her grandchildren, or the library book she had never returned. And outside the window, the desert did what the desert did at dusk, which was to become briefly, unbearably beautiful. The light on the Quitman Range turning the color of something heated past its tolerance, and then go dark. There were no more names. Declan had used them all: the Arnotts, the deputies, the cartel intermediary, the functionaries, the complicit, the insufficient. Every person he could identify as a participant in Salinas's degradation had been named and taken and confessed and absolved, and the brass dish sat empty in the booth, and the town was clean, and the parish was full, and the thing still came. It came every night. It sat behind the screen, and it breathed, and it waited. And when Declan did not place a name in the dish, it knelt in silence for the duration of an hour. Declan knew because he had begun counting the sacristy clock's chimes, tracking the duration of the visits with the instinctive record-keeping of a man who suspects that a transaction he initiated has developed terms he did not authorize. And then the curtain moved, and it departed, and the booth's warmth persisted, and the smell in the mesquite grew stronger. He told it the penance was complete. He said this on a Thursday in October, 1 year and 2 weeks after the first voice had come through the screen. He said the sins had been confessed, the absolution granted, the penance served in full, and that the arrangement between them was concluded. He spoke with the authority of his office and the conviction of a man who has successfully navigated an unprecedented sacramental situation and who is now exercising the administrative prerogative of the confessor to declare the account settled. The thing did not leave. It sat behind the screen for 3 hours. Declan sat on his side for 3 hours. Neither moved. The sacristy clock chimed 9, 10, 11. The sanctuary lamp's red light reached the edge of the booth and stopped. At some point during the second hour, Declan became aware that the breathing from the other side of the screen had changed. Not faster, not slower, but deeper, more resonant, as if the chest cavity producing it had expanded, as if the body behind the curtain had grown to fill the available space, and the booth's wood creaked in the way wood creaks when weight is applied to it from the inside, a sound of containment under pressure. At 11:15, the curtain moved. The thing departed. The next night it was back. It came every night for a week. It did not speak. It did not confess. It sat behind the screen and breathed and waited and departed, and each night the breathing was deeper, and the wood creaked louder, and the smell, sage, copper, the thing beneath both, was stronger. And Declan sat on his side and said nothing, because there was nothing to say, because the penance was complete, and the dish was empty, and the sacrament had been administered, and there were no more names. Except there was one name he had not written. He knew this. He had known it for weeks, since the county clerk, since the homily about mercy, since the Rivas boy's aunt had studied his face in the vestibule, and Declan had seen in her eyes the reflection of something she could not have named, but that she recognized, the way animals recognize a change in atmospheric pressure before a storm. He had known it in the kitchen, in the way his hands lay on the table, in the way the Jameson drawer stayed closed, not because he was resisting temptation, but because the act of resistance had become the only ritual of self-denial he had left, the only evidence he could produce to himself that he was still the man who had mixed grout on a Wednesday evening and pressed it into a crack in the floor of a church that was falling apart. The name he had not written was his own, not as a target, not as a slip in the brass dish, but as a confession, the acknowledgement in the sacramental format that he had used to launder his own moral authority for 12 months, that what he had done bore a name, and the name was not justice. He had directed the killing of 11 people. Some had been genuinely wicked. Some had been ordinary. One, the county clerk, whose grandchildren visited every second weekend, and who had processed paperwork she did not understand because her supervisor told her to, had been innocent in every way that mattered and guilty only in the way that everyone is guilty who lives inside a system and does not tear it down. He had done this from a wooden box in a dark church using an ancient sacrament as a contract and a predatory entity as an executioner. And he had called it the penance, and he had felt like a prophet. And the feeling had been, he could admit this now in the kitchen, with the fluorescent flickering and the coffee cold, and the Jameson drawer closed. The feeling had been magnificent. That was the sin, not the killing, not the bargain, the magnificence. The specific, luminous Old Testament exhilaration of being the man with his hand on the lever of divine judgment. The man who decided who lived and who died. The man whose authority extended beyond the sacramental into the actual, beyond the spiritual into the physical, beyond the booth into the desert. He had loved it. He had loved every name, every slip of paper, every confession that proved the slip had been received, every absolution that proved the system worked, every Sunday when the pews were fuller than the week before, and the congregation looked at him with gratitude, and he received their gratitude and gave them mercy and believed, genuinely, without reservation, with the full force of his 23 years of ordination and his 7 years of desert exile and his lifetime of faith, that he had earned it. Pride. The word found him in the kitchen at 2 a.m, and it came not as an abstraction, but as a physical sensation, a settling, a subsidence, the slow surrender of a foundation that had been asking to be allowed to collapse. And Declan sat at the table and felt it happen and did not resist, because resistance required the same muscles that pride had used, and those muscles were exhausted, and the thing they had been holding up was heavier than he had known. He went to the church. He did not turn on the lights. The sanctuary lamp painted its red geometry across the nave, and he walked through it to the booth and entered the priest's side and sat down and waited. The curtain did not move. He sat for an hour. The booth was silent. The wood was warm. The brass screen gleamed faintly in the red light, and beyond the screen, the penitent's side was empty. He was certain of this, could feel the emptiness, the way you feel the absence of a person who has been standing behind you and has stepped away. And the emptiness was, in its way, worse than any presence, because it meant the thing had not come. And if the thing had not come, then Declan was alone with what he had done, and there was no screen between himself and his own accounting. He left the booth. He walked to the sacristy. He washed his face in the sink and dried it with the towel that had once been white. He walked back to the nave. The curtain was closed. He stopped in the aisle. The curtain on the penitent's side was drawn, not stirring, not settling, but drawn, the way a person draws a curtain when they have entered a space and wish to signal their presence without speaking. Beyond the curtain, the suggestion of weight on the kneeler, the subtle depression of the booth's floor, the redistribution of the structure's equilibrium that occurs when something is inside it that was not there a moment ago. Declan entered the priest's side. He sat down. He leaned toward the screen. The breathing was already there, steady and deep, and the silhouette behind the brass mesh was not the low, narrow shape of the early visits or the gradually more human proportions of the later ones. It was his shape, his height, his breadth, the angle of his shoulders, the tilt of his head, his own body reflected back at him. Through the darkened brass, as if the screen had become a mirror, and the thing on the other side had decided, tonight, to show him exactly what it had been becoming, night by night, confession by confession. Across the full duration of the arrangement, Declan had built and named and administered and loved. The voice that spoke was his, not a voice like his voice. The specific frequencies, the cadences, the way his Galveston childhood surfaced in certain vowels despite 2 decades of ecclesiastical diction, the way his breath caught before difficult words, a habit he had tried to train out of himself at seminary and had never fully succeeded. The slight rasp at the bottom of his register that appeared after 11 o'clock, when his vocal cords had been working all day and the desert air had dried them to the texture of old paper. The voice said, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." Declan's hands closed on the armrests. The wood was hot. Not warm. Hot. As if a current were running through it. As if the booth had been plugged into something that was feeding it energy it was not designed to contain. Through the screen, his own silhouette leaned forward, and the breathing, his breathing, reproduced with a fidelity that reached past imitation into something more disturbing. Something that suggested not mimicry, but occupation, as if the thing had entered his voice the way it had entered the voices of the dead, and was now speaking from inside it. The breathing steadied, and the confession began. It confessed to pride. It used his voice to describe the specific sensation of writing a man's name on a slip of paper, and knowing that the name would be collected, and the man would cease to exist, and the way that sensation had evolved over the months from horror to necessity to satisfaction to appetite. It described the appetite in the language of Declan's own interiority, not the language of theology or moral philosophy, but the private, unedited language of a man's relationship with his own desires, the language that lives below the words he uses in public and above the impulses he does not acknowledge at all. And it described this appetite with an accuracy that made Declan's vision narrow, because the description was not an approximation or an inference. It was a transcript. The voice continued. It confessed to the county clerk. It named her. Portillo, it said. And the name landed in the booth like a stone dropped into still water. And it described the moment Declan had written her name on the slip of paper, the specific hesitation of the pen, the specific override of the hesitation, the specific thought that had allowed the override. Complicity is a sin regardless of its motivation. It reproduced this thought in Declan's voice with the casual precision of a man quoting his own diary, and the reproduction was exact, and the exactness was the horror, because Declan had not spoken this thought aloud, had not written it down, had not confessed it to anyone, had carried it exclusively in the sealed interior of his own consciousness. And the thing on the other side of the screen was reading from it the way he had read from the act of contrition laminate that had once occupied the brass dish. The confession lasted 26 minutes. Declan counted. He counted because counting was the only cognitive operation available to him that did not require engagement with the content of what he was hearing, and the content was unbearable. Not because it was false, but because it was true, every word of it, delivered in his own voice with his own inflections and his own private language, and the truth of it was not a revelation, but a mirror, and the mirror was not being held up to him by a monster. The mirror was being held up to him by himself, by the version of himself that the thing had been assembling, night after night, on the other side of the screen, from the material Declan had been providing without knowing he was providing it. His voice, his posture, his breath catch, his private thoughts, his sins. 12 months of sitting opposite the thing in the confined space of the booth. 12 months of speaking the words of absolution with increasing conviction. 12 months of providing the thing with a complete, granular, unreproducible model of a Catholic priest. Not the theology, not the vestments, not the institutional apparatus, but the interior. The specific way a specific man holds his authority, exercises his power, justifies his compromises, and believes in the deepest interior of his self that he is good. The voice stopped. The booth was silent. Through the screen, his own silhouette sat motionless. The wood was so hot that Declan's palms had begun to sweat against the armrests, and the smell, sage, copper, the thing beneath both, was so strong that it had ceased to be a smell and had become an atmosphere, a medium, as if the air in the booth had been replaced by something denser and older, and Declan was breathing it, and it was breathing him. The silhouette shifted. The brass screen caught the movement and held it. A tilt of the head, his tilt, the specific angle of inquiry that he used when a penitent had finished speaking and was waiting for his response. Then the voice spoke again, and it was still his voice, and what it said was, "I absolve you." The words of the sacrament. His words, in his voice, from the wrong side of the screen. Spoken not as a request, but as a performance. The thing demonstrating that it had learned the transaction from both directions, that it could sit on either side of the booth, that the screen between priest and penitent was not a wall but a membrane, and the membrane was permeable, and the thing had been passing through it for 12 months, and what had passed through was not forgiveness or guilt or penance, but something simpler and more devastating, fluency. The thing had learned to be a priest. Declan's hands released the armrests. He looked at them in the red-tinged dark of the booth. His hand, the hands that had repaired the tile and written the names, and gripped the wood for 12 months of confessions. And they were cold. Not the cold of the desert night, which was a dry cold, a surface cold, a cold that came and went with the sun. This cold was internal. It was in the bones. It was in the joints that had absorbed the booth's unnatural heat, night after night. And the heat was gone from them now, transferred somewhere, given to something, and the cold that replaced it was the cold of a thing that has been emptied of a resource it did not know it was spending. The fingertips withdrew. The screen flexed back. The silhouette stood. It had been kneeling, as a penitent kneels, but now it stood, and standing its height filled the penitent's compartment in the way that Declan's height filled the priest's side, and the two shapes faced each other through the brass mesh with the symmetry of a reflection, and the reflection adjusted its shoulders and turned and moved the curtain and stepped out of the booth. Declan heard it walk, not the retreating absence of the earlier departures, the barometric normalization, the sense of a room being vacated. This was footsteps, footfalls on terracotta tile, spaced at the interval of a man's stride, carrying the weight of a man's body, producing the specific acoustics of a man's shoes on a church floor, and the footsteps moved not toward the locked front door or the locked side door or the painted shut windows, but toward the sacristy, toward the sink where Declan washed his hands, toward the towel that had once been white, toward the door that led from the sacristy to the rectory, toward the kitchen where the coffee was cold and the fluorescent flickered and the Jameson waited in its drawer and the table bore the marks of a man's palms pressed flat against its surface night after night while the desert outside did what the desert did. The sacristy door opened. The sacristy door closed. The rectory door opened. The rectory door closed. The footsteps stopped. Declan sat in the booth. He tried to stand. His legs did not respond, not the way legs fail to respond when they have fallen asleep. That failure is preceded by pins and needles, by the fizzing awareness of circulation returning, by the body's insistence on announcing its own dysfunction. This was different. This was the absence of the announcement. He told his legs to move, and the instruction traveled from his brain to his thighs, and arrived at a border it had never encountered before, and stopped, the way a current stops when the wire has been cut. And beyond the cut, there was nothing. Not numbness, not pain, not the tingling of compromised circulation, but a cold so deep and so structural that the muscles it occupied no longer registered as his. They were still there. He could feel their weight against the seat of the booth, could feel the pressure of his own body on the wood. But the weight and the pressure belonged to him the way furniture belongs to a room, present, accounted for, incapable of independent action. He tried his hands. The right hand responded, barely, with a delay that felt like moving through something thicker than air, a sluggishness that was not muscular but proprioceptive, as if the hand were receiving his commands through a relay that was losing signal strength. He managed to lift it from the armrest. The effort produced a fine tremor in the wrist that traveled up his forearm and stopped at the elbow, where the cold had established itself with the permanence of a thing that intends to stay. The left hand did not move at all. It lay on the armrest with the fingers slightly curled in the exact posture it had held when the thing on the other side of the screen had pressed its fingertips against the brass, and the posture was fixed, was no longer a posture but a position, the position of a hand that has been set down by someone who has finished using it. The sacristy clock chimed midnight. Declan sat in the booth and felt the cold advance. It moved the way the thing in the booth had moved over the course of 12 months. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but with the patience of a process that does not need to hurry because the outcome is permanent rather than eventual. It moved from his hands into his wrists, from his thighs into his hips. It reached the lower vertebrae of his spine and paused there. Not because it met resistance, but the way water pauses at a seam in rock, finding the path. And during the pause, Declan became aware of a nail in the booth's frame that he had never noticed before. A finished nail whose head had worked free of the mesquite by 1/16 of an inch, and that pressed against his left shoulder blade with a precision that was, in the context of everything else that was happening to his body, absurdly material. The kind of detail that belongs to a world where nails and wood and shoulders still operate under the old physics. And then the cold found its path and settled into the vertebrae with the specific weight of something finding its permanent location. And the weight was not painful, but it was final, and the finality was in the cold itself, which was not the cold of absence, not the cold of heat departing, but the cold of replacement, the cold of a space that has been vacated and occupied simultaneously, emptied of one thing and filled with another, the way the booth's penitent side had been emptied of the thing and filled with the depression it left in the velvet. He was in the booth. The booth's door was 18 inches from his right hand. The handle was brass, the same brass as the screen, and it operated with a simple latch mechanism that required the pressure of a thumb and the rotation of a wrist. And Declan's right thumb was still marginally his own, and his right wrist was still marginally capable of rotation, and the door was 18 inches away. And beyond the door was the nave, and beyond the nave was the side entrance to the sacristy. And beyond the sacristy was the rectory, and beyond the rectory was the parking lot, where his 11-year-old Corolla sat with the keys in the ignition, because no one in Salinas locked their cars. And beyond the parking lot was the highway, and beyond the highway was the world, 18 inches. His right hand could reach the latch, probably, if he committed what the hand had left to a single motion, a single extension, a single grip. But the hand that could reach the latch was the same hand that had written the names on the slips of paper, and the muscles it would use to grip the brass handle were the same muscles it had used to grip the pen, and those muscles were cooling, degree by degree, as if the thing in the rectory were drawing on them through the same invisible circuit that had connected them through 12 months of the booth's shared atmosphere, pulling the last of what it needed to complete the model, to finish learning the exact way Declan Cahill's hands operated in the world. The grip strength, the fine motor control, the distribution of force between thumb and forefinger that made his hands and not anyone else's. The right hand shook harder. The fingers extended toward the latch. The distance closed from 18 inches to 12 to 9, and at 9 inches the cold arrived in the right wrist with the conclusiveness of a lock engaging, and the hand stopped, and the fingers remained extended in the dark, reaching for a handle they would not reach, and Declan looked at them. His fingers, in the red-tinged dark that the sanctuary lamp's light did not quite penetrate, and they did not look like his fingers anymore. They looked like something left behind, something shed, something the booth would hold in its fixed position until the mesquite dried further and the varnish cracked further and the building settled further into the caliche, and the fingers would settle with it, reaching for a brass handle, in a church in the desert where no one would come looking, because the man everyone would expect to find here was already in the rectory, already sitting at the kitchen table, already performing the sleepless nights with the fluency of a thing that had studied them from 6 inches away for a year. The sanctuary lamp's red light reached the edge of the booth and stopped. On the other side of the screen, the penitent's kneeler held its depression. The shape of something that was not a man's knees pressed deep into the velvet, a warmth that persisted past the point where warmth should have dissipated, a warmth that was, Declan understood now, his warmth, the heat of 23 years of ordination and 7 years of desert exile and 12 months of sitting in this booth believing he was the one administering the sacrament. The cold reached his chest. It registered not as a sensation, but as a subtraction. The removal of something that had been there so long, he had mistaken it for himself. The way you mistake the hum of a furnace for silence, until the furnace cuts off and the true silence underneath is so vast and so empty that the absence has a sound of its own, and the sound is the sound of a building that is no longer heated, that is no longer maintained, that is no longer occupied by anything that requires warmth. His lungs still worked, his heart still beat. These were autonomic, beneath the threshold of the cold's current reach, operating on the body's oldest and most stubborn infrastructure. The infrastructure that does not require permission or intention or will. The infrastructure that would keep him breathing in the dark booth while the thing in the rectory breathed in the lit kitchen. 2 sets of lungs operating the same air at the same rhythm, one of them original and failing, the other copied and ascendant. And the booth held them both in its mesquite frame the way the church held the booth, the way the desert held the church, the way the night held everything. And the cracked tile he had repaired a year ago was still cracked. The grout had failed as he had known it would fail, the wrong color and the wrong bond. And through the crack, the caliche was visible, the color of bone. And it had been there longer than the building and would be there after the building was gone and after the thing in the rectory had finished learning what it needed to learn and had walked out the front door on Sunday morning wearing a priest's voice and a priest's authority and a priest's power to absolve. And the congregation would see him and know him and call him Father, and he would raise his hands, warm hands, steady hands, hands that did not tremble, and he would speak the words of consecration over the bread and the wine with the perfect cadence of a man who had practiced them for 23 years, and the congregation would receive communion from his fingers, and the fingers would be the right temperature, and the voice would catch before the difficult words in exactly the right places. And no one would know because there would be nothing to know, because the copy would be complete, And the original would be here, in the booth, in the dark, with his cold hands reaching for a handle 18 inches away. And outside the desert lay flat and dark and silent, under a sky that held more stars than the church had saints. And the stars did not blink, and the church did not move, and Declan Cahill did not move, and the red light did not reach him, and his mouth was open, and no sound came out of it. And the sound that did not come out of it was a prayer, and the prayer had no recipient. And the booth held him the way it had always held its penitents, in the dark, on his knees, with a screen between himself and something that could not forgive him, because it did not know what forgiveness was, had never known, and did not need to know, because it had learned something better. It had learned the words,